Sorry, then? And then we do it. Yeah, then we come outside.
On our socials, Safaricom Decode and Safaricom Engineering Summit. Today, like I told you yesterday, we'll have quite a number of demos, but at the same time, we'll have also very, very insightful panels. So before we get started, I'd like to just give a quick recap from yesterday. And you remember our chief guest, Felix, actually, and also the PS, they challenged us on some problem statements, not only in the country, but very specifically just saying across Africa we have very many problems. And those problems are equivalent to opportunities, and the challenge for us was to rise up to the occasion and see if we can actually address this. For me, the quantum computing panel was what I call chock full of information. But the question there remains, and I can see Ravi here, is shall we rise up to the occasion, or shall we remain as consumers of technology on the sidelines? Mweni, is Mweni in the room? I call her Mweni Dancer and Masidad jokes. They showcase the distribution power of the M-Pesa Super App. And it remains a no-brainer for you guys in the room to actually build on that platform and get distribution. Then we had Steven, who came up with an overview of the Daraja API. And I think the identity enrichment layer is super important for people to focus on. That anything that touches money, you must think of security first. Security must be paramount, and that might have been a nuance that was missed out. George delivered a deepfake demo, and I've got interest in the media space, and of course that kind of like excited me to see what can we do for an industry that is currently under siege. You've seen the news, you've seen what's happening. People are getting laid off, but people are still consuming news. So what are the opportunities? What are the opportunities there? And I say, what is not fake, though, is that we'll continue running trivias across the entire day. Yesterday, we gave out some airtime. There's one of you, there's a lady that I'm supposed to give her airtime. If you could reach out to me. But across the day, you're there. Fantastic. Just see me right after this. We'll continue running our trivia, so kindly pay attention. And, of course, we'll be able to changamkia that one together. The other interesting one, I'm still insisting on the hard hats of software engineers. Maybe because you're Team Spotify, maybe the next time when a live performance is here, we'll give you guys headphones so that at least you can move your head. Yesterday, it was just weird. Nadia is giving her all, and you guys are like statues. Although there were some outliers back there dancing in the dark, I was telling them, Mwe, get on stage and get a real feel for this thing. So remember again, our hashtags are Safaricom Decode and Safaricom Engineering Summit. Mariam Bishar is, of course, assisting me co-host with the online audience. Zuri is unfortunately not here with us today. She's decided to kind of like focus on the 75,000 people, and she was a sensation online yesterday. You thought guys were sliding into her DMs. Now it's probably 10x on that. So to get us started, we'll have a keynote address, and I'd like to invite the Huawei Africa representative from the South Africa region, who's a software business representative, and his name is Yu Xianghuo, aka Brian, to take the stage. Welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank our partner Safaricom giving me the chance standing here. So my name is Brian. I'm from the Southern Africa Regional Office. I'm the software business president. And actually, because the job position, I keep traveling across Africa, different countries. And then I see most customer, most operator or technical company, they have a similar strategy or the business plan to build an ecosystem by enabling the partners. So today I see our partner, they say Decode 2.0. Actually, that's the same directions. Why? Because considering the emergency market and also the Africa IT technology challenge, so how to simplify the innovation effort and how to open our digital asset to help support the partners, that's the key target and direction for all the technical company. While if come back to Kenya, in Kenya, actually, the 4G network, my feeling is very well everywhere, 4G everywhere. And then based on this background, I have the feeling the time windows for the digitalization is opening right now. But first, let's see few data in this market, Kenya. In this market, we have 7.41 million small merchants, and also we have about 85.6%. It's merchant or the enterprise, they have the digitized payment channels, while the cash payment is 96%. This is interesting. 85% they have the digital payment channel, but still 96% payment based on the cash. Cash is still king in this market. Why? Actually, in the developed country, in the other country, the cash payment less than 20 to 30%. While we can see another challenge is 19 billion funding gap for these MSMEs. But we know how important this small and medium-sized enterprise for this country. It contributes 70% to 80% of GDP for this country, and also contribute 80% employment for the whole country. So, but they are facing the funding gap. What's the root cause? The reason, the answer is data gap. Because today most transactions still happen offline, and then for the third-party financial institution and also from the bank side, they don't have enough data. So they can't give the correct credit scoring, and then they don't know how to manage the non-performance loan. And then they increase the interest rate. And finally, for most of the enterprise, they can't get the funding what they need. So that's today what they are facing in this market. That's a challenge. But if we open the top 8 operation challenge, 6 of them can be solved by the technology. For example, the high cost of the suppliers and the late payment, increased competition, lack of access to the high credit, and so on. I won't go through one by one. Where we are for our situation right now, only 6% MSEs, they have the digitized the operations. Because everything is offline, that's the reason they don't have enough data. Here, this is the risk challenge. At the same time, this is the opportunity. Here is the opportunity to increase the role of the technology in MSME's business for everyone, every partners, and also every developers. Yeah? One side, we need to, from the consumer entrance, we need to try to bring all the offline scenario from offline to online, and then we provide the more digital live scenarios for the consumers. But from the other side, from the merchant, we try to build our agile and also high efficient business platform for them. We will provide the extra service instead of just the payment channels. But today, maybe we put more focus on, I give you a post machine, I give you some payment channel, but I didn't consider what they really need back end. They need marketing operation, the consumer connection, the loyalty management, membership management, a lot of things. That's why from today, in the previous page, I showed we have 85% merchant, they have the digital payment channel, but the usage is lower. The 96% transactions still cash-based. That's the reason. So if I connect one side from consumer, another side from the merchant, and then we build connection, data is there. From the financial, any institution, from the bank side, and then they have the data, they can give the better credit scoring, they can control the non-performance loan rate, and also they can give a lower interest rate. Today, for the non-performance loan rate in this market, in Africa, more than 10%. It means $100, I only can get $10, I will lose it. $90 come back. That's the reason. But to complete this connection is a huge job. Can't be done by any one company. It's not Huawei. We can't do it ourselves or any others. So we need ecosystem, we need the partnership with more innovation company, more developers. So here at the below I mentioned, as a technical company, how can we simplify For example, Huawei in this area for the digital transformation or digital innovation, we have more than 30 years experience. How can I open our digital set? We just abstract a lot of templates for most developers. We just drag and drop and change some small logo because this scenario is similar. Yeah? In China, in everywhere the other market, we are a global company. We have many templates, not from scratch, from the greenfield in this market. So that's why I say I need all the partnership with the innovation company, with all the developers. That's the opportunity for everyone. In the last page, I want to use a few words to brief our Huawei value proposition, how we can achieve this target. First is service cloud platform, because innovation is constantly based on premise. We need the cloud technology, simplify the effort, and also we provide the connection to all the partners from all the countries, and also we use the cloud platform to share the scenarios across different countries. Yeah? We can share the best practice in another countries, maybe from South Africa, maybe from Nigeria, maybe from Asia, any countries. So it's cloud-based. And for the enterprise, for the MSMEs, we consider from the marketing, sales, solution, and service, end-to-end, what's their requirement? Actually, the requirement is huge. That's I have second. What called solution partners ecosystem? It can't be done by one company, whatever by Huawei or by anyone here, just not mentioned. So some vertical scenarios, we are not expert. For example, retail. For example, maybe digital catering. A lot of things, I think there must some partners, they are experts. They working many years in this area. So we open the cloud, the technology, our platform, and also open our partners, our customer. We open all the resource for the partners. We hope we can looking for a win-win mode to agree to everyone to share this value, to contribute, to build the whole ecosystem. The last thing is developers ecosystem, just I mentioned. As a technical company, how can we abstract our old work in the past 20, 30 years to some template? Just change the logo, change add some local customized requirement, and then released. That is, I think, our plan for the 3 parts. So in the last one, I want to see it's a new digital era. It's ongoing. Let's facilitate the digital transformation in Kenya together. Last word, together we can do more. I hand over my mic to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. What I love about our Chinese counterparts, especially from Huawei, is they all adopt an English name to make it easier to communicate with them. So he's called Brian. If you ask me to pronounce his other name, I'll probably butcher it. And for me, that speaks into cultural adapting very quickly for culture. Because if you're going into a region and you want to transact business, there's a way you are able to relate, and it's actually very warming that you do take that spot in terms of just adapting. There's this running joke in the tech circles that Huawei has actually now they have everything as a service. He just highlighted 3 of those, but with everything as a service, we end up saying it's either Huawei or the highway, because they've embedded themselves into it's not money, it's not developer ecosystems. It's just end-to-end solution provision. I see a lovely lady at the side there.
Yes, I'll just continue. As you continue mentioning about Huawei, I'll have to showcase some more surprises that
Fantastic.
we want to bring forth today.
Do
So
proceed.
good morning. My name is Maureen Moneki, and I work with Huawei Technologies. I'm a director. And so today is a special day, and I'm sure shortly you'll see why it's a special day for us. And key areas is that as part of our commitment to enhancing the skills of young people, especially women in Kenya, we will be working to provide more trainings on cybersecurity, cloud computing, and networking and 5G, and other critical skills to try and support the youth in the country, especially women. So Huawei, just like Safaricom, has a dedicated global program to support women in technology, and we continue to expand this program with like-minded partners. So today, I am delighted to announce that we will be partnering with Safaricom Women in Technology to provide more trainings and mentoring. We believe this will help create more opportunities at an individual level and also at a country level as they join the workforce in the future of building their own software and maybe even their own businesses. So this morning, I would like to ask Donna Rege, the head of Women in Technology, together with our director from Huawei, Safaricom director Shen Kaifu, to come on stage, and we can be able to talk about the partnership. I think she'll also talk about the students who will be coming on stage.
Thank you, Maureen. So as I talk about it briefly, my team, please join me on stage. So yes, Women in Technology will be partnering with Women in Technology Huawei, and we launched a web development bootcamp that will run over the partnership, which is going to last 3 years. And so each year we do 2 cohorts. The first cohort was launched in April this year. And when we sent out the request for applications, we got 900 submissions, which we then sieved through. And we were able to get the first cohort of 62 students, which has 39 ladies, and the rest are gentlemen. So we cover various topics, which actually include the skill sets that we currently search for in the workforce. And we are urging all our youth, if you are able to in the university, please be able to submit an application when we open it up. So today with me, I have 10 students who are a representative of the 62 who are from across the country. We actually shortlisted from 39 institutions of higher learning, which we noticed that most of the applications came from JKUAT, MOI, ZTech, and Technical University of Kenya. So we are happy today to be announcing, as we celebrate Cybersecurity Month, Huawei will also be supporting these same students, the first cohort, with a voucher to be able to certify in security. So this for us is an honor, and we hope that this partnership will lead us to more and more fruitful youth who are skilled in the fit for future skills that we require. Thank you. Thank you for that. And after this, at exactly in the next few minutes, all the students will receive their online certificates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Huawei. Just speaking again into the conversation of partnership, like we said, if you need to go far, you go together. And that confirms the commitment between the Safaricom partners like Huawei and many of the others who have graced us at the back. Just a polite reminder that you do need to remember to visit each of their booths. Yesterday, you're able to see something from AWS. The Safaricom teams with their different departments are also back there. I see my good friends at Mitsumi Distribution as well. So do make sure over the breaks to just pay those booths a visit and get to see what they have in store for us. Before we get diving into the demos, we've got one more panel discussion, and this one is being moderated by a good friend of mine. I'm not sure what hat he's wearing today, but Michael Chair, could you kindly come on stage and help invite your panelists as we explore building an anti-fragile digital ecosystem for business continuity. Round of applause as Michie comes on stage. And as he's calling his panel, since today we're doing lots of demos, I also got a joke of my own. I want to see how many will get it. Are you ready? Are you ready? What makes software engineers great life partners? No hands. Michelle.
They are good at debugging.
Ah, good try, but that's not the answer. Yes. They are able to commit. So now I've given you something to use at all your dev events as your opening icebreaker. Michelle, over to you.
Thank you, Mbogwa. Good morning, everyone. Pleasure to be here. Feels a bit awkward starting when I'm seated, but you've stolen the podium, so I'll stick to the program. So today's session is on Resilient Tomorrow, build an anti-fragile digital ecosystem for business continuity. Now, traditionally, we've always defined business continuity as that move that you make whenever you have a disaster to ensure that the business goes on through tough times. Business continuity in this new digital age is actually now a part of an organization's DNA. It is how businesses stay agile enough to transform, either due to changes in technology, unforeseen changes in markets, unforeseen changes in the ecosystem, and increased or changes in customer demands. And with this, I'd like to welcome my panel, which consists of a very large group, sorry, not that large of a group, but of a very powerful group of speakers and industry leaders. So allow me to invite Amit Singh, who is the Services Business Manager at HPE. Please give him a round of applause. And from yesterday, Ravi Baldev, the CTO, Cyber Resilience, Dell Technologies. Cherotich Kiereni, Director, Insights and Customer Strategy at Oracle. Last but not least, Julius Orayo, the Group CIO at Jubilee Insurance. I started off by saying that business continuity now is inbuilt into the DNA of organizations, and it's a part of how organizations have to be. And that reminds me of one of Bruce Lee's famous quotes where he says, "Be like water, my friend. No matter what obstacle you find in your way, water never stops. It will always find a way through it." And oh, sorry, there was one more panelist. Oh, my apologies. I do have an online panelist. Just a minute. Oh, sorry. Yes, please welcome Robin Hawani from AWS. Robin, are you with us?
I can hear you.
Apologies for that, Robin.
No problems.
And I'd like to start with you, actually. As I previously described, business continues, that the ability to adapt and to change a business's DNA to suit whatever the market needs or whatever technology changes are there. And I think when you look at AWS in particular as a good example of a company that has had significant changes and pivots from an online bookstore to a cloud company, to one of the largest logistics company globally, and now moving into cloud and other areas. Could you give us a bit of a walkthrough around how AWS stays anti-fragile?
That's a great question. Thank you, Shah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, loud and clear.
Great. So when we look at our business, 90% plus of our roadmap of what we create is working backwards from our customers' needs. And that's how we have defined different parts of our businesses. If you look at how we figure out business continuity specifically within AWS, we look at it in 4 different layers. And the whole concept of being agile and nimble with anti-fragile architecture is something that is close to our heart, because every bit of our cloud infrastructure over the last 16 years that we have worked on, 16 plus years that we have worked on, we make sure we design our infrastructure in a way that allows for our customers to build solutions on top of it naturally with ability to scale, as well as be able to provide the resilience required. Let me give one specific example. When we build our regions, what we call the cloud regions, each region is built out of 3 or more availability zones. And each availability zone is built with 2 or more data centers. Given the audience that is deeply technology oriented, I want to kind of highlight the fact of how much attention one has to pay to provide a highly available, resilient infrastructure that can support the business continuity requirements. That's the number 1 tenet when it comes to the infrastructure layer. On top of that, then we have the application layer. And for those of us from a telecommunications background, it is incredibly important to look at these applications across different domains. When I work with global operators, I have learned that characterization of these applications in telecom business covers the IT domain, the network domain, as well as the what is traditionally called the OSS/BSS domain. And here, AWS has something called well-architected framework that allows us to develop these applications in secure, highly available, resilient, and high-performance manner. That is how we make sure we cater specifically to the requirement of that application and the domain, whether it is a network applications like 5G core that is being run with one of our partners, such as an IMS application. It can be an application within the OSS/BSS domain that has a different characteristic that requires to be deployed on the cloud. All of these are cared for within this layer, what we call the well-architected framework. So we covered the infrastructure layer, then comes the application layer, and on top of that, there is the people and processes, which is extremely important. There, we look at training and enablement of the people to make sure they're well-versed with AWS technologies, all the way from the compute, storage, networking, machine learning, analytics, blockchain, etc., to be applied to the telecommunications needs and business. And all of this is now, over the last 18 months, there is a big focus that is there to bring the learnings of the cloud platform and Amazon as a whole from a generative AI perspective onto the use cases that apply these technologies for business continuity to telecommunications vertical. Let me give you one more example for that. If you think about how we apply generative AI for developer productivity, there was a mention of developer ecosystems. How do we apply that to developer productivity? There, we have services that are built by millions and millions of lines of codes, which allow for our customers to take generative AI and deploy applications and develop code based on that for developer efficiency and productivity. All of this feeds into the overall business continuity framework, Michelle, from an AWS point of view. And it has taken years and years of work to bring that all of these layers and think through how cloud should be architected for telecommunications domain, for important workloads that serve all of the nationwide customers of ours across the globe. So hopefully that gives you some context.
Thank you, Robin. You've just mentioned people and processes, and I'd like to turn to Cherotich, specifically towards people. Yesterday, Paul mentioned that people are not the most important resource. It's actually the right people in the right roles. And when it comes to building anti-fragile ecosystems within a business, when it comes especially touching on people, what do we need to do?
Right, so I actually see that as a fusion of not just people alone, but there's the processes bit and there's the technology. But before I even get to the people, allow me to start with the overarching area, which is the purpose of the organization. So at the heart of any organization, you really need to have that purpose. You need to have that strategy that defines, what are you doing? What is your vision? What are your aspirations? Where do you want to play? How do you want to win? And as you go along this journey of, I like to use the Cascading Choices framework by A.G. Lifley as a way of just understanding how organizations work. As you go along that journey, where you started from your vision, you got into, the spaces that you want to play, whether it's markets, whether it's the products, whether it's the regions, the territories, and how you want to win in those territories. There's a little bit there, a section there where they talk about how you configure. And therein lies people, process, and technology. Now, let me start with process, because that's the most important. It's not the most important. It is critical so that it anchors the people bit. Processes must be defined to be able to drive that strategy. And for that to work, you have to have developed clear processes, super clear processes, and communicated this across the organization. That then allows you to identify the right people that will be able to execute those processes. Because if you haven't defined those processes, then there will be no connection, and you will have people within your organization that really do not know what they're doing, yeah? I remember when I was a young consultant, I had a manager who said, what's clear gets measured, what's measured gets done. Who does it is the people. But then you have to start from the point of clarity, and that's how it joins back up to the processes. And once you have the right people and you give them the right technology, you want those people to actually add value back into your organization, right? I'll use an example. In today's world, there's no graduate, there's no person, a young person that wants to be caught up doing filing and printing work. They would rather use their brains to add value to your organization. So if you do not bring on board technology, you will find that you tend to get people doing the wrong things. So empowering people using the processes and technology is how I'd answer your question.
Thank you. You've mentioned purpose, and in the book Essentialism, I don't remember the author, he mentions how businesses tend to have very vague and unattainable purposes in mind. And if you look back, Nokia started off making toilet paper before they shifted to telephone devices. And then that tells when that purpose changes for an organization to that extent, of course, and now this is a significant pivot, and the technology teams, the engineers, have to change. They have to adapt. Maybe they were making cell phones, and now they have to be building data centers. That's a very sort of throw in the deep end kind of change. So Ravi and Julius, I'd like you to tell us how do the technology teams become anti-fragile, especially when business purposes are quite vague. If your business is make their world better. It's, as Chero teacher said, it's not measurable. You've not actually declared a way to measure it. And then you're pivoting products. So what strategies, what tools, and what frameworks do the technology teams need to stay anti-fragile?
Thanks, Michi, and once again, big honor to be amongst all of you here and being given the opportunity to share some of our insights. Coming to some of the frameworks, let's first look at anti-fragility as a concept, right? Now, anti-fragile means if there is an event, cyber or physical destruction, etc., the organization is able to stand up quickly. But then there is another concept called survival alpha, which comes from finance, investing, trend following. It means, imagine there are n number of organizations, all of them facing the same attack, same event, same destruction. Now, the one that's able to really have anti-fragility outcome and is able to stand up quickly takes over the market, and all the customers of other non-fragile or other non-anti-fragile entities that have been waylaid, they gravitate to the surviving entity. That's asymmetric profit. That's asymmetric return that many CFOs now demand from their IT. So we heard about some of the aspects, well-architected framework from the gentleman at AWS. We also hear about service reliability engineering, the concept where any service which is being delivered outside in and vice versa as part of the chain for being anti-fragile, that's being supported by people. So the frameworks that one should look at also should consider people reliability engineering, funny enough, not just service, not just technology. There have been good practices and best practices from an IT perspective, mapping out chains of failure, mapping out what your regulators want, depending on the industry you operate in, mapping out the people and the processes you depend on, but also being well aware of the fact that if you give people a run book to behave in a particular way, are they resilient enough to follow it correctly? Do they contribute to the anti-fragility posture, or do they deduct from the company's anti-fragility posture? That's all about people reliability engineering. That's about giving them the sandboxes so that they can fast fail, fast quick, get up, learn, and move on. So those are just some perspectives I thought. To your point, what could be some good practices from a technology perspective? There's a lot out there. One that comes to mind is from the US Federal Reserve. They set up a non-profit entity several years ago called Sheltered Harbor Alliance for banks and payment organizations, which plays forth the risk if you are completely under a destructive cyber attack, what will you do to relaunch the entire developed world financial system? So this has actually taken on a life of its own. Michi.
Thank you. Julius?
Thank you so much. I come from the, non-IT perspective, because I'm from the insurance field, and also which is like banking. Now, imagine you are the CEO of a company, and you have got finance, you have got like 100 staff, you've got risk management, you've got like 70 staff. In your IT field, you've got 10 cyber engineers, you have got underwriters in particular sections, you've got a BD team, and then you are modernizing your organization, you want to move to the next level. So are you going to replace all of them? That's the first question that you have to ask yourself. What kind of resistance are you going to get when you want to implement this kind of huge digital transformation? And then you also need to look at the time it will take for you to start training and all that kind of stuff. So these are the challenges that we come across, including, by the way, think of a day when you go to your organization and you find that all of your cybersecurity team has resigned. So how will you operate as an organization? So, and this is, this is exactly what we go through from the insurance field and any financial institution, even manufacturing. So this is what we have put in place. The first, agenda we put in place was a culture for transformation that cuts across everyone. For example, we started a robotics initiative. So when you're implementing robotics, you're likely to replace like 70% of the manual tasks. So where are you going to take the staff that are there. So then we had to start a campaign across the organization, which we dubbed a robot for every employee, where then staff create their own robots to automate their own tasks. You have immediately created a transformation drive within the whole organization. So within that drive alone, we had 100 staff who are citizen developers for robotics. Then we used now what we call close collaboration of the teams. So we had the accountants, we had the actuarial teams, then we brought in like 1 or 2 data engineers. Immediately you bring in those kinds of teams together, then the data engineers and the data scientists from the skill sets they have, they pollinate these skill sets into the actuarial guys and the finance guys. They start working on modeling, and then all of a sudden you find that now you're using the new tools to do your budgeting. So that's how we've tried to do that. Then there are also new careers that you have to bring on board, because we have a lot of changing regulation. 5 years ago, we didn't have the Office of the Data Protection Commission. We didn't have all these rules that we have. We didn't have cyber so much pronounced in the market. So we had to start now bringing in some of these skill sets. You bring 2 guys, but then within the organization you have a lot of upskilling, building programs to upskilling the teams that are going to be replaced. The guys whose roles are going to be replaced. So we build a team that is able to do that. Even within the IT space, you'll find, if let's say you had a number of data center engineers, system analysts, and all that kind of stuff. So when you move, let's say, to the cloud, you'll find that their roles are quite reduced. So how do you then move them to start taking cyber insurance, cyber courses? They move into automation, DevOps, and all that kind of stuff. So that's the approach we have used as an organization to make sure that we stay anti-fragile in the market.
Thank you. So I can see that clearly speaks to knowledge transfer and knowledge management. And whenever that gets thrown to developers and guys, DevOps teams, they just feel documentation and they hate it. And I've been part of teams where you build, and then when you hand over to QA, the devs now sit down and start struggling to write as much documentation or as little documentation as possible. And that already now makes the system fragile because there's no continuity of knowledge. So for the developers, encourage you to, if you hate documentation, something easier for you can actually document within your code by creating comments and by writing tests for your code through test-driven deployment. So that will ease you in to also being part of the organization to become anti-fragile. Armit, is there anything you'd like to add, or do I throw the next question to you?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So basically, when I was listening to the panel, they've covered a lot of the fundamentals. But it got me thinking in terms of when you're talking about an anti-fragile system, ideally, you are considering the fact that the system needs to be sufficiently adaptable and sufficiently resilient. So let's think about an information security system in this particular example. One of the key elements of information security systems is not that they are not going to break or they're not going to get attacked. But as what Ravi was mentioning also, one of the most critical elements of that system is that is it able to adapt based on what it has already learned from that particular experience. So you can see there's an element of continual service improvement, which essentially means even though I do get attacked, what do I do with that knowledge? What am I able to do with that information? I'll just give you a very quick example from my own personal experience, and this is from a fairly long time ago when I was still doing tech support in my earlier years in technology. I got pretty damn good, if I could use the term, at systems recovery, which essentially means customer calls me in, I go assess the system, look at what is broken and try and figure out how to fix it. But the key thing that I realized fairly early on was to understand the fundamentals of what's going on within the system, to be able to decipher that and create correlation between different events that are occurring at a particular stamped point in time. Why do I say this is because that was some kind of a value differentiator I could bring to that process, as we've talked about processes. Since we're talking about future technologies, we're talking about development, a lot of that work now is being done by tools like AI. So for that correlation engine to exist, to be able to go into the system, decipher it as quickly as possible, I feel in a sense would be much more efficient than giving it to a human individual or somebody who needs to intervene and then go through multiple lines of code, multiple events that have occurred on the system, be able to correlate it across the entire sphere and generate some useful outcome in terms of resolution. So one of the things that I would add is essentially tools, and I would think about AI being one of those critical elements that can be brought into a system in order to create it a lot more anti-fragile. Yesterday, the ambassador from Estonia talked about being able to detect an event in their system, and she talked about 3 seconds. There is no way we would be able to do that as part of a human intervention process. It needs some kind of intelligent tooling in the background, and of course AI being one of those, I think most critical elements that can be introduced into systems, and as part of that process, which makes it a lot more anti-fragile.
Thank you. And you've brought in AI, which is sort of a sweet spot for me. So, and Julius was actually talking about the whole robotic process automation. And so I'll just throw this to anyone on the panel. AI, of course, is significantly a very important tool, saving a lot of time and efficiency. But there is the right way to bring on AI to an organization to actually make it anti-fragile, as opposed to throwing AI at anything just for the sake of a good use case. How do you determine where AI is needed to help build anti-fragility?
Maybe I can come in. So recently, we wanted to use AI to process medical claims. You know, when you are getting over 10,000 claims a day, and each claim has got like 5 different medications, 3 different lab tests, different prices, and we want to know, was this patient, was it being treated for the right disease? So we went in with the aim of making savings. You know, what is it that we can go in and that should not be paid? But actually, it turned out to be the other way around. So from the data insights, we were able to rate the quality of care patients are actually getting in various facilities. So it changed the whole approach, you know, where you have gone in with a perception that you want to save in on your costs, but then we looked at how to profile various facilities. So today, I can tell you that your chances of you being readmitted in a particular facility are higher than a particular facility because of, you know, using AI. You've had cases where you see a patient has been given medications which react with each other. Okay. You may find cases where a patient has been given a medication that will react with what you took last week, because the doctor does not have that information. So then now it helped us to start looking at what are the use cases that we can start applying AI in. Okay, they are the housekeeping items that you look at. Can I use AI to do what a human being does so that I can release some resources to do meaningful work? But then as you work through that, you need to make sure that you quickly get the insights and try to see what other potential areas that AI can come into to help. So it's, because it's a gray area, I know it's a huge discussion and some others will be against AI, but then look at it from the positive side and what you can use, especially to serve your customers. So that's what I can say about AI in insurance.
Thank you. Just for a show of hands to the audience, for the developers in the room, how many of you use AI to help you debug or write code? How many of you don't want to use it or will never use it? That's great, no hand went up. When something actually makes your work 40% faster and creates efficiency for you, then it's important to utilize that tool, and I think that's very important. Robin, are you still with us?
Yes, I lost you guys for a few minutes, but super interesting conversation.
Yes. So I just want to throw this to you. We're talking about artificial intelligence and the role it plays to creating anti-fragile ecosystems. AWS, of course, with Bedrock and SageMaker, you've obviously seen a lot of how businesses are utilizing AI for this purpose. What insights can you share for us?
No, absolutely. I think for us, artificial intelligence, again, has multiple aspects of how one can apply it. The first aspect I would say is how can it help become a companion or a productivity enhancer for when it specifically we talk about the network operations or the IT developer productivity or enhancing the customer experience for B2B as well as consumer space. I'll take few examples. I heard the example Julius just gave and it was fantastic. I'll give one example. I've been working with an operator in North America, and they are looking at how can they improve the productivity of a developer by around 15 to 20% so that they can develop code faster and reduce the amount of defects that are that come across the life cycle. And as part of that, they have looked at generative AI capabilities, whether it is, services like Bedrock or Code Whisperer, to create two different use cases. The first one is taking documentation from different tools like wikis, confluences, Word docs, and others, and taking them and creating a bespoke response for a developer to improve the way they design before they write any code, and take the knowledge of the organization as part of the design process. The second bit is after they are done doing the design leveraging Bedrock, then they look at Code Whisperer to improve the productivity based on millions of lines of code, billions of lines of code that Code Whisperer uses to provide recommendations to the developers. Now, these are very specific examples that I give which allow for improving the productivity of the overall software development process in the company. Let me give another example on the network operations side. We have been working with some of our customers globally as to how can they take the data that they gather, billions of events that they gather across the core transport and access network, and then allow for anomaly detection, whether it is as it relates to energy consumption or it is related to an anomaly in the network based on the topology. When they do that, there is multiple machine learning models that help to determine where the anomaly is, in what part of the network, and then they use a relational graphical data Neptune, AWS service called Neptune, to map that out on the overall topology of the network as it relates to different components of the mobility infrastructure or the transport infrastructure. And that works very well for not just the operators' network operations, but it also helps all of our partners, the network partners, the OSS BSS partners, to improve the way they serve the customer. And that's, two distinct examples. I can give one more example if time permits. In the consumer space, when we look at services within home offered by telecom operators, they are looking at how can they improve and provide improved security with doorbells and capabilities offered within the home security domain to customers, where machine learning for video processing at the edge is a service that is required, and especially with 5G networks, that is very much possible at the edge of the network. And these are just some examples that I gave, all the way from the IT domain, where we are looking at developer productivity, to the network domain, to the end consumer being served for home security. So hopefully that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you. You've just touched on partners, and that reminds me of the saying that, show me your 5 closest friends, and I'll tell you who you are. Amit and Cherotich partners in business are very essential. As a third parties or collaborators, how do you protect your anti-fragility against their possible fragility?
So the ecosystem is fairly complex, right? And you can just tell by virtue of us sitting here, ideally, organizations or businesses cannot work alone. The fundamentals of what we're talking about in terms of also your own governance, it means that you have already decided in the form of a framework, in the form of a policy, and then deploying those best practices to ensure that as you're going through your vetting processes, working with your third party, if I could call them vendors, if I could call them partners, etc., it's very, very critical for the business to ensure that you're working with a third-party vendor that is, of course, trusted, that has been vetted, and that will definitely depend on the standards and the policies that you're putting forward within your own organization as part of that framework that we were talking about earlier. And so for me, I think the critical thing here is the fundamentals are always going to stay true. And what are those fundamentals? It is those policies, it's the processes, and then most importantly, it's the governance that overlooks it, not just from the, if I could call it the organizational perspective, but then now we can break it down a little bit more and then look at from the IT policy perspective or the IT governance perspective. How do those vendors then plug in to what you have already defined very, very clearly as in terms of your terms of engagement, say, for example. So I think for me, that's extremely critical. And then, of course, the fundamental of what we're talking about, the base fundamental of everything is trust. How do you develop that trust? It's working with organizations like HPE, Dell, Oracle, Huawei, etc. These are known participants in the market that have track record over many, many years, and they work with organizations, probably hundreds of thousands of organizations across the globe. So they have already built within themselves those fundamental frameworks and governance that would then be able to align with you as a customer, with you as probably another vendor. Remember, even amongst the vendors, we do work with each other. We've got alliances with probably most of the OEMs. Say, for example, we work with SAP, we work with Microsoft, etc. So there's an overarching understanding that that trust comes from the principles of community. And that community then gives our customers some capability that they can rely on, that they can also be confident enough to be able to trust. Thanks.
Thanks, Michia. So yesterday I heard Mbogwa say, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go amongst others. And I've actually never heard anybody use that adage in business, in a business forum, so it's quite interesting. But when I think about what we do with our partner network, very much aligned to what Amit has said, you want to hang out, even as an individual, you want to hang out with people who are credible, just like you, because if they lack credibility, you will be tainted by association, yeah? So in that same spirit, we at Oracle do pretty much the same. It's more around the governance, it's more around the integrity. But I think the one thing that I would add on to what Amit said is just that, so in the same way that we're constantly developing our people internally, equipping them with the right skills and getting them, to rise above. AI, for example, was not a thing in any market 6 years ago, but it is a huge thing today. So there is a lot of learning, especially in the field of technology. There's a lot of learning and a lot of improvement. And what we tend to do is carry our partners along. So you will not, if we came and set up in your organization, you will not know the difference between Oracle and our partners, because we speak the same language, we use the same terms, we use the same voice. So certification. The other thing is that we also, because they dare to dream, they dare to dream about their businesses, we partner with them from an innovation perspective, and we take in some of their innovations and use that to develop or enhance our products, so that when we do go to the market, we are speaking the same language. We are also delivering what the customers, our customers, jointly would require. So we tend to just work with them. It's a partnership. It is not a dominance. Yeah, it is a partnership. So in a partnership, everybody has something to give. Everybody has something to bring to the table that will ensure that we go far. Yeah, and that's what we do at Oracle. Thank you.
I like that you've just mentioned speaking the same language, and I'm going to ride off of that and allow Julius and Ravi to speak on the challenges that are faced when you're trying to work with partners, especially on a technology side where you're trying to either integrate systems or bring in new systems to an organization, and you have your partner who speaks a different language, has a different method of implementation, compared to your technology team. And now you have to get the two on the same page where they may say our standards allow us to go this high, and your standards, you need them to get to this much higher. Because on the business side, these contracts have already been signed, the agreements have already been set in stone, and now you need to collaborate. How do you get these two technology teams, which, for lack of a better term, are stuck the Tower of Babel or the Tower of Babylon, to actually now communicate and get the work done?
You know, you're just speaking what I go through every day. So in the insurance field, there are a number of partners I work with. So within Jubilee, I've got around 3,000 agents who have to connect to my backend system. Some of them have got their own portals that have created themselves that they have to integrate with me. I've got banks that I have to integrate with. I've got hostels. In Kenya, we're talking of around 4,000 private hostels that I have to integrate with. And each hostel has got like 2-3 branches. So you're talking of 10,000, 12,000 outlets that I have to integrate with. And then I've got several other partners, assessors and all that kind of stuff, you know, even private doctors, you know, pharmacies. All these are outlets that I have to integrate with. Now, they have different systems. Others are, you know, legacy systems. Others are modern systems. Others are Oracle, using Oracle technology. Others are using other technologies. Others are in the cloud. Others are in their own on-premise kind of, you know, centers. Some systems have APIs while others don't have APIs. Okay, and you want to make sure that your operations become efficient. So that balancing act is not, you know, something that you just jump into. So the first thing we do is we take what we call a risk-based approach. You know, if I look at all my providers, for example, top 20 of my providers cover 70 plus of my claims. So then I may want to focus on the top 20 and achieve bigger kind of, you know, coverage from the risk perspective so that I can release more stuff to focus on this other bandwidth I have to cover. So and then as I do that, I'm looking at what kind of technologies they're running at, and what kind of security posture do they have, what kind of controls do they have in terms of privacy and all that. And then I have to now score them and then have the bare minimum that then I can work with. So then as we go through, we know that this is the bare minimum you need to achieve before we can go through to achieve whatever is required. Where we have gaps, for example, I mean, I know of some systems where they didn't have any APIs. It's a very big provider. They don't allow you to integrate with them, with their system, and they don't want you to even have your gadgets in their premises. So you have to be then very innovative, where you actually, like one of them, we had to go in, help them to create procedures to have the data generated from their system sent into an email, and then maybe I use a robot to now pick that data and push it into my backend, transform it into the format I need, and push it into my backend in real time. Imagine you've gone to the service provider, you're putting your fingerprint so that you can get treatment, and all this has to happen in seconds. So I have to verify who it is, if you have got benefits, what are you covered for, you know, are you allowed to go to that facility? So all these are things that we have to do when you're looking at, you know, risk assessment and the approach to use, which methodology are you going to use. And then there's also some components you create by design, security by design. So if you don't meet this bare minimum, you can't be allowed to connect with my systems. Data privacy by design, you have to have data encrypted on transit as well as at rest, so that then if you don't meet that particular standard, you can't connect to my ecosystem. Plus a number of other items. What kind of security measures have you put in place, like cyber security measures? What teams do you have? Have they been trained? You want to use the approach, let's say you want to go agile, or you want to use Prince 2 or PMP. Do you have the teams that have been trained to handle that? And one thing that we have always done is before we engage into this kind of partnership, we have some form of joint agreement, including training on what is going to be our end goal, so that we don't sway from the focus. So we agree, this is what we want to do. We want on day one, at least to have someone who is coming to be verified by a biometric. Goal 2 is to, within a day, I need to have those claims in my system so that I can pay you quickly. And you also have to give back and say, what are the benefits for the partner you want to use? Okay, because for them, they are looking at cash flow. So you have to make sure that you promise them that if you give me this claim within 24 hours, I'll pay you within 48 hours. So then you also do the bargaining and you make sure you achieve it. So it's a very close partnership that you have to really engage in. Thank you, Michi.
I'd just like to link up what we heard from Julius and rest of the members to the original question and the theme, which is anti-fragility, right? Yeah. But your original question that you asked a few minutes ago, expectations management with the partners. So within the organization, there are developers. They develop software. How do they develop software? Do they develop monolithic systems which are bound to fail because they are very sturdy and rigid in nature? Or do they develop using loosely coupled components with DevSecOps best practices, for example, and being able to develop components that are resilient? But also coming to expectations management and defining a mission for all partners equally. Whoever comes in to contribute or take away something from our API lake, if it were, should be able to improve the overall anti-fragility posture of the ecosystem of software. How do you do that? Define progress markers in the journey towards cyber resilience and better anti-fragile posture. There are 3 progress markers, and apply the Pareto principle. Don't try and solve every problem. Solve 20% of the heavy hitters to achieve 80% of the progress, so to speak. The 3 progress markers will be application stack resilience, how you develop, how you consume, and how you deploy those products from an app point of view. That's the first progress marker. The second one is infrastructure resilience. This is also very important. How you source hardware. Is the hardware and the service provider aligned with best practices such as the hardware root of trust? Or are motherboards coming in with some questionable capacitors which are really espionage devices? We got to ask the question. But the third and the most important pillar is data resilience. Because if you think about anti-fragility and cybersecurity threats, think from a point of view of service and organization relaunch within your survival time objective, and I spoke about this yesterday as well. And you don't need to recover everything. You need to recover your minimum viable organization, your MVO, within your business-defined survival time. And for that, you need to be able to map out your data capital landscape, which includes every kind of stateful and partially stateful application assets that you might need to meet regulatory and business needs. And after you recover the data capital landscape, my final point, look at AI, Gen AI, and other accelerators. If the models are not really recovered correctly, if they're gamed, if discrimination has been inserted in by a state actor or a wiperware group has wiped you clean, you got to have your own safe harbor of golden data assets to relaunch. And that's where data resilience comes in. So app resilience, infra resilience, and data resilience, mapping out expectations, constantly communicating with your ecosystem, internal and across the industry, becomes all the more important. That's how you achieve anti-fragility, whether you're a bank, telco, government agency, or a service provider.
Speaking on app resiliency, there's this, I don't remember who said it, but a prominent software developer, I think 40 plus years experience, said, a good design upfront is a bad idea but no design at the beginning is a terrible idea. And it speaks to what you said, around 20% to get you 80% of the results. And Julius also touched on it when he brought up the term agile. You have to start, as you're building up resiliency, you don't build up resiliency for your app that's going to be there in 10 years. You're building up resiliency for your application now, but also it should be able to adapt for the next 3, 4, 5 years when those changes arrive. And we were speaking about this yesterday with Amit around how in the past business strategies would last a 10-year strategy, 5-year strategy. Now you need to have a 6-month strategy or a 1-year strategy, because not only has technology made things a lot faster, problems in the past would take years to solve. We are solving problems in weeks or months, and then we have to adapt to significant changes in technology and customer demands, and that obviously shapes anti-fragility in itself to be quite a nimble thing, where you may have to, you're constantly, it's like every day you wake up and you're doing a health check. Am I still anti-fragile? All right, I'm carry on. Tomorrow you wake up, nope, I'm now fragile, and then you have to change. So how do you get your stakeholders to actually be in this state of limbo and be comfortable?
There's one point I'd like to add to that, Michi. And I'll quote George from yesterday. Disaster recovery runs. So picture this. You define for the whole organization or for the line of business that on, let's say, 31st of October, we will have a disaster recovery drill and observe how the people and the participants behave. Scheduled disaster recovery drills. Now, what if you never announced that there is a schedule on 31st, but you still bring in some fragile event and thrust upon them? How will they behave? So understand the fragility of the participants as well. Understand that if you create a well-defined schedule, people will behave differently because they know ahead of time something is happening and they are relatively more relaxed. So you do not get the clean disaster recovery drill or business resilience drill, outcomes. But if you don't actually state a schedule and you put them under pressure and duress, you get the real result, and then you know your gap. That is true anti-fragility tests, which many organizations should prepare for. They're not doing enough of that, and that's where the gap comes in.
I like that because it goes to what Plato says. You can learn more about a person in an hour of play than in a year of conversation. If you prepare people for a disaster, exactly, they will actually follow the rule book. But if you spring it on them, then you see the gaps.
Yeah, so it's very interesting because you talked about stakeholders, and fundamentally we need to understand who those stakeholders are. As what Ravi has said is that you're looking at the fragility aspect of the users, and one of the most critical components in that whole conversation becomes the culture of the organization, because key stakeholders in terms of leadership, it's very, very important that they propagate that message throughout the organization. Of course, lead by example, which becomes extremely critical. But looking at it from the stakeholders' perspective, then you also need to understand your total stakeholder ecosystem. So that's your leadership, that's your users, that could be external third parties who are interested in that organization. So what's important is how do you develop a culture to ensure the anti-fragility aspect. Ravi mentioned very clearly that if I already know there is an event that's going to take place, and being who I am, I'll probably end up taking the path of least resistance, right? So I'll intentionally do something which will not give me a true outcome. The whole idea here is that you're almost simulating this at a military precision kind of a scenario, because that's what gives you true output. If your output results are already a false positive, then whatever you're implementing in terms of trying to make it anti-fragile has a flaw. You've already introduced a bias into the system, and then that bias keeps lingering until you can figure out. So back to that whole, what data are you collecting? What is the quality of that data? Once you have collected it, are you correlating it correctly? and then what are the remedial actions you'd be able to put into the system, to keep generating again. I can't stress this enough. It's a continual service improvement cycle. Anti-fragility is not a one-time event. Once you've implemented something, you cannot sit back and sit pretty and think about, we're now secure, we're now safe, the system is anti-fragile. No, you will have to do this on a very, very constant basis.
And Amit makes some excellent points as well, if I may just add to what he's just said with some color. The culture of the organization is paramount, and it's the job and really the accountability top-down to define that culture. So picture this. When you do have a fragile event, how do participants, partners, and employees behave? Do they feel excited that there is going to be a learning moment, that they will finally have found and learned something and fix it and move on, Pareto principle? Or are they anxious, worried about systems, losing customers, worried about their jobs, worried about revenue, etc.? And those are telltale signs of where you are from a cultural maturity point of view. Because everyone wants to talk about business resilience and anti-fragility and relaunch and survival time, but they are just paying lip service to it. They still, and this is the top-down, push down on the participants a lot of pressure, and pressure breaks people, because organizations are still people-dependent. Yeah. Yes, we have automation systems. Yes, eventually there would be decisions being made through AI at the edge. Yes, decision support systems will turn into autonomous decision systems, but at the end it's about setting those up for the people, managed by the human resources within the organization. So I'd encourage every leader to ask this question and to even test it if they can, if they have the opportunity. If the people behave as if they were anxious and worried about the future, or are they excited about the learning opportunity this presents itself? And not to usurp something from mainland Europe, but I have learned something from one of my Belgian friends. There's a French concept of bricolage. Bricolage means playing around with something, tinkering, almost to the verge of breaking it. So I used to work for an organization whose CEO, a Belgian, ex-Siemens, he would put people in teams and give them problems. And he would challenge them to create bricolage scenarios. And he would obviously award the best team outcome. And our own senior vice president, Mr. Mohammed Amin at Dell Technologies, he spent a good 2 decades with the company so far. And with every business review, you learn something from him. He keeps saying one thing: there are no losers amongst winners. Now that to me is a learning statement, because if you build an anti-fragility posture and culture within the organization, give them the bricolage mission, and allow them to fail. Yeah. Because an individual never fails, teams fail. And if you have each other's backs, you will not fail as a team. Worst case scenario, you come out learning something new, and that's an exciting opportunity.
Yeah, that's very exciting. And to the audience, so I'm going to rephrase what you've just asked in a different way. Within your organizations, have you been part of a team that has been rewarded, or an individual who's been rewarded? Kindly raise your hand. And you've been rewarded for something that has actually benefited the organization, whether that's a product or something. Because you must have, I believe we've all had some form of success. Guys, anyone who's had some form of success? You won't, I just want a show of hands. You won't really speak on it. All right. How many organizations actually celebrate failures? Touching on what Ravi said, there's something called in-game development principles, finding the fun in failure. And what I practice and what I like teams, especially the technology teams, to practice is actually finding the fun in failure, because through failure, like you said, that's where you learn. That's where you figure out the fragility and make it anti-fragile. Mbogo is here to sort of chase us off the stage, and I'd like to give my panel an opportunity to give their closing remarks. This is how I'd like us to do this. I have a short story, a few seconds, about how anti-fragility was done on one of my projects through not the use of technology, but culture. And so we were working on a document management system at a law firm. And we are also in the middle of setting up new offices, new physical offices. And we're taking the managing partner through the tour of these new offices. And he asked me, why do we have so many shelves? And my first response was to get procurement and admin to come and explain it. And his reaction was, you are automating and you're building us to a digital platform, but you're preparing people to have lockers and cabinets to store their files. When will that culture change shift? And he said, the cabinets are now my responsibility. And because I was actually creating a fragile system by not pushing a different aspect of the organization to adapt to this change. So for a closing remark, maybe something, a touching remark around anti-fragility that you'd like to share with the audience. Maybe we can start with Robin.
Well, thank you. I am thankful for to everybody for taking the time to hear us out, and I really enjoyed listening to the conversation as well. The closing thing I will say is, in my early days at AWS 7 years ago, I was used to large teams working on anti-fragility, business continuity, solving these complex issues. And then I learned about a customer called Netflix, and they have a very small team that does operations of an entire platform that's plus million customers. And when I learned about how they design, how they think upfront of how they put together solutions and solve problems, they design for failure. They anticipate things will break and they design for it upfront. And that gives them the ability to create and simulate problems in their network wherever they want and solve the problems because they have thought through these things in design. And they continuously do that, to Amrit's point that he raised along the way as well. And it's so critical to do that. So to shift left and think about anti-fragility from the very get-go is so critical. Looking at it from the infrastructure layer, the application domain, the bringing the people and enablement, and finally applying the concepts of machine learning and artificial intelligence, including generative AI, is so critical in my view. That's what I'll leave everybody with. Hopefully, you can take that as a challenge and we can look at it together in different forums. Thank you for hearing us out.
Yeah, thank you. So, in case, thank you. In case you, some of the cases I've come across, one of the things that have been so crucial is change management. We are in an environment where any change you want to bring, you may find total resistance from key stakeholders. So, getting that buy-in is very, very crucial. So, and involving the key stakeholders. Then, as you do that, you also need to build a collaborative, communicative, as well as innovative culture. So among the things that we did is, yes, we want to do digital transformation. You've been given a budget, 30 million budget for digital transformation. But then, what is in for staff? How do you build in that kind of culture that is going to be sustainable? So we agreed that a percentage of each of the entities that is within our group needs to be set aside for innovation. And in this particular set, you're not just looking for any innovative idea. It's not something that is going to be transformational. You just want to create culture. As in, if you send an idea, even if you say, let's paint these walls black, the other ones white, the other ones green, you get rewarded for it. And then as the teams come in to review the ideas coming through, you are rewarding them for each stage that particular idea progresses. Now, naturally, if I don't have even fare to go home, I'll drop an idea. You don't know that the mix of all those ideas are actually what creates that anti-fragile organization you're looking for. So I think those are some of the learnings that I can talk about. And thank you so much for hearing me out. Thank you.
Should I go next or should I be last? I think I should go last.
All right. Sure.
Thanks, Mike. I honestly don't think I can stress enough the fundamental principles that organizations need to adapt. So one of the things that we have realized through many, many years of working with enterprise organizations across the region, companies are getting the fundamentals wrong. So when we talk about the fundamentals, it's exactly what we've discussed here. Do you have the right frameworks in place? Do you have the policies? Do you have the right governance models? That is what then eventually the people would be able to adhere to create those anti-fragile systems or ecosystems within the organization. And what overarches the whole thing is the culture of the organization. So for me, the principal element of getting it right is get your fundamentals right. Once you get your fundamentals right, whether it's frameworks, it's processes, it's people, it's technology, it's integration, really doesn't matter. The minute you get your fundamentals right, do not underestimate the power of the implementation of those fundamentals. And then, of course, you can build through those over a period of time, over the years, etc., whatever it is. But again, the key principle here is that it's a continual service improvement cycle. Once you have implemented it, keep watching it, keep looking after it. It's almost like you're looking after a child. It's you're helping them grow, if I could use the analogy, through their trials and tribulations, isn't it? So you do know that eventually you will get a product that is what Ravi was calling viable. But even after you've got that viable product, you have to continuously keep improving it. So that cycle never stops. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Quick few words before ma'am comes in. Jumping from anti-fragility as a concept to reality. So after the Pareto principle, you map out your heavy hitter 20% or whatever percent you're comfortable with. Decide on a persona for yourself. If you are a director of IT or a CIO, look at your ecosystem from an IT perspective. Understand use cases the business would demand after a fragile situation comes on you. And create blue teams who are accountable for application and service, an organization relaunch, because it's an organization attempt. If you're a developer persona, develop software which is loosely coupled, encourage failure, sit amongst your peers in the development community, celebrate failure as we heard, talk about what you learned from it, document and go the extra mile, but start with design. Think like a service reliability engineer. If you're a data engineer or an enterprise architect, focus on data capital landscape, because that's how AI as an enabler can be reinitiated after a fragile event. If you're a CFO, demand a symmetric payoff even after a fragility event. Demand a very high survival alpha from your board, from your CEO, from your CIO and CTIO. And at the end of the day, still think and ask this question if you're an individual contributor. What is that one finality control for my business when every other security and resiliency control stands defeated? Momentarily or permanently, doesn't matter. Have a safe harbor for ideas, for people, for data, so they can collaborate together and bring back the organization quickly. But most of all, map out your chains of failure. Map out all your possible risks. Map out your counterparty risks and make noise about it. And finally, if you're a regulator, a central bank or a telecom regulatory authority, get every participant in the industry in a room at least once a year and talk about specifics and challenge each of them what they're doing to become anti-fragile. So those would be just some ideas. Thank you.
Thanks for letting me go last. It was for impact, given that I'm the only lady here, and in the future, I do hope that we will be more than one. So I'll start off where I started off at the beginning. And at the end of the day, there's that famous saying that, culture is strategy for breakfast or lunch, yeah? But the inverse is true. No organization, no strategy will be successful without the right culture in place, yeah? So just going back to what is the components, what are the things that bring together this strategy? Again, we go back, the processes, the people, and the technology. And there's a lot of insightful stuff that has been said here today about the fusion of these three things, maybe more capitalizing on technology, but more, and yesterday I think there was a discussion around the people and the processes. And I think those are very insightful in terms of just, how an organization can organize itself. But maybe just going back a few years ago to around 2020, and I want to just single out a particular organization, and there's many similar to this one, that offered video conferencing facilities. And Zoom, about 12 years ago, was non-existent. Yeah? In 2011, that's when it was started. Today, Zoom has over 485 million users. Yeah? But its biggest peak happened in the era of COVID. And I remember, I don't know about the audience here, but I remember having to endure virtual lunches, virtual cookouts, virtual coffees with managers because we could not meet in person. We really wanted to stay in that static nature of we must see you physically for us to have a real engaging conversation. And that has completely moved. Organizations that actually thrived during the era of COVID had adopted video conferencing facilities that was able to even offer breakout rooms, yeah, that allowed them to engage in a world where we could not engage physically. Today, in my perspective, arguably, Zoom and any other video conferencing platform rather, is the biggest threat to any airline that is trying to sell business travel, yeah? But where am I going with all that? It's just that being anti-fragile, being able to realize that perhaps maybe there is more than one way of doing things, but not losing purpose. At the end of the day, at the heart of what you do as an organization is that brainchild, not keeping static, but being as anti-fragile as possible to ensure that you move with the times. Organizations closed down, organizations thrived, all because of their ability to be anti-fragile during the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Special thank you to the audience, both physically here and online, for sitting with us through this panel, and I hope you found it insightful. Thank you, Mbogo, also, for your patience.
Asanteni sana. Thank you, Miche. Quite an insightful panel. We are running about 30 minutes late, so just for the comfort of some of our guests who are expecting to be on stage shortly, as they take a quick photo up there. I think, we spoke about how complex organizations are getting, and we are all full of interdependencies. You saw yesterday Safaricom speaking about how many partners are there, how many developers are being enabled. And it's hard to detect responses, or it's hard to detect disruptions. And this anti-fragility sort of frameworks help us get ready for that. And it's interesting because in the room, I know we're in different stages where there's some guys with an idea, there are guys who are startups, there are more established companies. And no matter where you're at, it is important that you start asking yourself, the relevant questions. Are you fragile? Are you resilient? Or are you anti-fragile? Julius always shares great insights from the experience in the insurance sector, where they probably have many-to-many interactions, whether it's with vendors and clients, and how they have to adopt that anti-fragility sort of posture. Amrit spoke to the fact that growth brings complexity, and complexity reduces predictability. So if you do not adapt an anti-fragile posture within your organization, they're what we call black swan events. Like eventually something's going to break, and when it breaks in a tectonic way. Ravi, always with your gems, spoke about survival alpha. Why companies that have the same sort of economic footing, faced by the same challenge, one will thrive and another will fail. Cherotich, what's clear gets measured, what's measured gets done. So a fantastic panel, and I think for some of those other insights, you'll have to actually catch the recording. It's interesting, I'm not seeing notebooks. Maybe, engineers, we are those guys, Sisi Niwale, like we can just catch things like this, but for me, I have to go and press rewind and literally play that on slow. Just a quick housekeeping. Tech team, if you could just put up the QR code for the Wi-Fi. Guys, remember our hashtags are Safaricom Decode in Safaricom Engineering Summit. Some of these gems, you need to share them with the world. So please just get out your phones, connect to the fastest 5G network in the country so that you could stream or you could continue engaging on your socials. Again, today, if you do not wish to have your photo taken, just to help the photography team identify you well, you'll have either been given a white band as you came in, or if for sure you didn't get a white band but you still don't wish to have your picture taken, kindly make sure you sit to my right or your left to the side of the room. Now I'd like to welcome a familiar face to Decode, and this is Selo Seka from AWS to give us the AWS Round 1 announcement. Selo, stage is yours.
Hi everyone, how are you? Hi everyone, how are you? Great. I was raised in an African household. If you walk into a room and you find people and you just start talking to them and you don't greet them, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. So I had to make sure that I get the greetings out of the way. In my culture, well, I grew up in a village, so I'm a village boy. They say a greeting is worth a cow. So if I don't greet you, I owe each one of you a cow. That's going to get expensive very quickly. All right. So what am I here to do? I'm here to tell you about Debracer. It's an event that we are hosting outside, and I would like my video to come up so that you can get an idea of what I'm talking about, all right? So we have a track set up outside, and the question is, what is Debracer, all right? Debracer is basically a vehicle, this one over here, which is autonomous, which means it drives itself, all right? You don't control it. It's not a radio control vehicle. We've got two of them, all right? I've got Team Black on this side with their vehicle, open it up. I've got Team Green on this side with their vehicle. And you can just hold the cover for him. And these are my two teams, and they've been competing on the Debracer Community Challenge, because Safaricom has a community of machine learning experts. Now, going back to what is Debracer, it's basically a vehicle which has a camera on it, it has a battery pack on it, and it's able to drive itself. And it's got sensors. It can see, just like a human being. We put it on a track, as you'll see in the video, and it's able to see where the lines are, and it detects where the center line is, it follows the center line, and it's able to basically race. Now, the catch is that the car comes blank. It doesn't know how to drive, so you have to teach it, which is what we call training in machine learning. And what we have the people we have on stage are basically machine learning experts. So you have, in the machine learning space, you have data scientists, you have data engineers, and you have MLOps engineers, all right? Remember those three careers, all right? Those of you who are still in school. Data scientist, all right? Hillary is a data scientist, all right? So he's the team lead for this team. So he's the one who comes up with a plan from a data science point of view. And I've got Kelvin as the team lead for this team. And I will ask them a question or two so that you get an idea of what it means to be a data scientist. We've got data engineers, and we've got machine learning operations engineers as well. They formed this team because they complement each other with the skill sets that they come with. Now, once you have trained your vehicle, all right, and how you train it is that you train it in a virtual environment that we have created, all right, on the AWS environment where you log into our console, you go into Deep Racer, and you are able to start training a model, all right? And they've been training their model for a week in a virtual environment, so not on a real track, all right, on a simulated track, and they got to see how their model. So a model, you can think of it as a piece of, I wouldn't say code, all right, but it's called a neural network that you build up over time by actually training it using reinforcement learning so that it knows how to make decisions, all right? The decision is, do I go to the left or do I go to the right? Do I stay between the lines? Do I go fast? Do I slow down? All right? And that's what the vehicle is able to do. And if you actually follow the getting started guide, which I'll give you, you'll be able to then start learning about machine learning and becoming a reinforcement learning specialist. Now think about it. Let's say you are in university and you go to an interview, and let's say you're coming to Safaricom and they ask you, so what have you been doing? You say, I've been doing reinforcement learning, and I'm actually a leader in Kenya on the community race for Deep Racer. Your employer is going to be impressed with you, right? And that's the initiative that I'm going to basically challenge you today, that to get started, register on the AWS console, get what they call free tier, all right? And then on free tier, we give you 10 hours of free training where you can start training your model. If you train a good one, you can then submit it into the global league where you can get ranked against other machine learning experts across the world. If you do well and you actually, let's say in Kenya, you beat everyone, you might actually start competing against people in Europe. And if you beat those and win against them, you might end up in Las Vegas at reInvent. And AWS will see to it that you get there, all right? So I would like to see some, and I have to give you, as Kenyans, a compliment that I think you are mathematically inclined. I've met a lot of machine learning experts from this country, and I've never seen so much mathematics in my life, the way this team has been working. So kudos to you. Now, what we did yesterday, if you can just go to my leaderboard from yesterday. All right, so what we did yesterday is that we had 6 teams that were competing against each other, and we were doing time trials. So to go around the track, we've got a track outside, you can come have a look at it. To go around the track, the fastest vehicle came from Team Black. Let's give them a round of applause. And they managed to do it in 6 seconds, as in seconds, all right? And the next team after that was Team Green, who did it in 7.4 seconds, all right? And now, that was yesterday, all right? And then we've got Team White. I have to mention Team White because they were so close to catching Team Green, but unfortunately, you know, they didn't make it. So I just thought I'd mention them because they're our third runner-up. When we give prizes, they will definitely get the bronze medal. But what is actually up for grabs today is the gold medal, which these two teams are going to go up against each other for. Now, the plan is basically that we wipe the board clean, all right? If you can go to my leaderboard for the final. We're going to remove all of those times, and then we are going to give them a fresh, clean slate where they will compete from scratch. Then from there, we will log new times. When I come back here with them later today, we'll have new times on the board. They will have, I think there are some tricks that they have up their sleeves, all right? I've been listening to them, and I will start with Team Black. Hilary, tell me. So, first of all, just maybe tell us why we use reinforcement learning on the vehicle.
Thanks, Hello. So the reason why we use reinforcement learning to train the vehicle is because from real life, as an example, when you learn how to drive, I'm hoping everyone has thought of or has done it before. When you're learning how to drive, the instructor normally tells you, no, don't go that side, go this side, right? So you can think of that as a reward and a punishment. When they tell you no, the next time you want to turn that wrong side, you remember, oh, I don't want to get a no. I want to get a thumbs up, right? So that's basically how reinforcement learning in these vehicles also works. We train them virtually, then we import those models and put them in the vehicles, and that's how they drive themselves on the track. And during the training session, we create these things called reward functions, and that is where all the niceness is. That is where the tricks come in. So the reward function is basically telling the car, if you do something wrong, I will penalize you. If you do something right, I will reward you. Thank you.
All right. So yesterday, Tim Green was trying to unseat you as the leader. They didn't quite get it, and but they got close. So did you go home and think about did you maybe come up with a new model? Do you have a trick up your sleeve on how you're going to win against them?
I don't know what the definition of close is, because we have
you
6
think
seconds.
the gap is...
They're at 7 seconds.
Okay, guys, they're saying that the gap is too big. You won't catch up. So probably, do you think you'll post a better time than this?
Yes, of course. We have a few tricks we're going to do today, and we're hoping to hit 5 seconds.
Oh my word. Okay, I'm looking forward to that. I didn't expect that you were aiming for 5 seconds.
We're excited.
All right, cool. All right, moving on to, can I borrow the mic? Moving on to Tim Green, Kelvin. So before we get into the competition, just give me an idea of how you have been training the model and what's the process?
Well, it begins with an understanding of what the training really involves. So ordinarily, when someone begins training, they think more is better. But in this situation, less is better. So we really begin by learning, reading, understanding how reinforcement learning works. And once we know that, we then set up various models that we train for maybe 4 hours, up to maybe 10 hours. Once we are satisfied with the performance, we evaluate the metrics of the model. If we need to, we also look at the logs of the model in the virtual circuit. Once we are satisfied with its performance, we then put it on the physical vehicle and test it on track and look at its performance in a very systematic way.
Yeah. Fantastic. So do you guys think you're going to beat them today?
Yeah, for sure.
So the gap is not too big.
This gap will not exist in a few
moments.
This gap will not exist.
Awesome.
I believe that so there's a lot of luck kind of involved in the numbers you get. If anyone is interested in F1, you know that there's a lot of luck. Like a lot of preparation. When a lot of preparation meets with luck. And we have prepared a lot.
I understand you.
And so we do believe that serendipity will meet us.
I don't know if you're getting what Kelvin is saying. Is basically saying that Tim Black got lucky yesterday. Okay, let's see if Tim Black will be lucky again today. So feel free to come join us on the track as they put down their times and they compete for the top prize. And hoping for your support. Feel free to actually try it out. And if you get stuck, one more item I want to tell you is that we have the AWS stand at the back. We've got our community members from the Kenya AWS user group. It's a big user group. Go over there, give them your number, let them add you to the user group. And if you want to learn about machine learning, tell them as well. There is a machine learning community. And who knows, you might be the next machine learning expert in Kenya. So thank you. Give my teams a round of applause and see you outside.
Fantastic. Yesterday we had that comment that you go home and you say you came from racing cars, and that's what you did the entire day. But when they break it down like that, you get a sense, or you start understanding what it actually takes to move that little car. and speaking into some of the conversations we had yesterday, before you even think about autonomous driving, think about it for a second. For us to have taxis that you could just get into and say, get me to the venue at Sarit Center, does that take? And you saw the zigzag that some of those vehicles were doing there. Imagine if now that was you in a vehicle on the roads of Nairobi. Can you train with reinforcement learning on the roads of Nairobi? Could you? That's a challenge. So fantastic. Next time we get on a break and you're moving outside, just make sure to visit the AWS Deep Racer booth over there. Now moving swiftly forward again to another demo, and this team has been on edge since yesterday. So without much further ado, for the Tech Expo demo, looking at the developer portal, Peter Kiptanui and team, stage is yours.
Hello, I'm Jamboni. This is Peter Kiptanui, DevSecOps. Really excited to be on stage today. It's my second time on stage on Decode. This is Decode 2.0. How is it so far? Are you enjoying it? Do you have developers in the house? Software engineers, let me say software engineers. Do you have software developers? QAs in the house? I think you're going to relate with what we're going to demo today. So, Kimeli, let me know when you are ready. Can we have a projection on the screen? Yep, so there we go. So we're going to demo something called Developer Experience Portal, which is our own, built by Safaricom, internally built internal developer portal. And basically what we're trying to do is to unlock productivity. We had our panelists here speak about productivity. We're going to unlock productivity. So, I am not alone. I have my members here, so let them introduce themselves.
Yeah, I'm Kipkorin Nixon, technical product on DevSecOps Safaricom.
My name is Keith Njagi, a DevSecOps engineer at Safaricom.
Hi, my name is Peter Kimeli, a DevSecOps engineer.
Thank you. So this is DevSecOps at Safaricom. So I think, Peter, we can go right into it. Let people see the landing page of our... So this is our portal. So what we're trying to do is, normally, if you're a developer, you relate to this. So how long does it take for you to do the initial Git init to the point where you're actually consuming, say, an API that you've created from that repo, right? It takes a significant amount of time. But you guys maybe know stuff like Heroku, where you would just place bare minimum information, for example, the name and the language, and then probably maybe the framework, and then you're able to just spin that microservice as quickly as possible. So that's what we're trying to achieve with this internal developer portal. So Kimeli, who today is our developer, he would log in to the developer experience portal. So let's give him time to log in. So at Safaricom, he's going to log in with his AD credentials. So we will just allow him to log in. And then let's give it a bit of time to authenticate. There we are. So Nixon, we are seeing a lot of stuff here. Could you take us through what we're seeing here?
Yes, so as Peter said, the goal of this specific portal is that we want to ensure that we increase our productivity by ensuring we have all the components ready. So you can see from the card there, this is where we're going to have our component section, where our senior engineers or the reusable components that we may use, including the Maven libraries, the NPM libraries, are going to be where developer can get started as soon as possible. So once you have the components, maybe Keith, you can take us through the next one.
Yes, so in the next section, we'll have the favorite section where our developer or any developer using the portal will highlight some of the projects that he or she is working on. And this is just for easy access.
Yeah, and then we have the recent activities. So as developers, you know, there are those things that you want to know. For example, there's a merge request that you've been assigned a merge request, for example. Or, for example, you just want to check on the last commit that you did and proceed to working where you had left.
So yeah, definitely. As DevSecOps or DevOps team, there's a lot of tools that we do have under the hood that is supposed to enable us to achieve our DevOps culture and even processes. So right here within our portal here, we've masked all these following tools into one specific place where you can access as a developer. So we give us a developer a chance to access these tools within the quickest time possible.
Yep, and then finally we have our card that holds the recent activities that are happening. For example, if Kubernetes is actually upgrading, so you'd see the release notes. But today of interest is the self-service. We want Kimeli, who is a developer, to actually spin up an application. So Kimeli, maybe before you go that, maybe you can take us through what do we have for the self-service hub?
So just still the main theme or the goal of this specific thing is to enable us to self-service within the shortest time possible. So even before we can get into these specific items, probably Peter, what is the main goal that we need to have this specific item?
So the first thing we can actually do is scaffold a new microservice, but Keith, maybe you can speak on the scaffolding.
Yeah, so the next section is the scaffolding of an in-house package, which basically is any SDK or library that a developer wants to make. And this is later pushed into our JFrog Artifactory.
Yep, so we have our own repository for our own libraries and SDKs. And then we can also spin up a new web app, or we can spin a new dashboard. But of interest today, Peter, what are you going to build for us today?
Okay, so today, as a backend engineer, I want to deploy a simple microservice.
Okay, give it a run. Let's
All
do
right,
this.
so let me do.
This is a live demo. If anything goes wrong, Dixon, what do you say to them?
They have to bear with us.
Exactly.
Yes.
Let's do this. So Kimeli doesn't have to do a lot of things. Just give us the name of the microservice you want to do. Today we wanted actually to add a feature to Zuri. I don't know. Okay, cool. Just give it a name. Give it a name. Okay, then the language. So we select the language that we want to build a microservice in. We at Safaricom have starter packs that you don't code from scratch. We give you something that you can build on top of very quickly. And then we can select the environment. So we can either deploy it to AWS, which is our cloud provider, or OpenShift, which is our on-prem provider. And then we can select the namespace they already know. So we're going to use the IoT. And then for the grouping, again, we have to segregate the different roles that the developers have, so we're going to select that. And then finally, on our network layer, we have to select the API gateway, and then Peter does the do. And then from here, a lot of magic happens. So the developer experience portal structures a lot of IT tools that enable the developer to do self-service on IT tasks. So our dev engine right now will kick in, and it will do a lot of items which we have to define in our workflow. So the first thing that we have to do is to create a Git repository. This code has to sit and versioned in our code versioning system, which is GitLab. And then in that GitLab, when we create that repository, we also have to create the requisite branches. So we have the dev branch as well as the main branch. The dev branch is the code that goes to UAT, and then the main branch is the one that actually deploys to production. But we also have to protect these branches. So we cannot actually just do a Git push directly to a master branch or the main branch. You need to do a merge request or a pull request for the features that you want then to be inculcated in the next release. So once we do all that, there is a next flow that comes.
Yes, so once Peter or the microservice that Peter is going to be creating for us is already sitting within the GitLab or SCM, the next step, of course, would be we need to have a place that specific microservice artifact. So most of our workflow that we do have as Safaricom is that we are cloud native. So whatever we are going to be building are going to be Docker images. So while this is also happening, as it was before, you needed to actually have an infra and an ops person to create for you an image repository where that artifact is going to run. But with our dev portal, we are going to create for you an image repository where that artifact of yours is going to lie in.
Yes. So once you've created the image repository, you need actually to push something to this repository. So the image repository being ECR for AWS, you can think of things like Docker Hub. So for that stage, we will be using Jenkins shared libraries. For those that have worked with Jenkins shared libraries, we will expound on it after the demo. And then this will actually build and push the image to the ECR. So Peter, what next?
Yeah. So once we push that image, remember we have to get the image tag. And that image tag, we then use it to template our Kubernetes YAML manifest, right? So we have the deployment, we have the service, and then we have the HPA, the horizontal pod autoscaler. So we take that tag, and then we actually then we template our deployment YAML file. And then once we do that, we then push that manifest to a separate Git. Remember, Kimeli has his own code, Git, but then there is a Git that Flux CD, which is our CD tool, that actually listens to. So we push it there, and then the Flux itself in the next stage, which is now I think as we go towards the deployment, but prior to that, there is another manifest also that we have to modify. Maybe you can speak on the
So as Peter has mentioned, once we've pushed that image of ours to, we've pushed our image, we've created the deployment file, that is the Kubernetes manifest. We've updated all the specific items that are in the deployment file and the service. We also need to go ahead and expose that service of ours so that it can be accessible by other people. Mind you, we didn't mention that is a microservice, meaning it does a specific business use case that can be accessed by other people. So therefore, once we do that, we also need to update our virtual service, which will later on be used to expose that service of ours. In our case, we're going to be using Istio to be able to expose that.
Yes.
And
so once we have the virtual service also again templated again. So remember, these are things that were manually done by the DevOps engineer. But right now, our dev engine is actually doing that. So once we have the virtual service there, our application now, the Flag CD will try to reconcile what is the new desired state on our YAML manifest to what is actually in the cluster. So that is going to happen in a very few minutes thereafter. But devs and DevOps in the room, you know how hard it is to configure an API gateway. Whether it is Steve Oyaro who's configuring RPG, or it is Rono Kipkoech who is configuring the API gateway. It is very tasking. It takes a lot of time. So we don't only just do the routing, but we also inculcate security in our API gateway. So we have to do AWS Cognito. We have to create an API key to manage our API. And then finally, we just have that to list the routes. So that one we do within our workflow using the CloudFormation templates. And it has actually saved a lot of man hours, that step alone. Keith?
Yes, so as I go to the next step, I'll speak of a concept that is commonly known among developers and DevOps, that is CI/CD. So initially, we did say that we built an image and pushed to ECR. What we failed to say is that we run tests and security scans on this image, catering for the CI part. So this next part is the CD part, which is the continuous delivery part, where Flags now will reconcile the current state in Git with the current to the state of the Kubernetes cluster, and that concept is what is called GitOps. And so once this is reconciled, we will actually be able to see our microservice running in our Kubernetes cluster in the initial state. So yes, Peter.
Yeah. So I think by now what just remains to happen is that the developer then would have the APIs exposed and they will actually test those APIs using Swagger. And so Peter Kimeli, can we go back to our Chrome so that we can say, so this is the workflow that has gone. So you see what we've done is we don't have to have the developer go away from the developer experience portal to Jenkins, which is our CI tool, but the Jenkins logs actually are streamed live. So Peter, maybe you can go down. You can scroll further down. Okay, no, just scroll down so that you can see. Just scroll down to the very bottom.
And as Peter continues, all of these, the state defined here is actually defined or communicated from the Kubernetes cluster using our Flags notifications controller.
So Peter, now that microservice has been created, probably we can quickly clone so that we can actually show it's an actual full structured microservice application that developer can begin adding the business logic to it. So as Peter is actually cloning these specific things, probably we could be asking ourselves, what are the benefits of this thing? We've mentioned there's a productivity increment. We are going to now go deep and see what, as a developer, you see, this one of the research directors in GitHub said, building software is like having a stack of cards within your brain. A simple distraction will actually disorient you. And what we had mentioned earlier on is when you're moving from these specific tools to another tool, that is a distraction for us. And by having a developer portal like this, everything is in one place where the only thing you can do is just continue adding the business logic to your application, and the rest are taken care of you until you can now reach the customer or the needed intent.
Yes, so the starter that we actually mentioned, you see it comes with all those folder structure. For example, under the source, we have, go to the main and then Java. For example, you can see we have the controller, the config, everything is actually there, and it is still resolving the dependencies, but you can see how easy it is. So maybe, Peter, we can go to the Swagger now to see if our API has been deployed. So you can go to Chrome. Yep, and then, so you can see that our API was deployed, and then, so all our API is actually authenticated, so we can go to the authorize button, and then we actually are now sending to the developer the API key that they can copy and paste to that tab, and then they can authorize. And then we also have the bearer token for Cognito, so they can come, you can copy the whole of it. Just copy. Okay. So you can copy, can paste it on the input. So by this time we have authorized and we have the API key to consume our resource. So now the starter comes with an initial endpoint. So we can try out this endpoint, or you can just copy, paste those items like the DXL starter. No, just copy that on the field. So these are the headers that are requisite to consuming our APIs. So you can just paste that. You can also, again, just paste that. And you can see we're actually removing the cognitive load of the developer. They don't even have to install something like Postman and ask the developer to actually share with them the Postman collection. It is just there with them. And then finally, you can copy that final header. And then paste it. Is it everything? No, have you? Okay. Let's wait and see if our API would work. So you can go down. Yep, it's 200.
We should be clap our hands
right?
for this.
We have 200. In a matter of minutes, 6 minutes, Nixon.
Yeah, 6 minutes. I was actually timing 6 minutes.
6 minutes. 6 minutes. We have an API. We have a microservice that you've built from Git init to actually just consuming your API. So you can run us through the last deck, Kimeli, so that Nixon can share with us the insights, actually what we've actually benefited from. Go to the slides, the final deck on the slides. So on the benefits, maybe Nixon, you can take us through the benefits.
Yes, so I had mentioned actually that our goal is to reduce friction and to reduce the time between the intent and the reality that we want to achieve as a developer. And one of it is increasing our productivity. We've managed to do this within 6 minutes and 23 seconds, something that we had to do several days because you had to move from one person to another. You have to reach out to a different team to move from one tool to another item, which was actually...
We were taking out productivity from the developers. And then number two, the developer, we have increased development velocity. Velocity means if Zuri wants, for example, to have a new feature like speaking in Amharic, how long would it take for them to come from Git init to actually releasing that feature, right? And then standardization. Okay.
Yes, once we come to standardization, we all know concepts like test-driven development and secure software development lifecycle. Each organization has its own standards when it comes to those. So with these, at least we try and ensure that we have these standards baked into the ecosystem from the word go.
Yep, and then on security, Nixon, we are using shared library. And it is embedded with all the SAST scan, DAST scan, and also we scan our images. So we have, at compliance level, we are complying with the standards that are set by the governance team. And in terms of rest reliability, not every developer will configure however they want. So they're coming from a template. And actually one of the speakers here, the panel said, talk about templating. Even Huawei spoke about templating. So we are pulling from the same template.
So great. So probably, Peter, as we wind up this, we should also mention what is the future of this? What are developers going to benefit from it? Or do we plan on maybe sharing with them in the nearby future or even contributing to it?
Thank you, Nixon. I think, Nixon, we are growing as Safaricom engineering community. And we have a lot of devs who can contribute into creating even more resilient developer experience portal. We learned actually from Spotify's Backstage, and we've actually evolved this to our own needs. So yeah, we can actually, in the future, open source this.
It's actually meant to be polyglottic, support multiple languages, and be multi-tenant, in that you can deploy to any environment you'd wish to deploy to.
Yeah, so there you have it. That was our demo. I don't know if you have time for questions, but thank you very much.
Asanteni sana, you know, that the room clapped. Hopefully, most of you are not tururu, right? But that thing that they talk about, simplicity, at least you've seen a workflow. The next time your boss is asking for something to be changed, let me tell you how you address it. You say, you have to spin, right? Then you have to push. Then you have to run. It has to be polyglottic, multi-tenant. Utapita katikati yao na hawatakuona. So all these things we talk about, front-end simplicity, things working like magic, technology almost seeming invisible and user-friendly. You've seen the sort of work that goes behind it, and that was 6 minutes to deploy something. Now imagine deploying an entire system. Now moving swiftly, we are going to get into an insightful panel moderated by Wanjiko Njire, and we'll be exploring the digital revolution, fast-tracking inclusive public infrastructure through citizen-centric design. Wanjiko, stage is yours. Help me welcome her on stage.
Good morning, everybody. Is it morning? Yeah, good morning. My name is Wanjiko Njire, and I lead government engagement and strategic partnerships at Safaricom. And this morning, I'll be moderating a panel that has public sector outlook and on the digital revolution. And to help me do that, I'll be inviting my panelists to join me on stage. Ambassador Isaac Ochieng. Please welcome him with a clap, thank you. And then we've got Mr. Vishlan Mudli. Next on stage is Mr. Latif Cherono. Then we've got Mr. Evid Sibi. And then we've got Ms. Selawe Kesa. Karibu. Right, karibuni. I can do the center. I'll kick Evid out to one. Yeah, thank you. All right, and I can give you. You got a mic with you? Okay. Oh, everyone has got a mic. Do you have a mic? Okay. Ambassador, do you have a mic with you? Okay, that's fine. Do you mind sharing? Okay, that's fine. Right, karibuni to the panel. And so we're going to be talking about digital revolution and how we can fast-track inclusive public infrastructure through citizen-centric design. But before we do that, I'll allow my panelists to do a very brief introduction of themselves, and we'll start on my far left, Ambassador Ochieng.
Thank you very much, Wanjiko. Thank you, congregation, and good morning. We were kept waiting. I know in government nowadays we don't wait. If it's 11, it's 11 o'clock. So Wanjiko, you'll have to pay for that. All the same, my name is Ambassador Isaac Ochieng. I'm the Director General of E-Citizen Services. I've been in government for over a quarter century and had a lot of achievements in government. Seeing the government actually transforming itself is very interesting. And being the driver of digitalizing the government now is very exciting. I've been an ambassador, ambassador in Brazil for 6 years. I've been in the security sector for over 20 years. So I believe I understand government in all corners. Thank you, and it's good to be here. Thank you.
Asante. Mr. Vishlan, please.
Thank you again. Appreciate the invite to be here today. Morning, everybody. So I'm Vishalan Modli. I currently head up the pre-sales and partner world for TIPCO. We're a technology company, globally based. I've got a history in the public sector for over 20 years, working with multiple municipalities, government departments, in terms of modernization, digitization. I've worked with multiple OEMs, so over the years I've moved through various OEMs in the world. But we've been helping and aiding multiple entities in optimization around the citizen world. And I think the citizen today is the most important person. Yeah. People talk about 3 Ps, just a background. I look at it as people, people, people. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Thank you. It's good. Okay, go ahead.
Hello, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. It's my first Safaricom Summit, so looking forward to the next one. I'm the general manager at a company called Gearbox Europlacer. We're an electronics manufacturing facility based here in Nairobi. But today I think I'll be representing the hardware community in Kenya and really talking about the atoms. How do the atoms connect to the bits when we're talking about digital transformation? Many times when we talk about digital transformation, it's all about software, software, software. But how does the software connect to the real world? And that's where I hope I'll be giving you some insight on what is really happening on the ground in Kenya when it comes to designing best fit solutions in providing services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Latif. Evid?
Good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to apologize to all the developers for wearing a suit. I think, but the event is called Decoded, so I've stopped writing code for right now. But my name is Evid Sibi. I lead a consortium of companies. We are the ones behind the government in terms of digitization and the e-citizen ecosystem, part of supporting. I'm a director within Webmasters Kenya, which is the team that is doing the digitization. We've been doing this for quite a while, since 2008, and happy to be here.
Thank you. Salah?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sela Wekesa. I'm with Safaricom within the Public Sector Digital Transformation Unit, and I am charged with the responsibility of government engagements. I have about 20 years of engaging government and different stakeholders and partner ecosystem in providing IT and technology solutions to respond to citizen needs. Thank you. Happy to be here today.
Okay. Thank you, Sela. Thank you, everybody. So we'll do a panel for just about 15 minutes, and then we'll take up any questions that the crowd may have. And I think to start us off, we're going to start with Ambassador Cheng. In your experience as a DG e-citizen, what do you see of, what do you feel have been the key aspects that must be considered for us to be more responsive to the citizens for effective public digital infrastructure?
I think number one, because if we look at Kenya as an ecosystem, although we have 80% mobile phones, but only 60% actually are smartphones. Okay, so that's a first step to start. Number two, we still have remote areas of this country. So as government, at least now we are pushing the digital superhighways and linking schools, hospitals, counties, and all those. That is very key. That is fundamental. And then, of course, also education. Okay, that is very key because as a directorate, what we are doing now is after having had onboarded over 10,000 services, we are now moving to mashinani, whereby we are moving with the private sector, Safaricom, KCB, and Equity Bank, and others, so that we can be able now to move, and we are moving with an agenda called Gava Express, whereby we'll have those mobile shops where Kenyans can now be able to actually access services. Because we may think that we are in Nairobi, that it is exactly this way. But what about Turkana? What about Mandera? What about Garissa? What about all parts of this country? So that is what we want to ensure, because that inclusivity is very, very important, so that we don't leave the rest of the country to be totally analog. Because when we are digitalizing, we also found some government agencies, believe you me, they were absolutely analog. So we really had to push them so hard with my brother Evid, and the push was hard, carrot and stick, diplomacy and policing, until we achieved this thing. It was not easy. It was not an easy task, because now imagine government with all the bureaucracies and all that it has, and we are now proud that we are the first country in Africa to have over 10,000 services on the e-citizen ecosystem. I think that is a big pat on the back on Kenyans, and fundamentally is going to change the scope of this country, unbelievably, revolutionary, because what we are foreseeing is the revenue collection is shooting by over 300% on most of the agencies. So you can imagine, over 300%. So if we achieve that, in our projection, we are hoping that in this ecosystem, we are going to collect 1.5 trillion Kenya shillings. So you can imagine, in the next 12 months, 1.5 trillion. So if KRA, and we already seen it, if they can be able to collect 3T, and we collect 1.5, that will give us 4.5 trillion. So now let's look at our budget as a country. Our budget, 1.5 is recurrent. 1 trillion is development. 1 trillion is kulipa madeni ya nje, paying our foreign debts. And then we can have around another 500 billion or so to cushion Kenyans on issues of fuel subsidies and all that. So we won't need foreign aid. So digitalization is a big success in this country, and we all need to support it. And I'm happy I'm seeing a lot of young techies here. We are actually going to do some recruitment, so you can see me quietly, then we can look at your qualifications and see what you can be able to do for this economy. Thank you, Angelo.
Right, thank you, thank you. Vishland Mashinani is rural areas, and GAVA is short for government. Yeah, yeah, right. I think from you, Ambassador Cheng, let's come to Evid. Evid being the ecosystem that eCitizen sits on, do you think we have the right public infrastructure then to keep supporting more than the 10,000 services that we have already? Or what is your organization doing towards making sure we've got that in place?
Thank you, Njiko. I think it's been growing. Right is very limited because right is a factor of time as a thing. So I remember in around 2013 when we launched the services for the first time. Most government offices did not have computers. Safaricom Cloud, I remember, had just been launched around a similar period of time, or was about to be launched. M-Pesa didn't have a broker API at that particular time. We were the first people on the Validate API, and it was government testing this ecosystem. So infrastructure has been growing through that period. For a very long time, government used to majorly rely on external parties being the ones who are providing key government infrastructures, meaning they would most likely import the ecosystem. But right now we've seen a huge build in terms of talent, and different companies are coming up to provide their skills towards digitization of government services. So even out of the 10,000 services, we are not the only ones who have digitized these services. There are various companies, various businesses that have digitized different parts. We just happen to be the aggregation ecosystem for all these services into one single ecosystem. So the infrastructure that currently exists, we currently host within the Safaricom ecosystem, and part of the challenges that have been faced over time is when you start a government service, you don't really know how much traffic you're expecting, because normally whenever services are offered manually, most of the transactions might not even be accounted for by government itself. So when you go live, for instance, with I remember we went live with the DL renewal sometimes in 2013, then you are hoping for at least 100 in a day, but then you get 2,000 in the first day. And then you have to scale infrastructure side. All these specific things have grown over time. So I think there is requisite infrastructure right now. I think it's growing, and different providers are coming to play inside the space to be able to help government. I know Ambassador Cheng has signed quite a bit of MOU with international firms that are coming in to support this ecosystem. We are working heavily to move the conversation not just from being government services being online, but being services to citizens being online, which is a very different mindset. If you think about, when you're thinking about it from the citizen's point of view, is how much less can they do when they're approaching a government portal, and how much, because government already knows enough about yourself. So that is growing over time.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Evid. Stella, what do you see as the biggest benefits that will be accrued for citizens, having been in public sector for a while now? If we digitize, for example, social payments, will there be a benefit to citizens?
Thank you, Wanjiku. Digitization and the maturity of infrastructure in Kenya, I think, brings a lot of value and a lot of benefits to the citizens, and more so the citizens of different ages and demographies. If you look at social services, for example, the benefits that are paid to the elderly, what digitization does, it then brings these services closer to them, in the sense that the government services are extended through this digital infrastructure to be able to avail these services much more easily, more effectively, and also what it then does is that the infrastructure will reduce pilferage, will reduce corruption, will make the citizens be able to be served much more quickly and much more easily. What it also does, it introduces transparency, accountability, and good governance, which then the government has always been pushing at as one of its core mandates. And this, we can observe that it's continuously being achieved through the different digital systems and the continuous maturation of digital infrastructure that the government and the private sector has continued to invest in.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sala. Now I'll turn to you, Vishlan. So are there innovations in your space, in your workplace, that you think will have significant impact in Africa towards this digitization agenda in the public sector?
Yeah, I think that's a very pertinent question to myself, seeing the team I have here in front of me. From a technology standpoint, we power a lot of these systems in the back end. So we've been involved in very large deployments in municipalities, in sub-Saharan Africa, in government departments, in enhancing their digital footprint, getting access to their citizens, and becoming very citizen-centric. The biggest challenge that we found, and why I say we have technology that enhances this, in our integration stack, we're able to even cater for legacy technologies like USSD. So one of the points that you've raised a lot earlier was there's about 80% of people that have access to smart devices. Maybe even in some of the African countries, we're finding it's sitting between 40 and 50%. But they have access to a device. So having connectivity, having a device in your hand doesn't stop you from having access to the digital world that we're in. So we have the ability to cater for USSD, which still allows you to do legacy device communication, still have access to the services that you offer, whether it be, I'm very impressed with the 10,000 services. We're working with some of the municipalities, government departments that are enhancing the services. And by giving that, we're actually building revenue generation. And that actually brings a lot of innovation into Africa, because your biggest challenge in Africa that we find, with technology is that people don't have access to it. Now, by giving the millions out there access to the technology, firstly, gives them modernization and shows them that they're actually a citizen to be recognized in the department, in the government, in the country, right? Secondly to that, it allows them to actually pay what they can afford to pay towards these services that they're consuming. So some citizens, we've seen on platforms that we've deployed, empowered by other partners, but the leverage of it is that we've seen that people are able to pay smaller amounts on a weekly basis rather than trying to pay a full amount at the end of the month. And that's actually helped government departments, revenue departments increase their revenue, stop borrowing money from World Bank, international organizations, and start investing back into the country. That actually starts empowering the citizen, starts empowering services. And when I talk about services, it's not just about a revenue services or having access to planning, mobile services, payment of services, but actually now investing back in infrastructure. And in Africa, we find the biggest shortage is infrastructure. But the cash and influx of cash now, by having these services available to people to make payments and ensure that their payments, they're aware of their payments, and actually paying those payments starts allowing us to make proper decisions in infrastructure upgrades, which starts empowering Africa as a continent on its own.
Wow, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Balozi, there's a point there for you about reducing our debt. maybe your counterpart at Treasury can sit with Vishlan for that. Okay, and now to you, Latif. So what's your assessment of the digital evolution among citizens?
Thank you for that question. So I'm seeing we're on this journey where we started off with payments. You know, how do you access, pay for your passport? How do you get pay for your NHIF? And that's the first part. And then what I see, what we're coming next will be integrating those services with other things. So imagine if you're NHIF, you've made a payment, but maybe you're a diabetic person and you would want to get some information on how you could help improve the service delivery, right? So that might be, could you get data from a glucometer that you have on your hand, right? Then the next step from there would be, how would that then be automated to improve the user experience? Down to the point where everything really becomes invisible to the user. You're really just getting the benefit without all of the pain. So in my introduction, I said, I'm representing the hardware community, the community that connects the atoms to the bits, right? And where, and Balozi, you mentioned a point now about we don't have access to the devices that allow us to get access to digital transformation. So that means a phone, that means a water meter, that means a power meter. And that is the next phase of development that we are seeing. And I think the opportunity for Kenya is not to take something from overseas and deploy it. Take something from overseas and understand where it works, but understand what is best use and best fit for us. Build that capacity and then deploy it. And Peter's team from who did the demonstration just before us showed why you have to build capacity internally. Because when you can build capacity internally, it means your development time to solve problems gets shorter. You can tackle more and more, and you can scale beyond Kenya and across the continent. Okay. So it's a really exciting time for digital transformation. It's just not making a payment on the phone. Yeah. It's how can we digitize all our interaction with the services that we get from the national government, from the county government as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Evid, when it comes to creating solutions, do you have public participation as is required by the law? And I know Ambassador Cheng is here to drill that in, because then my understanding is we cannot just create products and put them out there for citizens to use. So do you have a co-creation model?
I think there are two parts to that question. One is, what does the law require? And what then is the user experience of what's the user experience provided once the law has required certain things? So if you think about specific requirements for public participation, I'll give you a journey like what is currently going on and what has been going on over the current few weeks. There's been conversations around a digital ID, which would be an ID on somebody's phone, where somebody doesn't need to have a physical document, and they will be able to pretty much use devices using a distributed self-sovereign credential on their devices with their keys stored on their devices. Now, this kind of ecosystem is new and does not exist in the law per se, or doesn't have or needs some level of regulation to support that ecosystem. Okay. So if there is change, major change of what is currently happening in the country and you need to take it through the government process, government then goes ahead and has various town halls around the country. Like a couple of weeks ago, the whole Ngao infrastructure in the ecosystem was holding workshops and public participations that were largely for the user and to educate them on what this item is coming into the country is going to be. So there's a whole government network that is used to be able to disseminate this information to the grassroots levels. On the user experience side, a big part of this journey has been there's never a perfect user experience that can go out first. And so all government services first exist in a physical form. which is a paper that has fields and specific things that are inside there. There's no pre-filling, there's no metadata, there's no level of integration that exists in that physical form. So the first time when you put it online, you're bringing people from the known to the unknown. And so you will see, oh, this looks a bit clunky, let's put it up online, but we're not migrating the people who can use two thumbs sometimes to just tweet really fast. You're migrating a whole demographic that doesn't necessarily exist within the town space. So you put out what is familiar first, and then the next evolution is now, okay, now let's make it easier, let's move that service to the next space. And this goes through various training within the different ministries. Ministry customers are called. So for instance, if right now, BRS is moving to a new platform, which is a business registry ecosystem. They have a whole test group that is going through UATs and testing their platform and giving feedback every single day. This is part of the public participation that department goes to. So as a back-end provider of these particular systems, these ministries and departments are in charge of pushing these products out to their customers. We just support in the process.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Evid. At this point, I'd like to invite any questions from the audience. Do you have any questions? Yes, I see a hand back there to my left. Can someone please give him a microphone? There's a microphone for him? Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Do you want to just stand up so he can see where you are? Thanks. And if you can, please direct your question to a particular member of the panel.
Okay, my name is Stephen Omolo. I'm also in the techie industry. I'm on systems information. So I've heard about e-citizen. Currently, we are trying to apply for business registration name, and seemingly there's a back and forth where I have to be returned for information so that I do some corrections. I've done that about 3 times. It's not working. It looks like I have to go there physically. It's kind of crazy. How will somebody who is not even in the techie be able to apply for a business registration of that nature? Then secondly, to the ambassador, which platform are we going to apply these jobs in so that it's easier for us to cause traffic in there and not see you personally or physically, because we are quite a number here. I don't know how that will be able to be done. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Do you have any other questions, or should we take that one first? Yes, please. So, Evid, would you take the first question from Stephen, and then Balozi, please take the second one on your job offer. Yeah.
My name is Mesha Kiplangat, and I'm a full-stack developer. Mine is just a concern on most of the digital platforms from the government. Like, for example, let's take the KRA website is like completely not user-friendly. The entire website is like, it was coded without any CSS. So I usually wondered, like if you log in right now and look at it, you will wonder, was it created before 1994, before CSS was here?
Okay.
So can we have some people who are accountable on that? Because most of the government products which are digital, like it seems these people who are employed by the government are not even putting some effort, because like right now, if I'm employed by Safaricom, I'll be so much careful to keep my job, but when I get into the government, it seems that people are so reluctant. You will find out that some people taking even a year creating something very small, it seems that they are writing a code, just one line of code per day or what, I don't know. Can you have those people who are accountable on that, and let's be like productive in that sector of the government. I don't want to talk a lot, I'll slam a lot, so thank you.
Thank you, Kipangat. Balozi, I don't know whether you'll take both.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much. For the young guy, I think tutaongea nyuma ya tent. We'll talk behind the tent. Then we can talk about maybe the prospects that we have at eCitizen. I would defend my brothers at KRA. Governments are governments all over the world, okay? Bureaucratic, a bit rigid, okay? But one thing I would say for our government now, we are very agile, we are very receptive to digitization because we want Kenyans to realize the full capacity or potential of its government so that people can actually feel the government in their hands. Gavam Kononi, you feel it. Previously, I mean, in the 70s, maybe you are not born at that time. For you to get an ID or even the IT in the 80s, you had to go to a local administrator. That local administrator, you had to introduce yourself with your mom or your dad or your uncle. And then they will pull aside, maybe you'll get some Harambe. Harambe is fundraising, maybe for a church or for a school. So you had to pay maybe 500 shillings or 300 shillings. Then after that, now you fill the form. You'll be told to go home and wait maybe for 3-4 months before you actually get your national identity. But now I want to say that no, things are really changing. We are hoping that by the end of this month, sorry, Wanjiku, maybe just take a minute or two to explain what we are doing as government, so that we are going to have a digital ID. We are also going to have Maisha number. Maisha number, whereby that number of yours, if a child is born today in Pumwani Hospital, or Kenyatta National Hospital, or Mama Lucy Hospital, you'll be given a UPI, unique personal identifier. We call it Maisha number. Meaning you will have the kid will have that number from birth to exit of this world. But presently what you're having, your birth certificate is different, your school number is different, primary, secondary, university, your employment number is different, your KRA PIN is different, but now that one number will serve you all the way. So we can be able to identify you. If anything happens, even KRA, the ones you're talking, maybe their website is not that friendly, we can be able now to track you. Tax evasion, okay? Money laundering. The big boy is coming, so we'll be able to see you, to track you. So technology it cuts both ways, okay? So if you've been evading tax, tutakupata. If you've been maybe fake certificate, we can be able to get you. So that thing is actually a two-way thing. One, of course, revenue will go up. We are going to give more young people employment, eCitizen and government at large, immigration, name it. You are going to get more employment, okay, as some of us exit, okay. But we are going to work on that. That criticism, it is very welcome. I'm going to speak to the CG KRA shortly so that they can be able to look into it. And maybe contact some of these some of you, competition, so that maybe you can be able to develop maybe the best looking and friendlier sites.
Yeah.
Asante sana, so maybe.
All right, thank you, Balozi. As we wind up
Yes, Sema. No, him was employment.
You have told us about the employment. Let it not be something corrupt, because we are going to follow up. Everybody, please. If you know a friend who has applied, for those people who will get those jobs, we need to know them so that we don't know how did they get those jobs. Like, we don't want people who will get jobs just by maybe because they know someone somewhere. Let it be something genuine, please.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Wanjiku.
Right.
I think you can hold me to that. It's going to be very transparent, very competitive, okay? Just like any other job, all right? We are going to look at the national colors of this country, all right? So it's going to go through all those processes. So even if you are overqualified as somebody from Mijikenda at the coast, we also have to consider somebody from Turkana, somebody from Mandera. We must have national colors because we are nation state.
Right.
One nation, one people. Thank you.
Thank you, Balozi. I see Bugwa is here. Bugwa, just 1 minute. We need to answer another question. Evid, please take the question from Stephen.
Stephen, I think for BRS and the business registry as an ecosystem, there's still a lot of innovation in terms of how people are informed in how to get services done. So for instance, the issue that you could be going through could be something that a lawyer could advise that this needs to change and these things need to happen in terms of the law. So yes, you can do the services by yourself in the house, but also reading through it is an important thing because there are certain things that are still in our law that don't allow for certain level of automation. Change is progress, is every day, and it's happening every day around us. So the back and forth is because there's somebody sitting behind the desk right now at BRS who is reading through your application and is approving it or disapproving it because of one or two issues that could have. And they try as much as possible in the comments to guide you on what needs to get done. So that's a process as is because that is what is prescribed by the law. The registrar is the one who can give you this particular progress. Maybe I could also touch on the UI UX conversation. Of course, the iTax platform was way before Tailwind and Bootstrap and the technologies that we currently have advantage to. Or the co-pilots, I'm seeing people building UI experiences with the co-pilots these days. So there is work that is currently going on that to be able to improve those particular journeys, but changing systems like those ones takes a while. Tax procedure isn't the easiest thing. When you get on this other side of the ecosystem, I used to also be a bit impatient with government, but then you learn how to change the system as you work with it. Thank you.
Thank you. As we wind up, I want to invite Vishlan and Latif to just make some concluding remarks, brief ones. Thank you.
So maybe just in conclusion, thanks again for the opportunity. But I think from a government or citizen-centric approach, the most important thing is citizen information, right? And we know today the replacement of gas or oil is data. So data is the biggest element that we need today. But understanding that data and converting that data to information is what the challenges that governments, municipalities, and the world is facing today. So I think the first important thing we need to put together is moving away from siloed data into using the technology that's available today in terms of big data platforms, analytics, and data cleansing, right? And giving the departments or looking at it from a global perspective in terms of e-services, as was referred to earlier, giving you one identity that's clean, that's quality, and that's been able to track from birth to death. That's the important part. That's what starts improving the life cycle of the government engagement with the citizen, ensuring that the citizen can get the best service, the best quality at the right time. And by using technology, as mentioned earlier, a lot of departments and government organizations haven't modernized through the years. And the modernization journey is also very complex. Taking a large data set and just saying you can, reinvent, redevelop, requires a lot of policy changes, administration changes, and sometimes even higher level approvals at ministerial levels. So we need to factor those things that go into it and enhance how we go down this journey. But making sure that the citizen is the center of everything that we do will ensure a country's success, a society's success, and becoming part of the larger world. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Vishlan. Latif?
Thank you. I think I'll echo on what Vishlan has just said. Let's put the citizen at the center of this service delivery. What is their best user experience? And then build around that. And then from setting the platforms, especially as these platforms come from very high-level platforms and really going down to low-level interactions with the citizens. How can we make these platforms be open and collaborative, but yet secure, to allow developers to build additional microservices for citizens, right? I think that's critical. It just cannot be one company doing it all. It needs to be a platform where a citizen who's in Iten can build something that will work for that community and another developer who's in Machakos can do the same.
Right.
So let's look about what can we do for the future and continue building that platform.
Thank you. Thank you. Salah, do you want to say anything else?
Thank you, Wanjiko. Maybe just in conclusion to say that in my engaging with government for about 20 years, I must say that government has been very intentional in working on the journey of digitizing and modernizing government, and just to encourage all of us as citizens of this country, for patriotic sake, to appreciate the milestones that we have been able to cover as a people, as a nation, and to continuously support government. And I know that there has been an evolution from a public participation perspective, Wanjiku, where government has also adopted to social media feedback, where they necessarily don't have to meet with people physically to take that feedback. So that has continued to improve in taking the citizen-centric approach of the different solutions or the different platforms that are put in place to serve the citizens or to provide interventions for the needs as they arise. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Do you want to say anything? Okay. Right. So I want to thank you all for your attention and for your indulgence as we have tried to share about public sector and this digital evolution. I also want to acknowledge in absentia the Director, Public Sector Digital Transformation, Mr. Boniface Mungania, who couldn't join us today. I thank you. My name is Wanjiko Njire.
Asanteni Sana, as they exit stage, I think we must appreciate that eCitizen is one of those platforms that speaks to our own homegrown talent across the full spectrum of talent that we were exploring yesterday, whether it's designers, software engineers, project managers. It stands as a testament that we are actually able to do fantastic and wonderful things. Team at Webmasters or Pesaflow is also actively exporting our services. And I think we need to see how we could actually encourage that and move beyond Sokomoja. For many of you in the room, you may be thinking, how do I build my technology company? And you only have a vision of having that as a Kenyan company. But the team at Webmasters have actively been able to expand across borders, and I think they serve as a great example of our possibilities. You'll know that companies like Samsung also started in country and then were actively supported by their government to then go out. Because what's the one question you get asked anytime you walk into say a tender room or seeking for an opportunity is, where has this been done before? So when you're looking at public infrastructure, when the government creates an enabling environment for its own citizens to essentially build solutions that address those needs, it becomes a no-brainer. Because kama serikali is your customer in your home country, it open doors in other nations as well. There was an interesting apology about wearing a suit to a dev event, but you know, the thing is that there's a language of government. And the language of government, you must understand how the elephant dances. So kitenge ni harusi kama uko kwa serikali. Every other day is a proper suit and tie, so sometimes you get on with the program and understand, how that flow goes. Maybe in closing, before I bring us to the next panel, which is really a launch event as well, is that you learn to give grace to public servants. We sometimes speak boldly, but it may be out of naivete. It's hard in there. So you learn to give grace, because if you've got friends who have proceeded to work for government, you do understand that it is its own ecosystem in there. And there's actually something called the weight of government to bear it, which many times as a single person, you may not be able to move things as quickly as you thought. So much grace to public servants who, some of them graced us yesterday, some are here with us today, trying to move us along towards a journey of digital transformation. So up next, I'd like to invite the team from Safaricom, who will lead us through the launch of their entertainment hub. And on stage, I'll invite Pauline Kieleko, the tribe lead digital channels, and Felix Mene, who leads out the consumer cluster. Karibuni.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Happy to be here and to see all of you. And it's been an amazing 2 days of Decode. Really happy to share this platform with all of you and to be able to bring you exciting news of something we are doing within the content space. So we want to launch the digital entertainment hub. And this hub basically brings together all our music, our video, our gaming, education, and much, much more. So it could be the next big thing after M-Pesa. So do look out for it. So whether you like watching on your phone or on web or on TV, you'll have a chance to get all of this in one platform. This work is a result of hard work from our engineers who will be coming in shortly to just showcase what they've done. They'll even take you through the demo, how it looks like, as well as the tech that sits behind it. Also on stage, I have Catherine Jari. My apologies, Pauline had to travel out of the country on an official visit. So Catherine will be ably representing Pauline in this session. So as we begin, please do watch out for the good things we are doing and the good tech that we're doing behind the scenes in creating a lifestyle for our customers. So those few remarks, I want to allow Catherine to give us her remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for that and the introduction. We bring you good things, of course, the entertainment aspect of Safaricom. And what he has said is that the entertainment hub is a key milestone for us, and it's very important for us. So as we speak, our customers in this room, you're changing every day, every single day. So it's either from your needs, it's about how you consume content. Your needs are changing every single day. So the so-called digital native wants different types of content. If it is not music, it is video, it is gaming, it's education. So our objective is to ensure that we are able to cover the needs of our customers. And it is what has made us go and, execute the entertainment hub. Our partners as well. Every other day, they are innovating because the customers are changing every day. So it is about our partners who either create on-demand streaming services, be it music, video, gaming, and every single day, they are taking these products and services to our customers. So Safaricom has started the journey and gone into the content business. And I'm sure most of you are wondering, why would a telco go into the content business? It is important that we do. So our journey has begun, and we do have the digital services team that sits under the consumer business, and we are tasked to make sure that we are building digital services that will engage our customers so that they can continue to use data. So the question around what motivates a telco to go into the content business, it is about giving our customers the right use cases to be able to consume our data, be it on mobile or at home. And then, of course, it's about value creation, stickiness, making sure that you're engaged on our platform. I can see very many young people today. So the other one reason that we are going into the content business is because we must provide you with a platform where you can put your content in there, make money off it. You're gifted. So we provide you that. And what the team will showcase today, the entertainment hub, gives you that home to do that. So what will the aggregator platform or the entertainment hub we call, what will it do for us? I've noted we have different partners who are taking content to our customers. We have different customers who are also taking, consuming different types of content. So today you have Spotify, tomorrow Netflix, tomorrow Boomplay, Base Video, Base Music. So it's about providing a one-stop shop for all your entertainment needs. That is for the consumer. And as we do that, we will make sure that we provide you with a seamless experience. And the team will show you. You'll be able to discover content You'll be able to have a single sign-on, and at one point, it will also be able to manage your subscriptions. For our partners, we will be able to take the product to market together using one vehicle, the entertainment hub. So with those few remarks, I will bring in the team that will showcase the entertainment hub. But before, as they come in, is to say the team has put in so much hard work, so much, as you can see them, so much work. They have burnt the midnight oil to make sure that what they will showcase to you today is a game changer, as Phoenix has said. So welcome, team. Karibu.
Probably one more thing. This was work that we did with AWS, our partners. They helped us in terms of the professional services, but the building and the code is fully owned by Safaricom. So really proud for the team. Karibu.
Well, thank you so much. I think we can appreciate Felix and Kathy. My name is Lincoln. I'm a software engineer at Safaricom. I work as a backend developer. And as you've heard, maybe just to ask, maybe you can ask your neighbor, what comes to their mind when they think about entertainment? What comes to their mind? I know some people, it's movies. For me, it's basically sports. I want to see Arsenal win the league next season, another next season. Yeah, and maybe for Arsenal fans, I know you want to see Onana make another mistake. So as you've heard, currently Safaricom has over maybe 30 content partners who provide entertainment to different customers. And as the number keeps on growing, the challenge now becomes two. Maybe I can mention two challenges. It's now for the customer to be able to discover this content, and also for the partners to be able to advertise that content or upsell it to the customers. So the reason why the team has come up with an entertainment hub is just to make sure that the customer can actually discover the content. Maybe as you come to this mall, if your aim is to maybe just have lunch, you may not maybe worry about maybe there is Daba, there is KFC. Your interest is just food, and that is the experience that you want to give to our customers. So when they come to our platform, their main interest may be, I just want to watch Manchester United versus Arsenal. So when they search, we should be able to give them a variety of options, which maybe lead them to different offerings. Maybe they can go to Showmax, they can go, or maybe they just want to watch a movie. So that is what it's all about. Then, to add to that, we want to give our customers the flexibility now in payment. You can pay with M-Pesa, you can pay with airtime, you can even pay with our loyalty program, which is Bonga. So a lot of things has to come to this. So I'll just give a chance to my colleague, who is our delivery lead, just to take us through what we've done, how we managed to deliver this, and even showcase the application. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lincoln. So my name is Wycliffe Kipkoge, but most of the time in Safaricom I'm referred to as Kogi. So I'll not take too much time. I think my colleagues have already shed more light on the same. What I'm going to just mention is exactly what you are going to see through the presentations. And I'm really happy that Lincoln came here. I know some of you are looking at me and say, we are alikuja na Mwakenya. Sikubewa Mwakenya. Anyway, so from the presentation, you'll be able to see how you can customize your profile so that we can be able to actually target you specifically for your to your interests. You are also going to see how we come up with discoverability. I think that has already been mentioned. Safaricom has a lot, very many content providers working with us. And we've mentioned Showmax, we've mentioned Boomplay, we are coming up with Spotify and many other partners. For you to actually know that this particular partner is providing this service, how do you know? So you'll come to this entertainment hub. So that's important. And we are also looking at how we are providing now, creating opportunities also for developers like you, who might also want to be partners and product managers in future, either tech product managers or even business product managers, to also look at how we can embed you within our ecosystem. And also, you are going to see how we do a subscription management. This is really important for you to know what products that are bringing value to you and how to actually manage that. Lastly is we will be also showcasing specifically how you, the experience for you shifting from this platform to actually go and consume the actual content that you have. So the platform is specifically for you to discover, and then you get a subscription, and then you proceed to complete. So the only thing that we are really insisting and changing is previously, we used to have our products on Safaricom.com. I am very sure most of you have used Safaricom.com. And you'll go there, you already know the product you're going to purchase. What you're introducing is now change that model. We're changing the model from a subscription, then you go and get the value, and now you're reverting that to see the value first, see what you want first, and then you go and get the subscription. So I'll invite Brenda to proceed with the demo. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Wycliffe. Hi, everyone. So I'll just show you a simple journey that you, as the customer, will be taking as you're interacting with our platform. So we are just seeing the onboarding page where you're told, get started. So at this point, the next thing you asked is you choose your interest. This will allow us to customize the platform for you, and also in future recommend what might be interesting to you. See, you can see the screen. Ah, good. Yes. So for me, my interest is music and say maybe education content. We select continue. Then from here, the page that you will be seeing is what we have to offer. It's just taking some time. Yes. So we can see there are a few suggestions that we are given. You will also be able to see some of our partners that we work with to provide content to you. So in the spirit of entertainment, we can pick a music content. So we shall want to listen to radio, Biz Radio, which I believe the partner is here with us today. So the next thing you'll be able to see is just a brief description of what you want to interact with. So here we are told Biz Radio, it is where Kenyan music lives. So we choose to subscribe. Then you're given the package you want to buy. So for a start, we can just select 20 shillings to see what we can find. And if this is not something you like, you can go back and select something else, then continue with your journey. So from here on, then you're now given the packages, the mode of payment, kama ni airtime, M-Pesa, Bonga Points, what work hard, we are coming soon, just be patient with us. So we just select airtime and continue. And so for security purposes, we will send an OTP to you. This is just to verify your identity. So we can enter the OTP and select continue, and you shall see that congratulations, you have been able to purchase a subscription. So when here you select start watching, you're automatically taken to the partners platform, whereby you can interact with the content. You don't have to sign in again, and enjoy, discover more content from that partner. And on that note, I would like to welcome my colleague, Parin.
Parin can take us through the architecture.
Good afternoon, team. I'm Parin Kimani. I'll take you through the architecture of this awesome solution. So the solution is decoupled into a backend and frontend, where the frontend resides in AWS, EKS. It's hosted there with HPA enabled so that we can scale as our traffic grows. The backend microservices powering the solution are exposed as Lambda functions. So we are running a serverless architecture in the solution. Some of the components in AWS that helped us achieve this serverless architecture is CloudFront, API Gateway, Cloud Search, DynamoDB for a database, and also S3 for storing the static images. You might be wondering, it took us a lot of time to deploy all these resources on AWS. How many have heard about IAC within the crowd? Great. That's infrastructure as code. We defined everything programmatically, and it runs through a CI/CD pipeline, which triggers. And for example, we want to deploy a new Lambda function that will enable us to enable streaming within the application. So we'll just define it programmatically within the GitLab repository. It scans for quality checks and also scans for difference between the environment, between the current environment resources. If there's a drift, the pipeline will not deploy, and if we approve the request, it will deploy the resource on cloud. This has enabled us to achieve deployment of the entire solution in record time. So the entire solution is deployed within 30 minutes and is compatible into a multi-cloud architecture. Also, IAC has enabled us to eliminate misconfiguration within the solution, and also versioning and control within the solution. For security, the entire solution is under private VPC, and we only expose the endpoints that we need via API gateway passing through an internet gateway. I would like to pass to my colleague, team lead, Kogi, for...
Thank you so much, and we'd like to appreciate also the organizers for giving us a few minutes. Yeah, so maybe something that has not been mentioned is we are leveraging AI and big data. We want to have personalized propositions for you. We have predictive analysis and all that through our platform. This will be available in a month or so, and you'll be able to actually test and give your feedback. So thank you so much. Our presentation will stop from there.
And maybe one more thing, Kogi, that we didn't mention. For the start, the subscription is maybe individualized, like you can get Netflix or Showmax. But where we want to take this is that with one subscription, you can actually have access to different content providers. And I know the customers are going to love it. Thank you.
Just stay on stage for a second. So there's a question that's coming from the online audience, a guy called Starter Code. He's saying, what is the threshold for one to make money?
What is the threshold?
For one to make money, like what's the, for people who are content creators, what is the threshold for them to actually monetize well?
Okay, so Safaricom works with content aggregators. Currently, we work with different content aggregators who, if you want to monetize whatever you want to provide for your community, you will be able to have a contract with them. Safaricom already has a contract with them. So that will be easy for management, because if we have to work with individual content creators, the overhead is too much for the team. And we also trying to also have, sorry for that, we're also trying to have other people also within the industry to also participate.
Yeah, maybe just to add on to what Kogi has said, is we work with different content partners. So if you're an over-the-top provider, you have your own platform, example, Showmax, we go into revenue share. But if you're a content creator, artist, what Kogi has said, come to us or come through our content providers. We sign you up. Of course, you'll ingest your content onto our platforms, because we have our own. We have base video, base music, and also we've introduced base radio now. So we give you an opportunity to come in and put your content onto the platform. We generate revenue, and then we go into a revenue share. So if you're interested, see us. But that usually is the model. It's a revenue share model based on the total number of hours that you have. We are open to video, music, different types of genres.
Maybe just one, because DJ Trixie and DJ Ray, what does it mean for They are creators in their own right, but if I'm a DJ, I'm doing mixes, which is essentially someone else's content. What's the nuance on that? Can DJ Redbone come onto Base and have her own channel that she can monetize? So DJ Redbone, ametupatia mixes pale, so they are creators in and of themselves. They mix your hits, my hits, and they output content. Is this platform able to support them monetize?
Yes, it does, and especially on the music side of things. By the time you're mixing somebody else's music, you have to have the rights to do so. That's the first thing. So if you've paid for the different rights to be able to monetize anybody's content, then you come to us. Because then what you've done is you've gone ahead and created something unique, the DJ mix, then you come to us and partner with us. Again, you go into a revenue share. But yet again, you have to have the rights to use somebody else's assets and IP.
Fantastic. Thank you for that clarification. Round of applause for that team. I think now you could base and chill, maybe, because now everything is on there. Now, just been told by Mweni, who did the showcase on M-Pesa yesterday, that they're getting a lot of requests individually. So if you do have any requests on M-Pesa, Daraja API, and everything that was showcased there, that is the booth there. The first booth right there, and the team, Peter, Stephen, are ready to support you on that. So I think we're now going into a series of technology showcases as well. And the first one up is the developer portal with real-time recommender. The stage is yours. This is the telematics team, Karibuni.
DJ.
Hello, my name is Rosanne Oguel Odiero. I'm a machine learning engineer.
My name is Ayan Kenan. I am the chapter lead for IoT. I also do support on the side youth activities from the UN, IGAD, and other agencies. So we welcome you to our demo today on telematics. So first of all, I want to explain what the concept of IoT. In summary, IoT, I'm going to summarize IoT in short because it's a very long discussion. So IoT generally is objects connected to the internet, just as the name says, Internet of Things. Now, how are these objects connected to the internet? They're connected to the internet through sensors, actuators, and other smart components which are embedded onto the onto the objects, ideally, to make them smart. We do have 4 layers of IoT, or rather 4 features of IoT. We have the device layer, where the device itself is embedded onto an object. The next layer, we have the network layer. Remember, the device has to be connected through the internet. In Safaricom, we usually use NB-IoT or GSM, LoRaWAN, or even Wi-Fi or BLE. BLE is just Bluetooth in short. And then we have now the edge. The edge is where now the value add comes in. So at the edge, we usually have tiny ML, tiny machine learning. We have blockchain running on the edge, and we have any other value-added technologies. And then the last layer, which you are about to see here, is the application layer. And on the application layer, that's where you as a consumer get insights on your objects or your devices. So generally, what is also a telematics device? Or rather, what is telematics? So telematics is majorly a computerized system that's able to update data, process updates and process data as soon as it gets it. So there's a constant flow of data as it comes in. So we're going to go straight into what Roseanne has for us.
So what are the benefits of telematics based on what Ayan has explained what telematics is? For example, I'm going to use an example of Easy Coach. The owner of Easy Coach wants to, let's say, monitor their fleet. So telematics ideally enables the owner to have an improved fleet productivity in that they always know where the one specific bus is at any given point in time. Then he can enforce security policies by monitoring the driver's behavior. For example, if they make emergency brakes or if there's any crash whatsoever, you can know. And for example, if the specific bus has to use one specific route, through geofencing, it's very easy to monitor. And then cost efficiency. The owner of these buses can ideally know the fuel consumption per bus and maybe monitor whether there's a specific driver is idle at any given point in time or not doing what he's supposed to, and monitor vehicle operational costs, and compliance and customer satisfaction. For example, if I am expecting my package in Kisumu at exactly 10, me as a driver, as the owner, I can ensure that all my customers are satisfied at any given point in time, in that all their packages arrive at the exact same time that they were promised. Yes.
So here we have all the features of our telematics product for IoT. As you can see, we have much more value add. We also do assist you monitor your fuel levels, crash detection, geofencing. For probably context, geofencing is when you digitally fence an area. For example, if you were to fence the area of Nairobi, you'd get an alert that your car has left Nairobi. So you take the decision to either reprimand or take the next steps. Also, we do have monitoring of driver behavior. Sometimes you get to a point where you always wonder, this person is constantly taking so long to deliver this, or this person is, this particular car always has this particular problem. So with driver behavior, we're able to monitor idling. For example, someone would drive down the road at 20 kilometers per hour. That's not something you want to see as a business owner. You want to make sure that your goods are arriving on time or your cars are where they're supposed to be at a particular time. We also do have live tracing of the active. We have GPS on our telematics. That's one of the core sensors that we have that's able to tell you where exactly the car is at what time. We also have crash detection, so harsh braking and other unruly behaviors on the road. Those are things that we're able to detect, and you will see that in the upcoming demo as we go. Now, there's something I've not addressed with you called video telematics. That's our latest addition to our product. What is digital telematics, or rather video telematics? We've had this discussion again and again with the ministry and other agencies where drivers now need to have a dash cam on their cars. So this is just to ensure that drivers' safety, especially for public sector, the driver is responsible, they're driving well, and also insurance claims. So in this case, if you go to an insurer and say you had an accident, they will check back on the footage and they'll actually determine whether you're worthy of the insurance money or not. So this is also to curb insurance fraud. So let's go into the actual demo. So, on our actual demo, we do have, as you can see at the top of the screen, we have more than 3,000 alerts of violations, as you can see. And we have items like hash breaking, we have hash breaking, no-go or keeping. So the no-go or keeping is ideally the geofence. So when you leave a designated area, you violate the no-go zone. We also have hash driving behavior. So on hash driving, we see whether you are accelerating alongside a corner. How do we do this? We can tell from the system is embedded with a compass that's able to tell where you're facing. So if, for example, this is your compass and you're facing north, and you happen to swerve or change the compass direction to east. As you're going to east, we also check how long did it take you to go to east. Are you just swerving the car? That's part of the violations that are on our system. We also have other violations such as idling. So if you have parked alongside the road for more than 10 minutes or 20 minutes, your management is able to see that you are parked somewhere. And it's depending on what you set up or how much time you set up for the break, you have a way of seeing whether the driver is idling. We also have hash acceleration. So with hash acceleration, we're able to see how long did it take you from 1 kilometer to 60 kilometers? How long did it take you from 1 kilometer per hour to 55 kilometers per hour? And as you can see on the left corner of the screen, we have some of the demo vehicles who have accelerated past the limit that was set. So in this case, we had the limit set at 90, and you can see some vehicles have accelerated past 90, and they have a violation. So on to our next, I want to show you a bit about what we have. I think we're just going to continue. Now our system can tell how long your car has been parked. If you've been parking for 20 minutes, it's able to tell that this car is parked for 20 minutes. And if you park for more than 1 hour, or rather 4 hours, you're able to now start a new session. So it's not counted as one trip, it now starts a whole new trip. And it gives you much more comfort as a business to know that your cars you're able to view every aspect of your car, all the aspects of your car. And indeed, it's a great solution. Let me see. So as I wind up, I just want to let you all know that you can visit us at Safaricom Business Hub to order any of our solutions. As you can see here, we have the platform back up. If you can click on Demo 9, kindly. Demo 9. Yes. So this car is currently in motion. As I told you, telematics is a system, it's a computerized way of updating and processing at the same time as the data in real-time format. So you can see here, this car is at Ngomeni Kilifi. It's been moving for about 1 hour. So you can see how long the driver has been driving. You can see the GPS location. And you can also track the battery as well. How cool is that? You know, knowing how much battery is left on your embedded device. That's also something that we saw key to address battery as one of the biggest challenges that we face in IoT. Lastly, just to address that, you get a summary for the day. How cool is that? You get a summary for the day. You get to see how long this car has been moving, how many liters of fuel has it consumed, etc. And this system is one of our best performing products. So, as I did mention, if you have a business, kindly visit our stand right there at where I'm pointing to, so I can explain to you more around our solution. Thank you so much. DJ. Yes, thank you so much.
For that, it's projected that if you estimate, each of you probably has multiple devices. So the opportunity in the IoT space or the network of things is humongous, because if you've got X billion people with handsets or SIM cards in their phones, you could imagine how many more embedded sort of services you could unlock. So remember, do meet up with the team to explore more of those solutions. I saw somebody asked online, is a solution available for people who are not necessarily on the Safaricom network? Maybe the team could answer that right on the YouTube feed. Next, we're going to go into a panel discussion that will take us into lunch. And for this, I'd like to invite Evelyn Munene, who's the business lead ICT at Safaricom, to help us unpack Cloudscape Utopia, if Utopia does exist. So, karibu kwa jukwaa, and welcome your panelists.
Should I just use it?
Yeah, because you're...
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I know we're just getting to lunchtime, so good afternoon. Hands up, please. Good afternoon, afternoon. All right. Our next topic, closely related to some of the things that we've had in the last 2 days. As the public sector guys were sitting here, I was thinking about the fact that they're talking about this one number. And then I remembered Huduma number, how we went with all our files to this place, and there was data entry on an application on a small tablet, and I wondered, is this what you're going to do again? Given that we have so many of us now who know so much more, and I was happy about the challenges that we're giving them. So then we're able to integrate these technologies and make things better. So our topic today is really going to be about, as we're building these applications, and we've been told data is more important than gas and oil. How do we build them so that we can collect this data with a lot more integrity, with a lot more speed, with a lot more efficiency? So joining me today will be 3 business leaders. We'll start with Cynthia Kropach, who's our Chief for Enterprise Business. Please clap for her, she comes up. Then we'll also be joined by Roy Kimathi, who's a technical consultant at OpenText. Welcome on stage, Kimathi. And then we have Nawaz Bagha. If you're in the room, I think I saw you at the back. Please come up. From VMware Technologies. Okay. Great. You all have the mic. Okay. So that we get to make sure that you have the right context, I'll just ask that we get to know just a bit about the organizations you're coming from, so that we get perspective when you're talking about these technologies and the experiences that you've had. So we'll start out with Nawaz, right at the corner.
Oh, hi. Okay, thanks, Evelyn. So yeah, my name is Nawaz, and I'm pretty sure I haven't met probably 99.5% of you here before. I was talking to somebody earlier as well, and normally tech events that I go to are probably enterprise audiences. There's a lot of devs in the room today, and a lot of the things that we normally talk about, that I normally talk about, would probably would not be relevant to you. So as we were prepping for this panel, actually, I was asked, keep it to the audience, which is what I've tried today. But anyways, I work for VMware. For those that don't know VMware, VMware stands for VM, Virtual Machine Ware. We are a company that's 25 years old, and we probably started the whole concept of cloud computing about 25 years ago. So we pioneered x86 virtualization, compute virtualization. And if you think about it, regardless of how you view cloud computing, the virtual machine, the VM, is the most basic unit of cloud computing. You do not have cloud computing without a virtual machine. No matter what you run, be it a container, be it a function, even serverless computing, etc. All of that at the back end runs on a VM somewhere, right? And we as VMware have been in this space in Kenya specifically for about 13 to 15 years already. Thank you.
Okay, Roy.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roy Kimathi, and I'll introduce myself on a personal level first, so that you can understand where I come from when I speak with you. I'm a techie with a business background. So the intersection of business and technology is my sweet spot. I work for a company called OpenText, and OpenText has for the longest time, been known as the information management company. And this year, a big change happened with the acquisition of a company called Micro Focus. Micro Focus is also a giant in its own right in the space of technology management, so digital operations management, cloud management, and also application development. So that's a brief intro from myself.
Yeah, that's nice and sweet. Technology and business. Got it. On to Cynthia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. You know we're the panel sitting between you and lunch, huh? So give us some positive energy. We'll get through this quickly. My name is Cynthia Kropach, and I head the enterprise unit at Safaricom. Safaricom Business is who we're now branding ourselves as. We're the baby of the Safaricom family, and we are responsible for supporting and enabling businesses of all size, from the smallest micro business to the largest multinational corporation, governments, and also on the wholesale side, we partner in the infrastructure business with all the competitors we compete with. We cooperate on the infrastructure side. So we are the place where we must make sense for businesses, because business is in the business of investing in the growth of their core competency. So if somebody is in the retail business, if someone's in the hotel business, if somebody is in a different service industry business, at the end of the day, none of them really care about what a specific technology is unless it's delivering value to them, either in how they're executing on their businesses, how they're delivering their services more efficiently, and how these technologies are enabling them to grow. So in forums such as these, by the way, if you guys think we dress like this at Safaricom, it's not true. We look more like Evelyn does. We're very buttoned up. So I really like this Decode thing. I think there's some things we could learn in our space to loosen up a little bit. Don't you think? Don't you think? I think so. I'll try to influence it. But at the end of the day, we have to help businesses in their goals and ambitions. So it's not about the cool technology. Cool technology is okay. It's fun. It's exciting. But if you cannot make a case for a business owner as to the why and the value it delivers to them, all you have done is develop cool technology. And we want to take your cool technology, utilize the capabilities and the expertise that we have built and developed at Safaricom so that we can create a scalable, value-added set of technologies that we can take to business.
Well said, well said. I think it was yesterday that someone was saying there's all this cool tech and it's in WhatsApp groups, and how do we get it out there? So I think that's a challenge that Cynthia is giving us. But let's get into the topic of the day, cloud-infused vision, right? Roy, would you just break it down for us what that actually means?
Okay. When I was preparing for this topic, I took the title quite literally, and I was intrigued by the choice of words. The words cloudscape utopia. utopia is near perfection, which in itself means that it's not perfect. So there's improvements that can be done to it. However, let me not dwell on the negatives now. It's technology tools, as has been with other tools, like the advent of internet. Now we're talking about the cloud. And this is moving compute, storage, and other functions or processes, IT processes, outside of the organization's four walls, so to speak. And this is done predominantly with value in mind. So as Cynthia mentioned, at the end of the day, value is top of mind. So some of the values that, that come up is costs, efficiency, and I'm sure we'll delve into a lot more detail on those as we speak.
Okay. Nawaz, you want to add a little bit of color to that from your perspective?
Yeah. So, you know, we always talk about cloud and, you know, achieving that utopia, but, you know, we tend to look at it from the lens of technology, right? But the reality is there are often three different lenses that we need to look at achieving that utopia. You know, the ultimate goal, as Cynthia mentioned earlier, is to deliver digital transformation for better, to provide better value to the business, right? And the only way to achieve that is through, you know, looking at it from three aspects and not just technology alone. So, in my opinion, you know, you got to focus on all three at the same time to achieve that utopia, and those are tech, obviously, but secondly, the people, and thirdly, the processes within any, you know, organization. They need to flow in sync together to achieve that utopia.
Okay. So let me roll back to Cynthia and ask. We've talked about cloud utopia and a perfect world where you're creating things in and out of the organization. What value do you see that kind of a world bringing to the business world?
So I think three things in general, and actually this is a general. I know this is a conversation about cloud, and cloud has in many ways accelerated so much for business in terms of how they have invested in infrastructure for their business. Typically, it was very expensive. It took a very long time to invest in servers, to invest in the rooms where you could keep these servers. Make sure you're managing the temperatures. Make sure that those servers were up. I'm old enough to remember when I had to go and bounce a server. Do you guys even know that term? Have any of you ever bounced a server? I've bounced a server. You go look that up. But those days, no one even talks about that. I've not even heard that term in a long time. But the reality is this. In what cloud has enabled, particularly in this country where 97% of businesses are small and micro business, is creating affordability and accessibility, where you can be able to buy a subscription service for applications that either help you run your business, that help you in managing your customers and suppliers, and help you in managing your finances. The cloud accelerated that, but here's the challenge that I'll give to all of you. Cloud was just the vessel that allowed companies, particularly small companies, and also large companies, by the way, have the same type of buying pattern. But what this did for small and micro businesses, there's still more to be done. Why? Many of the applications that run on the cloud, many of the applications that are being accessed on a subscription basis, you saw the entertainment bit here, where when I looked at the companies that we can buy content from, most of them were foreign. There was very little local. It's the same thing with business applications. They're on the cloud, they're accessible, they're affordable, but much of them are from Western countries. What you need to be thinking about is how can we create those cloud-based applications for Africa, for African companies. Can you do that? Can you do that? That's what you should be thinking about. But it's going to be more than just, do you know how to code? Do you understand code? Do you have cool tech? It has to be, you understand the business processes. You understand the business workflows. You understand the business challenges. So that as you're developing these technologies, it's not just about what you're copying so that it's cheaper and for Africa, by Africa, but what you're creating is something that is relevant to the context of our country and of our continent, of how we do business, the way business operates and executes. So that affordability and accessibility is a place you can really play. But always remember, it's not about the technology, it's about the outcomes. When a business invests in technology, it's not for entertainment or the coolness factor. They're doing it for the outcomes that they can derive out of it. And then what cloud then allows is the flexibility to start small and to be able to scale and to be able to take advantage of features and capabilities that enhance the business. So think about those three things. We can create affordable, accessible solutions. We can do it. Understand what are those critical capabilities businesses need. Many of them are very similar. There are very few things that are industry specific. Many things are very similar, at least in the small and micro space. Then always think about outcomes. What's the value derived? How can these businesses take advantage of these solutions to better service their customers, to better grow their profits, to run more efficiently, and can you help them scale?
Thank you, Cynthia. So Roy, so in the room we have quite a bit of talent, and these people, and looking at what just happened here when the job offers were given, will be sitting opposite leaders like Cynthia, right? Like you do every day. What can they expect and how should they prepare when they come to sell these solutions?
I'll tell you something that I heard from the leader for IBM. I forget what her name was. I can't believe I've forgotten. My age is starting to show. But the leader of IBM said, we know how to take good ideas and kill them. What she was saying is the thresholds and the challenges to grow ideas organically through a company is very tough. And the way for large companies to grow and extend their portfolio is through partners. I can tell you the way that Safaricom is going to grow in Safaricom business is through partners, like many of you who are sitting through in this audience. But when you do come, remember what I said, it's not about what?
Cool tech.
It's not about what? I can't hear you.
Cool tech.
You must not be hungry. It's not about cool technology. It's about outcomes. So find the niche that you believe that you can be able to develop an outcome, value proposition that we can position for customers. I think one of the things we can do, and maybe I can make that commitment here, is to create a framework where you can present those ideas to us. And that you can trust that we're not going to take those ideas and run with them and forget you. By the way, we can't do that. And we can't do that because then other ideas will not come because everyone will have that same fear. I can tell you, I've been in Safaricom for 1 year now. And prior to that, I worked for a company in the United States called AT&T for nearly 20 years. I have worked in a consortium of partners that number in the thousands. From my previous career and in my current career alone, in the last few months, we've been able to onboard small companies, several of them, that were able to bring us solutions that we could take to the target customer. So know your customer, be clear what problem you're solving for, then come and talk to us. And our commitment is that we will let you know how to come to us so that we give you that audience. Our job is to take your idea and help round it up so it's holistic, because in our business we don't sell. You know, when you go and buy ugali, you don't just get ugali. You know for a fact it's going to come with something else, don't you? You know there'll be skuma wiki, you know there'll be maybe some meat if you're lucky, and maybe even a drink. When we go to customers, they're not expecting we come with just a cool technology. They're expecting we come with a connected technology platform that talks to their business. So your idea will be in the midst of other ideas holistically, so that a business can consume this effectively for what they need to. So I really look forward to your ideas, because we don't want to take small ideas and kill them. We want to take your ideas and we grow together.
Okay, thank you. Roy?
Yeah, so my contribution to that, and looking at the bright faces in the audience today, for your idea to resonate with Cynthia when you're sitting across the table from her, you need to be customer-centric. You need to understand what value you're giving her customers. So customer centricity is number one. Understand the value and understand that which, what it takes, what your solution will do to obtain that value. Then secondly, it needs to be a well thought out business idea. It needs to be cost effective. And cloud, to bring it back to cloud, cloud helps you as a developer to make full advantage of world-leading tech at very minimal entry-level costs. So you start where you are and you scale as you go. And you can scale overnight. I mean, we've heard of success stories that, brands that have hit over 1 million in Kenya before their launch. And this can only be enabled by tech like cloud. So those are some of the things that would be worth looking at. Another thing that I'd like to mention is the importance of data. And data only becomes important if you can assign value to it as well. And this is only done through analytics. So a critical skill that I'm sure most of you have, and those who do not should be starting to get it, is how to convert data into useful information, and analytics is the key around that. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll probably add to what both of them have said. So one is, the idea is always to think of your customer's customer as your customer, right? That's a single single key to success in selling to businesses, right? As Cynthia mentioned, you've got great tech, you want to sell it somewhere so that you can make money, right? At the end of the day, that's all that matters. At the end of the day is, we're all in this because we want to earn a living. We all have ambitions, we all have objectives and goals that we want to achieve. This can be financial, material, whatever it is. So that's the one thing, yeah. Customer success. Treat your customer's customer as your customer. The second bit is partnerships. So when adding to what Cynthia had said earlier, with a great idea, you need somebody to help propel that forward, to help put that big engine behind it, to showcase your idea out there. And sometimes, Cynthia also alluded to this as well, sometimes that idea on its own is probably not valuable enough, but combined with other stuff around it, it makes perfect sense. So, it's great to get the right set of partners in that space. I'll give you a very short example in that when you look at cloud computing in Kenya specifically, I'm not sure who here can probably tell me when the first cloud was launched here in Kenya, what year it was launched in. Any ideas? Any answers?
2000.
George?
2000.
So you'll be surprised in that the first partnership that we as VMware had in country in Kenya was with Safaricom back in 2010 when we launched the first cloud here in Kenya. I'm pretty sure not many people know about that, but that's a cloud that has been in operation here in Kenya with local data sovereignty laws in place for the last 13 years. 2 weeks ago, we did a major relaunch of that cloud as well. So, it's that partnership that we had with Safaricom that, propelled that whole idea forward and made it, sound like a reasonable, business for the market. The other thing I want to point about is when you're building your business and when you have an idea, make sure you choose the right foundation, right? As with anything else, the foundations matter. In our space, in tech space, the foundations matter both from a systems and infrastructure point of view, but also from a data point of view. Choose the right systems, choose the right data models, etc. Ensure that whatever you're doing allows you mobility, right? We are living in a world of what they're calling multi-cloud and poly-cloud. I don't know if you ever heard of the word poly-cloud, right? So, choose something that will allow you that mobility for your systems and your data.
Okay, thanks, Noah. So we've talked about cloud utopia, and we thought, great stuff, it's perfect. Is it all good? Are there fears? Are there, things that people should worry about?
I'll be brief and say, anytime you have infrastructure, anytime you have applications, anytime you have data, you cannot have those conversations without having two other considerations. One is what your redundancy options are, and then two, how you are securing the access to, the execution of your applications and your data that's there. So cloud and security, those two things go hand in hand. They're not mutually exclusive elements. I want to take this opportunity and also pitch Safaricom Cloud. I know many tend to go to clouds that are more well-known, and I want to pitch that Safaricom has a local cloud. Your data stays here. More and more businesses care about where their data is, so you want to consider Safaricom Cloud. It's also in Kenya shillings, and you're not having to pay in foreign currency. That matters, especially as you see how the exchange rate has been going. And even more importantly, you have a partner in us in how we can help you in growing your business as a business person, and how we can partner together in the technologies for tomorrow.
Okay. I think there's a booth right at the back for more information on that. Our time seems to be really have gone, and we're still in cloud utopia, happy there. So we'll just give you 1 more minute to just give your last word.
All right, thank you very much. So to speak to the last question, I think the biggest challenge in adopting cloud is typically for larger enterprises who've already been doing it differently. So the migration becomes a bit of a challenge. The tooling that's available might not be sufficient. However, there are tools available from OpenText to help you with this journey. Secondly, once you've already migrated to cloud, we've heard from Nawaz that in most organizations, one size doesn't fit all. We have, for instance, 3 cloud providers in this room right now. And nobody can say that they're the best fit. If I give an example of a shoe, there's nothing wrong with a sports shoe, but you don't go hiking in it. And there's nothing wrong with a hiking boot, but you don't go running in it. So different cloud providers might have different strengths, and as a result, as an organization, you'll end up with a mix. And in most cases, you'll even have a hybrid environment with some of your workloads still sitting on-prem. Now, none of these providers or even your on-prem software provider will give you a tool that will look at, for instance, the monitoring, the provisioning, the serving of the needs of all your infrastructure. And this is another place where we differentiate ourselves as OpenText. We have tools to make sure that your cloud management journey is as smooth as possible for you. So hope I haven't taken more than my 1 minute, but there are realities with the consumption of cloud that one must be aware of, and we help with that journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy.
Yeah, I think I'll just add to the point about cybersecurity, right? So when you think about cybersecurity and cloud, you always think polar opposites, right? Cloud is more about democratization of systems and infrastructure and data, whereas cybersecurity, and I'm not sure if there's any cybersecurity ops in the room. They are more about let's build virtual walls around everything. Yeah, A must not talk to B and B must not talk to C, right? But the reality is the whole this whole concept about DevSecOps is embedding security right from the get-go, right? Rethink the way you're building your applications, rethink the way you're building your technology, and your outcomes as well. Finally, one thing, guys, remember, a cloud operator or a cloud provider is not responsible for your data security. They are not responsible for your data redundancy, etc. Oftentimes, they always have these add-ons that can help you secure your data, such as virtual firewalls, for example, or virtual backup as a service for that cloud infrastructure, etc. It's always important, guys. It might seem like an unnecessary add-on, but in reality, you are responsible for maintaining your data security. So if they're providing that service, always go for it. In the long term, it doesn't really cost a lot, but it really gives you that peace of mind as well.
I think, thank you very much. We now come to the end of the session, and I can see someone is here to get us out of here. I would like to thank the panelists for making time, and I think some of the things that we've had here is about being customer-centric. It's about like tea and biscuits, cloud comes with security, and it's about tools that can help you migrate. So we'd like to thank you very much for taking time just before your lunch, and we hope that we've inspired you to have meaningful conversations over lunch. And I'll hand it over back to the MC.
Asante sana. Round of applause for our panelists. As they exit, like Kropach said, utopia is defined by the outcomes, not by the shininess or the coolness of the technology. Sometimes you're very quick and very fast to run to the new and shiny, not really thinking about the real impact it's going to drive on the ground. Roy focused on customer centricity, or rather customer obsession, saying that helps frame what we present to the customer. And he gave a great shoe analogy, that there's nothing wrong with a hiking boot, only that Kipchoge would not be caught trying to break world records in it. Or that shoe that he wears to break marathon records would do no good on a mountain. And Nawaz gave us a cheat sheet and said, think of your customer's customer. Don't just think of doing a direct sale. What will this enable my customer to do? And that brings us to lunch, ladies and gentlemen. So if you do have a wristband written Innovator Allies, Techies, Innovator Pioneers, or Tech Enablers, please proceed to the back of the room, and there are two sides to it to receive your lunchbox. We have a station on each side, and kindly, after you're done with your lunchbox, dispose of the box. There's some nice bins written Control-Alt-Delete. You can toss it in that, it will get recycled. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, bon appetit. We'll see you here at 1:40 on the dot to proceed with the afternoon session. Karibuni.
everyone. It's so nice to have you. I know we didn't get a chance to say hello, but it's a mighty good day to be at Safaricom Decode 2.0. My name is Mariam Bishar. We had an amazing morning session, talked about citizen-centric public infrastructure, and it had people spicy, a very good session. We also saw a sneak peek of what Safaricom's new entertainment hub is going to look like, an all-in-one place for you to get all your entertainment needs. Cannot wait for the launch of that, and I'm glad I got to see a sneak peek before everyone else does. We've got an amazing afternoon session, but before that, I want to show you some cool things that are happening around me. If you're a fan of VR, if that's your thing, there's a VR station for you to lose your mind, potentially, or at least pretend that you did. If you're scared, I would highly advise so that you can get over that fear. If not, come through, also have a good time. There's a photo booth there so you can take some selfies, remember the good times you had, and look back at, I don't know, Decode 2.0 and be like, yeah, I was here for the first and the second and the third. There's also a gaming station. Good old FIFA, can't beat the game. I don't think I can do better than any of those fellas, but if you think that you can, this is definitely the place for you. Before we get back into the afternoon session, I want to speak to Naisanya Mungai, who's the tech lead for digital transformation at Safaricom, about Safaricom Decode 2.0. What's different between last year and this year? What's changed? What's remained the same? And of course, what we should be looking forward to at the next Decode. Okay. Hi, Naisanya.
Hi.
Hi. I like that. Hi. Karibu sana. First of all, I loved your session in the morning, and we'll get into that a little bit.
Yeah.
But Safaricom Decode 1.0, if that's a word, versus 2.0. What's changed? What's different this year?
So what has changed? Last year, we were basically saying Safaricom is the home of digital talent, and we were showcasing our engineering practices, our engineering frameworks. So what's the difference between 1.0 and 2.0 is right now we are saying we are no longer transitioning into a tech company. We are a tech company. And what we are trying to showcase in 2.0 is that Safaricom is the partner of choice for enterprises and for the government, but still showcasing our tech. So we've had some demos around AI. You saw that yesterday. What we are doing around developers, a developer portal, developer experience. So still the same but different partner of choice. And then for Decode 3.0, instead of having it just for 2 days, we want to have an extravaganza for an entire week. So the first 3 days we focus on businesses, and then the last 2 days mostly developers. We will have immersions, technical sessions, and a hackathon. Yes.
A lot of the people who are interested in Decode are either techies or aspiring techies. And I've spoken to different people in the industry, including your director of IT, who says that sometimes there's a skill gap that seems not to be coming from like this 4-year degree that's, it's not all it's piped up to be. And short courses are becoming very popular for people who want to get into the tech space. What do you think of that vis-a-vis like the traditional 4-year degree?
So I think even what Moringa School are doing is amazing. So instead of I'm not necessarily saying don't go to the uni, yes, but you can supplement whatever you're currently learning in the universities with what is being taught online. And Safaricom is doing something similar under the Safaricom engineering community, where we are now co-creating the curriculum with the different universities, but our courses will be for a year, so that we are actually just bridging what unis are teaching versus what we require as an industry. Yes.
Bridging that gap. When you say you'll be doing this course for a year, does that mean that that's a certification that someone will have to get from Safaricom?
Yes. So we are actually co-creating the certification with the industry leaders. So a certification between Safaricom and AWS, a certification between Safaricom and Oracle, so that it's something that you can actually use once you have actually graduated from Accelerate by Safaricom. Yeah.
Tell me how you stay on top of like the ever-changing trends and emerging issues in tech, because every day it's a different thing. Yesterday we moved from ChatGPT 1 to 4 in a matter of weeks. You blink and you've been left behind, right?
Yes. So at work we are being encouraged actually what we were talking about yesterday in our panel, learning agility. And I think the interesting thing for me, and most people don't know this, is even coming up with the concepts, the panel discussions that we've been having, the demos. We really couldn't have done it without ChatGPT, but then what we were utilizing is whatever prompt engineering. So how are you learning all these skill sets to make use of them and make your work easier? So you really have to have the mentality that I need to learn things as quickly as possible. Otherwise, utachwa tu nyuma.
No one wants to be left behind. But building a skill set is also a community thing.
Yes.
What's your favorite thing about the community that Decode is starting to build? Because I think 1.0 was something, this is something else entirely.
Yeah.
And if we do a week next year, I can't wait to see that.
I think for me, it's the passion that the developers have. And as much as people are building a craft, let's say your craft is software engineering, we are still finding that even the software engineers are very good in AI, they are very good in RPA. So we are building a community of, I don't want to say like-minded people, but young people who want to explore and innovate. And as Safaricom engineering community, we are saying we are building and fostering world-class engineering excellence by knowledge sharing and innovation. Yeah.
Speaking of AI, Safaricom obviously has access to, big data, big data. And of course, some of that will be used to train artificial intelligence, right? How do we keep it ethical so that at the end of the day, no one is worried that, hey, my data, even if I'm user 36825, my data is being used ethically, if at all. Yeah.
So we are actually making sure that our data, we are complying to the data governance rules. Yeah. So your data will never be used without your consent. When we were even registering for guys to be part of Decode 2.0, yes, you had to give us consent to actually use your data, even to send you an email reminder. So
even a photo, actually.
Even a photo, yes. So we are taking these things really, really seriously. And also considering now people are being sued for sharing photos online. Yeah.
You have to tread carefully.
Yeah, we are treading carefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is there a trend, aside from perhaps artificial intelligence, is there a trend in tech that you think is going to change the way we do things in the next maybe 3-4 years, aside from artificial intelligence and chat GPTs and the likes? Yeah.
I think for me, one of the biggest things that I'm really, really, really excited about is digital twin. I'm still doing a lot of research on the same, and I would like to see what applications we can actually come up with for different use cases in Kenya. Yeah. I think that would be something
Introduce us
really,
to digital.
really.
You said
digital twin.
What does that mean?
So how do we create, how do I put it? A good example is even in architecture and buildings, how do we create something in the virtual space to replicate actual real world? Yes. So I think that would be really, really cool.
Yeah.
And how we can use that technology to solve our own issues in Kenya.
Yeah. I would love to see Decode in the meta, not the otherverse. I don't know what to call it, but virtual.
Actually, ours we are calling it Safariverse.
Safariverse. Okay,
Yes.
like it. I have a name now. I have a name. Safariverse. I'm very interested to see how that works out. Of course, there's also the fun element that Safaricom has been talking about. We have an entertainment hub now coming through. Is Safaricom looking to be a content creator, not just an aggregator platform as well?
Yes. I think even what we were launching today, the entertainment hub, is some of the things that we are looking forward to building and co-creating with the creatives. So it's no longer STEM, we are calling it STEAM.
The R.
The A, we are introducing an A.
STEAM.
STEAM,
Okay.
So science, technology, engineering. So the A is for arts. And then mathematics.
Okay.
So how do we bring everyone along on the tech transformation journey. Yes.
I like STEAM. I really love that idea. Because people always accuse techies of, oh, you guys don't respect the arts. No. You know, you don't do ethics and philosophy and arts and things like that. But it's good to know that we're integrating and that we're coming together as one. Thank you so much, Naisanya, for the work that you're doing, for joining this little interview of ours, our fireside chat. And of course, we look forward to seeing what the afternoon has in store for us. And we will call it STEAM.
STEAM.
Yes. And now I also know about digital twinning. Learn every day. Learn every day. Thank you so much, Naisanya.
Thank you.
All right, guys, you heard it there. If you are interested in this and more, just stay on the live, stay engaged, use the hashtag Safaricom Decode. I will still try and make sure that we have some airtime to give out so we can say a little thank you to you for being so engaging. And of course, for the many of you who are on live with us, yesterday and then came in person today, big shout out. You're actually my favorite people and I love saying hi to you. If you've missed this one, miss Kia next year. We're doing it bigger. We're doing better. Maybe a week-long extravaganza. Sounds amazing. Also, if you have any comments to share with us, continue to do so. And questions, especially for the people who are on stage, they'll be more than happy to answer. Mbogwa will be more than happy to make sure that those questions get to the right people. Thank you so much for staying with me. We're getting back inside now with Mbogwa and G here. Any questions, comments, etc.? Hashtag Safaricom Decode. Mbogwa, over to you.
Because you're about to get into a section you're calling the youth segment, and we'll be having an up-and-coming artist, opening the afternoon for us. And without much further ado, I'd like to welcome on stage Chris Kaiga. Karibu. They keep saying something like, yeah. Huh? So probably Chris is there chochaing himself. So Chris, we're waiting for you on stage. As soon as you're ready, we're looking at the door and then the guy comes from the ceiling. These guys. And then, have you ever wondered how these guys decide on their names? Like kuna DJ Redbone, kamuza ati jina yako ni ati Redbone, mfupa ya red. Kasema okay. Then this guy comes yesterday, he's called Father Mo. I'm always curious, like if a software engineer was to double up as a musician, what would their name be? I wouldn't be surprised if it's Hello World or Lorem Ipsum Domet something. Something crazy, or atandika tu script, same random name generator. So, Chris, yeah. There we go. Stage is yours.
What do you do, my people? What's good, my people? Mnasemaje? Hapa leo nimekuja kanisa ama tumekuja basho na Thursday? Hapa leo niko wapi? Nichangamsheni watu wa ICT. Nasikia AI imeshika deadly. You guys are about to bring the future a bit closer to us. Hiyo ni ukweli? Sasa mimi nataka leo niwapigishe densi mchoke deadly. Si ndio? Silo mmeambiwa story mob sana za technology na advancements. Si ndio? Nani hapa ni mali safi? Nani ni mali safi? Ama nani yako na mali safi?
Next time we'll get.
Ama nani ni kitu safi? Nani ni kitu safi? Baya show vans. Baya show vans. Baya show vans. Nani ni mali safi hapa? Tuiwashe nini? Nimekuja na kitu, tuiwashe nini? Tuiwashe nini? So before tuiwashe my people, nataka tu mnieke mkono moja tu juu hivi, polite tu. Before DJ wangu wako ready, DJ. Selector, uko salama? Safi sana. Wapi kelele ya Selector? One of the baddest DJs we have in the 254. So before we even get going with our performance, I want to say a big shout out to Safaricom Engineering Summit for always plugging young artists like we, giving us a platform to showcase our talent. Ama vipi? Nakaje kutoka hapo? Nakaje kutoka? Nyinyi mnakapua kutoka hapa. Mimi nakaje? If you're single in the house, can you say ini ya madem peke yake? Pole, Brayo tuli. Brayo tulia baba. Any single ladies in the house? Any single ladies? Niko na airtime hapo ya kupatiana. Na nataka nipatie mtu wako single nikupigie usiku. Na unlimited calls za Safaricom. Who's single in the house? Nani ako single? Hey, na Steph unataka kuplug sister yako na ataki. Who's single? Have some airtime hapa nataka nipatiane. Wacha nikuulize swali. Who's single? Nishapata mtu mmoja hapa. Bro tulirihas. Nyinyi mko nje. Ako wapi? Sasa baby girl. Hey, unaitwa nani babe?
Madara.
Atima. Hey Madara, baby girl, are you Kenyan? You are. Me am Ethiopian. Huko Ethiopia wananiita Sultan. Sasa baby boo, how are you feeling? So DJ, so my people, I want you guys to help me introduce one of the baddest African artists we have in the 254. Sawa, halafu nataka tu nipige chorus moja polite, halafu mnimalizie. Sawa, ati I want. Fire, baby. I want. Sema nini? I want this girl to come and dance
fire,
with me.
Fire,
like so like?
Fire, baby.
Like so like? Yo, party people, make some noise one time for the baddest African artist in the 254. Give it up for Mr. Chris Kaiga. Wase. Yo, nataka kuona
Simameni
kila mtu asimame. Nipatie mkono moja hivi.
Atizanani zimenai. Check it.
Sikosi uradi nipate nimechill na kabiti. Form ni mingi hadi anashanga na sisi kila siku ya wiki. Get tipsy na nikiget down na blood all on the whiskey. Jack DJ me now blame it on the Henny. We started out slow nilikuwa dem lazy. Ish too crazy kukumbuka siwezi. Nilijiget home to your bed.
Simasoni mangire. Dem moja wawile na matasi kama pile. Mara ya kwanza ya pile. Simasoni mangire. Dem moja wawile na matasi kama pile. Mara ya kwanza ya pile. Zimenai sati zangu zimenai. Zimenai sati zenyu zimenai. Zimenai sati zetu zimenai. Zimenai sati zangu. Nipe beat, nipe mic, karatasi kalamu. Mziki ndio kazi na ufanya kwa hamu. Unateka mali kama Boko Haram. Tunakuja tap tap, tunakuja na gode teipa kata. Ati shoni wasuteka snap, ashatoa lock, ashanikalia. Wewe simasoni mangire. Dem moja wawile na matasi kama pile. Mara ya kwanza ya pile. Simasoni mangire. Dem moja wawile na matasi kama pile. Mara ya kwanza ya wase. Zimenai sati zangu zimenai. Zimenai sati zenyu zimenai. Zimenai sati zetu zimenai. Zimenai sati zetu zimenai. Nimechili na dibak. Juu watu huko mbele wako maji kama sema. Na kesho niko wasi. Na venye zimenai sitabidi nimeflash. Aki-call back akiana nisikoti. Niko kando upa na kelele ya bogi. Kama ni ngori basi kesi batai. Wow, niko cloud nine. Simasoni mangire. Dem moja wawile na matasi kama pile.
Mara kwanza ya pili.
What do you say?
Imasoni mangire. Dem moja wawili. Na mataska mapile. Mara kwanza ya pili.
Zimenai ati zangu zimenai. Zimenai ati zangu zimenai.
Zimenai ati zenyu zimenai. Zimenai ati zangu zimenai. Wase wapi nduru ya Safaricom wewe?
Make some noise one time.
Wase wapi nduru yenyu wewe? Alafu mnajua ni aje?
Ni aje ji?
Ati kama una mali safi ende? Ati mali safi ende? Ati kama imeweza.
Na.
Kakienda basi enda.
Na yo.
Imeweza.
Na.
Ukibebwa basi bebwa.
Sema nini?
Wase kitu safi ende? Mali safi ende chen. Twende selector.
Sasa nataka kila mseke mkono moja hivi juu sawa?
Sawa.
Mkono wa right
Wase.
Alafu biti kidrop tunaenda hivi.
Imeweza. Kakienda basi enda. Imeweza. Ukibebwa basi bebwa. Wewe kitu safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Mali safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Kitu safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Mali safi ende Wamlambe, kaulimi, nishakwa champes, nimewacha kuwa siri. Ndio maana na bachain na machingri na squeeze. Hata ukikam na sunsesi shkiki. Na deli niko biz na mabig fish wa jiji. Mashek kusaini wadi kalamu ziandiki. Mawenki bao, kuzibeba ni na kaka ni sa empty ya kuna. Baadaye niko rengi ya madrinks na ma. Baadaye niko things na una nikibleki. Rice niko rice peta bidi nime. Imeweza.
Sema.
Kienda basi enda. Imeweza. Ukibebwa basi bebwa.
Ati mali safi nini?
Mali safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Kitu safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Mali safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Kitu safi ende mina machapes tuna pop ma champagne hadi mama ploti ana call ma sanse hadi yani ni makash shot za bunde nani skuzi tumekafunga tukatupaki ndio maana mimi tukakafumari na kitu imebaki ni kumea tu
kitabi
ndani ya wolenjeni na kambi ya ganji na skuzi sina rende nina ganji
alafu nataka
imeweza
tunabamba pamoja kora sawa
Niwaski wewe kitu safi ende
Sema chen.
Mali safi ende
Sema chen.
Kitu safi ende
Sema chen.
Are mini kama dread after nywele shaggy baby better and improve make it power move
daily
squeeze says lose chance niko rada dead
na kama movie ya romance
nipe rienga then icheze kami na kama my youngster Madrid acha bashi bank asika ya matri wakiteta kiako there waambie call police
waambie wafanye nini
one more time wewe
tume pamoja
imeweza kakienda basi enda imeweza
sema nini
kibebwa basi bebwa
sema nini Sema chen.
Mali safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
Mali safi ende chen.
Sema chen.
I go by the name of Chris Kaiga,
aka
Mr. Zima Nice, aka Mali safi ende chen.
Why I say party
That's my
people.
time guys, asanteni
Yo, must take care of each other. All we have in this world of that is each other. Sindio? Peace, my people.
Leo ndio utajua when you're the baddest inamaanisha you're the goodest. Au sio? Like unasema he's the baddest but he's the best. Na pia mimi nataka hype man. If that is the way life is, before you enter in, ukiingia nyumbani hype man anaingia. Before anachocha watu nyumbani anasema nani anakam. For a moment I was like, "Ay, Chris." But he's brought the house down and it's fantastic to see that he's made these software engineers wasimame. And some of you actually singing these lyrics. I'm truly old, but sasa kuna bass. Me, I'll catch up with it on pale bass. So moving swiftly now to back into context. I'd like to invite Anthony Gashanja, who's the Director of Network at Safaricom PLC, to give us a presentation on the Open RAN revolution, liberating networks for seamless global connectivity. Karibu Gashanja.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's a hard job to come after such an artist on stage, so I have the unenviable task of trying to keep up with the trend. So my name is Anthony Gashanja, Director of Networks at Safaricom, and I hope you've been having a good 2 days so far, engaging content, lots of learnings, leaving us a lot more engaged and motivated to make a difference when you get back to our bases, and hopefully to also be equally excited for the next summit, even as you give us our feedback. So for today's afternoon session, we're going to be talking about liberating networks for seamless global connectivity, just reflecting on the theme of the summit, seeing how we bridge the gap in as far as connectivity is concerned, and it being a lifeblood for digital transformation. And a good place for us to start would be to share a story that I came across on the origins of the game of chess. So just a quick show around the room. How many of you play chess? Can wave at me. Right? There are a couple of chess players. I'm not a very good chess player myself. But I love a story I came across on the origins of the game of chess. So legend has it that there was a king some time back. And depending on where you think the game of chess originated from, either India or China, I leave it up to you. But the story is that the king challenged his wise men to come up with a game that was engaging and to, stir up his mind. And out of all the games that were presented to him, the one game that he really enjoyed was that of the game of chess. So taken in was the king that he requested his wise men. He requested, and the wise man in his humble stature said, "My king, all I ask for is that you pay me back in grains of rice." So the king was a bit taken aback. "Is that all?" "Yes, I just want grains of rice and place them on the same chessboard that I have created." So the king was fine, and he said, "Okay, if that's all that you want, are you sure you don't want anything, riches, gold?" He said, "No. That is it, my king. The only thing that I would add, my king, is that may my fortunes double as you place grains of rice on the chessboard." And what that meant was, if you place 1 grain of rice in the first box, place 2 in the second, 4 in the third, 8, etc. So for those of you who are good at math, how many grains of rice do you think ended up being there at the end? Right? By the time you get to the 64th box of the chessboard, there were 18 quintillion grains of rice. 18 quintillion. To put another context to it, that's 1.4 million metric tons of rice. That's 2,000 more than the annual production of rice in the world. So what seemed as an innocuous request from the wise man turned out to be a very favorable exponential growth of fortune. So why am I saying this? We can draw parallels to what's happening with this story to what's happening in the computing space. We are seeing compute speed, our capacity to process storage doubling every month, and at a fraction of the price that we've been used to paying in the past. So that therefore means that the things that we can do when we leverage these technology capabilities, the things that we can achieve, how we can imagine, is expanded, and a bright future abounds ahead of us. So that's one key trend that we'll continue to witness, that will continue to shape up our industry in terms of easy access to technology, much faster, much more storage at a fraction of the price. When you reflect on a journey for telecommunications as well, a while back we had 2G, then 3G came to the fore, then 4G, then soon after that 5G. And even as we discuss now, we're talking about 6G and beyond. So this will continue to play out and to shape our industry. So the other thing that we'll continue witnessing is that of a changing world before us. As companies or entities continue harnessing these technology capabilities, one of the things that we've continued to witness is disruptions in the way we do business, companies reaching billion-dollar valuations in a much shorter time than it would have taken you in the traditional sense if you set up a company, say, way back in the 80s or 90s, or back then. So in a fraction of the time. And this includes, entities that we mentioned there in the fintech space, taxi hailing, apps, social media, etc. How many of us play the game of Candy Crush or have come across Candy Crush? How many of us know about Candy Crush? Maybe I'm revealing my age now, so there's a couple of people. So here's a very interesting fact about Candy Crush. Candy Crush was sold in 2016, 4 years after its inception, for $5.9 billion. A simple game like Candy Crush, $5.9 billion. That's 885 billion Kenya shillings. So that's a very interesting and exciting story to reflect on as we move along, that as we harness what I've just said in terms of capabilities, then we'll continue witnessing a lot of these interesting innovations coming up and disruption in this space. What does that mean for our skill levels? Then our skill levels also need to be commensurate or keep up with the pace of these advancements. So we're going to be challenged to make sure that we are keeping up with the pace, we are driving innovation and steering things in the right direction. And some studies actually say that 70% of the jobs in the future will require some sort of digital IT skill. And I'm not just talking about a spreadsheet here, doing a spreadsheet. I'm talking about an applied IT skill set. So this is another interesting trend that we'll continue to witness as the world changes before us. So what does that therefore mean? That digital transformation will continue to be envisioned as a key business priority, with certain specific shifts that continue shaping up this industry. So the amount of information that we've processed in the past and that we process today will continue to increase and double. And we'll share a bit of information in the next couple of slides on how that's growing. So witness this shift on the requirement to process vast amounts of information with all these interconnected devices to store it, to process it, and transmit it. That's going to be one key shift. And to move away from either static hierarchies or siloed productivity to much more value co-creation, working closer with our customers to tailor products that meet their demands, not just because we force them down their throats, but because we've worked with them in terms of co-creating this value, personalized packages, personalized offerings, and a lot more coherent and integrated solutions as we seek to do so. In terms of key statistics, when you look at the global stats in as far as connectivity is concerned, out of the 8 billion or so people that we have on the planet, around about 60% of those are connected to the internet. So clearly you can see there's a big gap there in terms of that 40% that's an unserved market. And when you reflect on the same statistics within the African landscape, that digital divide is even much, much wider. So what does that tell us? That we need to be a lot more creative as service providers or as solution providers in the audience as well, to make sure that we bridge that digital divide that exists, to make sure that we tap into markets that are not connected, users who are not connected, who would also derive value from all the innovative apps that we just talked about, and to access services that will be available to them at the palm of their hands. In terms of data, and we mentioned this a little bit earlier, the growth of data is projected to take a similar exponential growth, just like the grains of rice on the chessboard, reaching values of around 175 zettabytes. I'm not sure how many zeros that is, but it's a lot of zeros, by 2025. And more than close to 50 or 70% of that will be generated by interconnected devices. I was reading a study the other day that said that in the future, in the home of the future, more than 50% of the data that we generate will not be generated by the human yourself, but by the devices or the interconnected devices that we have. Nowadays we have smart TVs, smart fridges, smart watches, all these kind of things. So that's going to be a ton of data that needs to be processed and facilitated in terms of interconnectivity as we enjoy all these services or consume these services. So what does that then mean from a connectivity perspective? We therefore need to apply ourselves to make sure that we supply the highway upon which this digital transformation is facilitated. The applications that will leverage this superhighway to deliver services to the citizens, whether that's smart cities, in all these use cases, smart transportation, utilities. We've seen locally here in Kenya the ambitious target that the government has set itself in terms of its digital transformation agenda. So connectivity is right at the heart of it. And therefore then that 40% or 60% that's underserved, that's not met today, needs to be connected. And we need to challenge our thinking in terms of how we bridge that digital divide. And one of the ways that we can do this, there's many ways we can do this, but the one that I wanted to just talk about today is adopting or exploring different ways of bridging that connectivity gap. For example, exploring what's in a developing space right here called the Open Radio Access Network architecture. And what this is really a telecommunications architecture that facilitates open, flexible, and interoperable delivery of wireless networks, especially in the case of 4G, 5G, and beyond. And the significance of Open RAN really resides in a couple of key aspects. One is that of interoperability. So today, we see that a lot of the architecture would probably be delivered to you by a single vendor. But maybe in the future, there'll be a multiplicity of vendors who can allow you the flexibility to pick and choose hardware and software components that make sense to you to deliver this service or connectivity service to your customers. And in so doing, the side benefit of that would be, driving innovation, driving scalability. The other aspect would be scalability in terms of allowing you to pick all these units or building blocks and building things that make value from different vendors as well, to allow us to scale or to expand our networks, to bridge that digital divide, avoiding some of the traditional disruptions that would occur in a traditional radio access network. And in so doing, fostering innovation, encouraging competition around some of these service providers, and ultimately reducing that cost that we use, or what we call cost to serve, delivering internet to yourself as the user, or to these underserved markets and allowing us to reach those untapped markets. So I've painted a very bright picture of this digital utopia, if you like. A great future abounds. All these great innovations that we can reach, harness, and deliver. But guess what? In between every great thing and where you are, there will always be risks and uncertainties. And these are inherent as we pursue our journey of digital transformation. And just to speak about a few examples here, how many of us know about the Space Shuttle mission or followed it way back when? Again, I'm revealing my age, just wave at me if you know about the Space Shuttle program. That Space Shuttle program was retired, I think probably around 2011, if I'm not wrong. An engineering marvel. I remember spending a lot of time as a young kid following this Space Shuttle and the engineering marvels, and I think a lot of who I am as an engineer has probably, a lot of it has to do with that. So when you look at that cockpit, a lot of computerized systems, automated processes to take this astronaut to a space mission and back. But guess what? The one thing, the one risk or uncertainty that the engineers conceived that they did not want to assign to the computers to manage that spaceship was what? The landing gear. And what that meant is that the pilot of the spacecraft, as it hurtled back to Earth, and you can imagine the speed, the one thing that the pilot would have to do is just wait for the right moment, not a moment too soon, not a moment too late, to lower the landing gear. Because if you got it wrong, it would be catastrophic and would destroy the whole mission or probably cause lives. So a very interesting concept, at least I think, in terms of you have all this ship is gone to the space and back, everything's computerized, but you can't fix the landing gear. It's a bit of an interesting thing. So that's a risk that they foresaw, and they decided, to have this manual override for it. We've seen the same thing as well in driverless cars, right? The risks that were talked about in terms of health and safety if you're in a driverless car and you're moving around to yourself as a passenger in the car, to other people or pedestrians around you and other cars as well. So there was a lot of talk and debate in the beginning, is this going to be the right way to go or not? And I think that debate is still continuing. But I think, just imagine Accra Road, downtown Nairobi, in a driverless car. I tell you, sit at the back, and we're just going to go, this car will drive you through Accra Road with all these matatus. How many of you would be comfortable doing that? Yeah? So those are the kind of risks and issues. But we've seen how the innovation has come back. And the point I'm trying to make here is that we need to look back at the same technology capabilities that have gotten us to this space to look for solutions that mitigate or deal with those risks as well. If you see what people like SpaceX are doing or Blue Origin, just look at the contrast in difference in terms of the space shuttle, cockpit, and SpaceX, right? It looks like you can fly that ship, isn't it, right? But the point here is that, we need to look to technology advancements again to help mitigate those risks that stand between us and this digital utopia. And the same thing will happen in the cyber threat landscape as well. As we continue to deliver services to our customers or to our brand ambassadors, as we continue to narrow that divide that I talked about, enhance connectivity so that everyone is connected. Imagine a world with 95 or 99% connected. Guess what? The bad guys will also come. And we've seen that play out in this market. So we're going to have to contend with a much more persistent and motivated attacker who also is, guess what, trying to innovate and get value from the same assets that we are using to deliver service. And that's going to be quite challenging in terms of managing our ability to protect our assets. So segue, machine learning and artificial intelligence. So these are some of the capabilities that we also need to look into in terms of being a lot more efficient and effective in mitigating some of these risks that play out within this digital landscape. I came across this data from Cape Gemini that was showing the rate of adoption of AI and ML in not just detecting, because I believe you're doing well in detecting cyber threats, but how many of us are doing well in responding, having automated response procedures, and making sure that we leverage technology again to mitigate those risks that stand in between us and this digital utopia. So as I close, just to summarize, we've seen how the advances are progressing. You can do a lot more with a lot less cost than you could before. We've seen how new business models will continue to thrive in this space as we proceed. And we've seen how connectivity and bridging that gap is going to be super, super critical to bridge that connectivity divide. So we need to challenge ourselves in finding new and innovative, cost-effective ways of bridging that gap. And at the same time, leveraging the same technology capabilities to apply ourselves to mitigate those risks as they foresee. So why I like this quote is that it resonates with me in the sense that digital transformation is less about the technology and probably more about changing the way we think. Thank you so much. That is it, and I wish you a great afternoon. Asante sana.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. The future is interoperable, and the more open systems we have, the more innovation we can drive. We've been used to systems that are siloed and closed out, and that actually stifles innovation. But now that you're seeing a lot more open systems, especially in the mobility space, when talking telco, that will drive innovation. That will only drive innovation further. Now we are back into the Tech Expo session, and sasa hapo ndio tunawachapa na demo kama zimefuatana. So the first team on the Tech Expo session now is going to showcase workflow orchestration. That team, karibuni stage.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, engineers. Thank you. It's a great day to be here. I'm happy to see everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is David Kamau. And for those who know me, my name is still David. Okay. I'm passionate about digital transformation as well as process automation to give back to business efficiency and to drive productivity.
I'm Emmanuel, software engineer at Safaricom. My passion revolves around automation, and that's me, in a nutshell.
Afternoon, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm Alex Kago. I'm also a software engineer. And like my colleagues, my passion is around digitization and automation. And for the demo today, we're going to show you how we are decoding workflows at Safaricom. So for the first part of this demo, I'll let David take charge. Then we'll go to the technical bit of the demo. Welcome.
Thank you, Alex. So workflows, what are workflows? So we interact with workflows almost on a daily basis. And even today, I believe that some of us who are coming to this awesome event, we interacted with our workflow. If you requested an online taxi getting here, you probably interacted with our workflow. So as you're requesting for the taxi, there's a number of steps you were able to perform. So you put your destination, and you got a calculation for your fare, right? Then from there, the driver arrived, and you also started the journey, and as soon as you ended the journey, you paid the driver, and you're also able to rate the driver. That's a good example of our workflow. Another scenario is, I think we all love pizza. As you're ordering pizza through your favorite app, once you finish adding the toppings and maybe adding your soda, hitting the submit button, something interesting happens. So the order is received, then you'll probably see the order moving to the kitchen. After the kitchen, you see the order, you probably notified the order is ready for delivery. And then you can as well track as the order is getting to you, maybe through a rider, until it gets to your home, and then you're able to complete the payment. So that's another example of a workflow. So within our organizations, we have similar workflows, or even the projects you're working on, we have such workflows. And at Safaricom, we indeed have workflows, and for us, they are mission critical workflows, and they also come in volumes, right? So to be able to orchestrate these workflows, we build an internal workflow engine called BPM. So we are in the process of retiring a legacy BPM into our new BPM that we are calling Mocha BPM. Why Mocha? We love coffee. So something else that we also love is open source. So under the hood of our workflow engine, we are leveraging a new technology that we'll see called Temporal IO. So this is a technology that is helping us to build resilient workflows and also workflows that are able to scale. So we are also able to look at workflows right from code. We have traditional BPM solutions that use DSL models to probably do your workflows, but for us, what works best is looking at the workflow right from the code. You can use this technology using your favorite languages such as Java, Go, PHP, yeah. So I'll give a good example where we've seen this working for us. We are powering the enterprise business team or supporting that team to deliver enterprise solutions for our customer. So to be specific, fiber for the business. So once we receive an order for installation for an enterprise customer, we have our internal staff from the test team that receive that order. They review that order and dispatch a field engineer to do the installation. So once the field engineer is on site, a couple of things happen. We need to talk to network devices that are the customer premise to probably provision an IP. So during that stage, anything can happen when you are communicating to network devices. So this framework is allowing us to build as if failure does not exist. And we'll see how through the demo. So that's an example of how we are using this technology to power internal solutions. So we are not the only technology company using this. We have Stripe also using it, Uber using it as Cadence. We have Snap also using it, and other various companies using it. So the benefits we are realizing from this is we are able to build scalable workflows and solutions as well. And we are also able to build with agility. So our developers are able to move at a faster rate while they are building because we are looking at the workflows as code. So just a journey of how we started or how you need to do this, just choose your favorite language. For us, it was Java. And then you'll also need to set up probably the server. We deployed the temporal server on our, we deployed the temporal server on our internal clusters so that it scales. Then we are also able to provision the database layer for persistence. You also need to persist data that is coming from your, or the state of your workflows on storage. And then finally, we also implemented monitoring and observability. So we are going to see a demo of how you can also get started with building resilient workflows. And I believe it's something that you can also use on your next project or when you go back to your organization. Thank you. Alex?
Thank you. So do we have developers in the house? Lucky for you, we have a project. It's open source. It's about a pain point we've been having in our hospitals where we get to the hospital, but it takes long for you to be attended to. It's a sample workflow that you can use. It's open source. You can go straight to GitHub after this, download it, and just practice what you've been told. So it's about a patient onboarding workflow where the patient enters their key information. Then based on the location, we assign a hospital to the patient. Then we assign a doctor based on that condition. Then after that, notify the patient. The application comprises of 3 main components. One, we have a UI. It's a simple demo UI. This is where the patient keys in their personal information. Then we have a backend service that does the assignment of hospitals, does the assignment of doctors, and notifies the patient on the appointment and the exact time they should see a doctor. The funny thing about this application is that the front end, it's made of AngularJS. We have a backend service running on Spring Boot, and we also have services that now are doing the assignment. We don't have an application that knows about the existence of the other application. Each application works with trust that once a command is sent, it will be executed. That's why David said we code as if there are no failures. What orchestrates all that is what we call temporal. So this is the UI that comes with temporal. You don't have to create it. Once you install temporal, out of the box you get a UI. It has different modules. One is the namespace. Like I have default workforce, you can have many namespaces. Basically, you want to split concerns. You want a development environment, a pre-prod, and a production. You don't want all your workflows under one application. We have schedules. You can schedule different workers. By workers, I'll get to that. So, and have them run at different times during the day. Then we have now what we call workflows. You'll be able to see the workflow. So basically in Temporo, you don't do the diagrams like you do in Activity BPM, Kamunda, or JBPM. You just do the diagrams in code. So for this particular example, I'll do a happy path of what is expected. My patient here, I'll work with Ogoma, who is in Westlands, with a condition of asthma, their email address, their phone number, and also their preferred ways of communication once a doctor is assigned to them. So once they start the onboarding process, you can see the workflow is now assigning a hospital to Ogoma based on their location, then assigning a doctor to Ogoma based on the condition. So you can plug in machine learning models at the back end where they'll be able to detect what has been put in here and automatically assign a doctor or a hospital. In our case here, we've onboarded Ogoma at KNH simply because we put Nairobi and also Dr. Lisa, who specializes with asthma. If you go to our workflow here, if I refresh my workflow, let me go to that specific namespace, you'll see that I have one complete task. So this is the beauty of it. You are able to see all the steps that were taken by the application. Example, when we were assigning a patient, this is when the task execution started, and this is the parameter that we provided. We provided Westlands, and based on that, we had an output of Upper Hill Medical Center, because that was the closest hospital that had been mapped by our endpoint. Then we see when the activity was started and when it ended. So with this, it eliminates the issues we normally have with QAs. I believe developers have issues with QAs and also clients, users. A developer says that it's working on my machine, but on the QA side, it's actually not working. And true to that, if the developer tests on their machine, it will work, but on the QA machine, it will not work. But with this particular application, you can easily pick the parameters that were keyed in and try to replicate the scenario. So this is also the second part where we assigned a doctor, again based on what was scheduled. This was asthma, and this is it. So you get the hang of it. Then we have what we call workers. In my case, because I'm using my local development environment, I only have one worker. You can have multiple workers. That's why David said we have scalable workers. So you can have multiple workers based on your workload. The flows here, after starting this particular onboarding, they're assigning a patient, it's not the same worker that will take up this other task. So Temporo orchestrates and gives distributes the work to the workers based on their availability. Then we have what we call queries. You can query at any point in time where the workflow is. If you really need to do, let's say, a debug, you can download that particular workflow as a JSON. Because of data privacy, see things like hospitals, their data is really private. So you can see it's encoded. You can download it and upload it on your machine and start to debug. So you don't need to tell the QE or the tester to replicate that scenario. You can just get this particular JSON from your end and upload it on your machine. So we talked about failures and coding as if they don't exist. So in this case, what I'll do, this is my app, and this is my service. I'll turn off the service. What do you think will happen if an application tries to call a service that doesn't exist? Anyone? I hear 404. 500? No. Anyway, yeah, you expect errors. So in this particular point in time, let me just start onboarding and save. Then you'll see what we mean by self-healing workflows. As I do that, Ogoma will explain to you what self-healing workflows are.
So during a workflow execution, anything could go wrong. We could have our DB down. A service that our workflow activity is calling could be down. Or there could be a problem with the data that we are saving in our DB. Maybe a mismatch in data types, that is between the DB and what we have in our application. So in such scenarios, if you are doing a typical CRUD operation, most probably you'll get some error. But here, we'll continue retrying a number of times. This is configurable in the workflow engine, or even indefinitely, or even within a period of some time. So all those are possibilities. And when we are doing this, when the service comes back, the workflow will peak and the execution will continue seamlessly without any failure. So that's it.
Yeah, so as you've seen, the patient has no idea that their service is actually down. You don't want to show, the patient is already sick. You don't have to give them information that your systems are also sick. So the patient has been told that the onboarding is in progress, but if you look at the back end of the application, you'll see that it keeps on retrying. So this is one of the mechanisms you can use for your self-healing workflows. To prevent that, there'll be an alert, because the support team will see that on this particular workflow, it's still running, but we are not able to assign to a hospital because of this reason. The connection has refused. So they can go back here and start this particular application before compensation kicks in. So as it comes up, Ogoma, you can explain to the team what compensation is.
So compensation is almost like Control-Z in your computer. That is reverting to, after reaching a certain point in your workflow execution, you can then decide that I don't want to retry anymore. I want to get back to where I was before. So that is compensation. So in the patient application that we have here, imagine you had reached at the point of assigning a doctor, and at that particular point, there is no doctor to assign a patient. What the application will do is to, let's say, throw an exemption, and when it throws that exemption, if maybe the patient had paid, we need to refund the patient, and most probably if maybe there is an hospital we know that can handle that condition, we can refer the patient to that hospital. So that's compensation. It's just reverting back whatever you had done previously. So that's basically it. So if time allows, I think Alex can do the compensation bit.
I think our time's up, but as you've seen, the workflow has self-healed and the patient has been onboarded, and we've notified Alex that Estanjeri will be your doctor at KNH Hospital. And that is how, guys, we are developing workflows as if failures don't exist. We don't have to worry about edge cases, and I think that's one superpower that this particular type of workflows brings to developers. So back to you, David.
Thanks, Alex. I hope we've learned something. You've seen how we are orchestrating our long-running processes, and I hope it's technology you can also pick and start using. So that's all we had. Thank you.
Asanteni sana workflows team, build like Fela is a rumor, self-healing workflows. I hope you're picking up those pointers. Moving swiftly on, I'd like to invite the team from Oracle to showcase their demo. Oracle team.
Hello, can you hear me? Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I come with a different tone today, so thank you to the Safaricom team and to my colleagues for having me kind of gate crash this expo. So I'm here to talk about sustainability. Sustainability is the new digital. So my name is Winnie Jumba Makar, and I'm the Global Sustainability Lead for Oracle, and I have my colleague.
Good afternoon. My name is Martin Oigwa. I'm a Principal Solutions Architect at Oracle. Thank you.
All right, so allow us to change the tone a bit. We've talked a lot about AI, machine learning, big data, analytics, all of these things. But all this data needs to sit somewhere. We are looking at green tech, right? At Oracle, we have a very, very aggressive target to get to 100% renewable energy across our data centers and across our environments by 2025, okay? And get to net zero emissions by 2050. And we can talk about all the things that we want to do. Last month, we were at the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi, and that's why I keep saying sustainability being the new digital, and it starts with you. We can talk about all the things that we are doing to enhance and enhance our systems and to enhance our environments and to tackle climate change and to look at the environmental, social, and governance aspects of this. But if we do not start with our developers and our programmers, then we won't be able to actually develop the tech that is required to meet our dreams. So without much further ado, we have very many tools that we can work with, okay? We just want to show you one of them. When we look at, yesterday they talked about having carbon calculators across the national and the county level. So we're looking at what can you do to kind of come up with such kind of initiatives. So at Oracle, we have one of those, and my able colleague, Martin, is going to just showcase one of the things that we can do to calculate our carbon footprint. Martin.
All right, thank you, Winnie. And first of all, as a techie, I think the first question that comes to mind, I've been a developer, I've been an engineer and all that, and sustainability is, a new concept to probably most of us. And it goes beyond, optimizing our use of software. Less code is always better. So how we optimize the software, how we also optimize the hardware usage. But now, following these discussions, we have to be cognizant of the fact that the tech industry is also, a significant contributor to the carbon footprint. And, we all aim to lowering that carbon footprint. So we have a part to play in that goal. And as my colleague Winnie has mentioned, we have tools that we can use then, first of all, to be able to measure what is our, estimate our carbon footprint. That's what I'm going to be taking you through. So here you can see there are three options on the screen. One is on the, our Oracle Cloud, an estimator. So you can be able to, use it to see a workload and based on where it is, because some of the data centers we have in the, like the ones in Europe, some of them already are, using clean energy and all that. So you can be able to estimate how much carbon emission is coming from, the workload. We also have, for on-premise solutions, where you're hosting the solutions in your data center, this option, and I'll just go through that quickly. I just show you here, I could come and select that I'm based in Kenya, so I get a workload. And then I'm able to add a system. So basically I can come here and select quickly and say maybe it's our Oracle Cloud appliance, which is used for general workloads. And then I can select the model. So maybe it's a base rack. And then the detailed configuration here. Again, it's a base rack. There are different configurations based on the system. And then here the quantity here would be, the use in terms of, say, the CPU cost. So I can put a figure like 80. And then I go to the summary. So you can see here it's presented a report with an estimator of the, carbon footprint from that type of workload. Then, just to showcase the other sample quickly, in terms of if we decide, for instance, to migrate a workload from the on-premise infrastructure to our Oracle Cloud, and this is what this workload migration to Oracle Estimator is used for. So I'm just going to acknowledge that, and I can come here, and then I have already configured a system, and basically applications tend to go hand in hand with the database. So I've configured a hardware platform that has a 8-core server and for the application and an 8-core for the database. So I'll just I'll leave that as it is, and then I'm going to go next. And the beauty of this is you can actually see, as you migrate your workload, you can actually be able to then select and say, so I'm just confirming that this is the workload that I want, and the target platform is going to be on Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, on an E4, the processor type. And so I'll leave that as it is and continue with that configuration. So you can see already, because of the efficiency or the newer hardware, the number of cores has already reduced to 6 for the PCA. And then I can come here and select the data center, the public cloud region that I want to be. And if I hover over this, I can actually show you, for instance, you can see our cloud region in Germany is a 0, the carbon emission is 0.0. Why? Reason being they're using 100% clean energy. So I could come and select another of the cloud regions like UAE, and then once I select that, I save and continue. So this is my target platform now. Remember, I'm migrating from an on-premise workload. And so you can see, moving from an Oracle private cloud appliance and Oracle Exadata on-premise to OCI 1X on E4 processor type. So then, this is now it shows you a graphical representation of where I'm moving from to where I'm moving. And then here now, you're able to see the summary results. So using this, you can be able to estimate how much you're going to. So you can see, for instance, already there's a drastic reduction in the carbon footprint in the current platform vis-a-vis the new platform on the cloud region in UAE. And you can see also the savings per year in terms of core count. These are the hardware level, even the power consumption, efficiency, and the carbon footprint. So you can see all the details in the report, and you can be able to then even export this, say, to a PowerPoint. For instance, print to a PowerPoint on English. Yeah, so I think we probably have something else to add to this, but from my end, I think the message is, as the tech community, as developers, as engineers, we do have a role to play. And we have such tools that can be able to help us to know what is our, estimate our carbon footprint and how we can become more efficient so that we all work together collectively to the goal of eliminating, these carbon emissions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Martin. Ideally, just to sum it up, this is just a snippet. We didn't want to go straight into now the code of it, but we also have that is available, for instance, in our applications tools. Because at the end of the day, I can imagine, by the time you collect all this data, it needs to be put somewhere. Yesterday, the ambassador from Estonia talked about us being the managers of AI, right? AI consumes not only kilowatts, it's megawatts of power. We are looking at renewable energy. We are looking at how can we ensure that the tech and the code and the programs and all of these applications, that whatever we build, and that we don't waste so much data coding, recoding, because all of this goes and sits somewhere in a data center, and that's where the dirty work is being done, right? So we need to work optimally. We need to look at optimization, but also my challenge to you as you are starting off in developing, because it starts with you. We can talk about all this tech. We can talk about the research and development that we're doing because it has to be in every fabric. But you need to look at what is my impact economically, socially, from a governance perspective. What is the impact I have made to my environment and to my society and to the future generations? And small things, like one simple line of code, could have massive impact, right? We're looking at also changing our value chains and also look at it from a perspective of opportunity for growth. So you can even be sustainability consultants as well. So I'd say the future is bright. Think about this. We are right there. There are more demos that we can do. And if you are willing to talk about sustainability, especially tech sustainability, something that is near and dear to my heart, please come and find us. But I hope this is kind of a thought process that we can start with Let's keep talking. Let's keep pushing the narrative. Let's think sustainably as we work with tech and use tech for good. Thank you.
You know, they came on stage and said we're taking a slightly different turn. And true to it, not many of us consider that element, that side of things. When you're talking about your infrastructure, you're running green. The only thing, or the only challenge to the Oracle team is that we've got lots of MNCs now setting up points of presence within the country. Remember, Kenya runs, I think it's at 95% on green energy, with all our wind farms and all our geothermals and hydro generated electricity. It would be fantastic to see that map pop. And alluding to something a good friend of mine shared online, when you talk about the region and you say about EMEA, for example, the A is always silent, right? You have this global map of the world, and then boom. Africa is still pretty dark in terms of the presence of this infrastructure. So maybe a challenge pushed back to the Oracle team. Up next, we have the One Connect platform with the live demo. Karibuni.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our presentation. My name is Ezekiel Mugaka. I'm part of the cloud infrastructure team. I'll let my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Hi, everyone. My name is Victor Shamala. I'm a cloud platform engineer at Safaricom.
Hello. My name is Eric. I'm an infrastructure platform engineer at Safaricom.
Yeah, so welcome. Today we're going to talk about Molt Cloud management platform.
So let's begin.
And in the recent past, organizations like Safaricom have been adopting a Molt Cloud strategy, whereby they want to run multiple clouds because of various needs. You get that they have their organizations have their private cloud, and of course, they have extended their workloads to the public cloud. So what's Molt Cloud? Molt Cloud is where you are running more than one from more than one cloud provider. It can be Amazon, AWS, Azure, Oracle, and the rest. So one of the benefits of running Molt Cloud is that you get to enjoy the innovative solutions from these clouds. You are able to extend your internal cloud to the public cloud. And you are able to get high availability because now you have extended your workloads to the cloud. And of course, you have specific application needs that needs to run on the cloud. So with all these benefits, I'm sure there are more. They come with different challenges now to the organization because since you are running from multiple platforms, you get that managing these platforms becomes a challenge, right? So how do you manage all these platforms? How do you standardize workloads across all these cloud providers? So we've been lacking as an organization one of those problems of having that single plane to manage all these platforms. You get that now you get some oversights, including having like ungovernable requests for infrastructure. You get that now you are able to spill over in terms of budgets. You get that users can over-provision resources and you will not know because now you are running from multiple clouds. So that's why we as a team, we developed one cloud platform that's now going to give us that single plane to manage these clouds. And of course, at the center of it all, we have self-service, whereby you as a developer or as an end user, you are able to log into the platform and provision resources without having to talk to Team X for them to provision resources for you. So some of the tools that we've used to develop this are open source, one of them being Camunda for workflow management, and then of course different SDKs that we use now to interact with all these cloud platforms, because they have exposed various APIs now that we have to interact with them. Of course, Vault for secrets management, and of course we have a caching layer from Redis and Postgres. So I'll hand over to my colleague Victor to take through some of those features that the platform has.
Thank you very much, Ezekiel, for the quick overview. So I'll quickly jump into demonstrating how the platform looks like, showcasing some of the features available on the platform, and then letting Eric to take it over from there. So you can look at the platform at this point displayed on the screen. We have a landing page which has some more information that you can use on the platform. This is basically an overview of what is happening within the platform, such as the average uptime of the environment. You can also see available providers configured on the platform, which we shall discuss later about the providers. For different companies which have workflows such as approvals and ticket management systems, you can also have a dashboard whereby you can be able to see the available tickets available, or maybe if there are any approvals that you need from your team to be done. So it's basically a dashboard that will give you that. So I'll quickly jump into the provider section, which is basically the configuration part where you get to configure the different vendors, for instance, that will be used on the platform. In this case, we have around 4 providers, or 4 different categories of providers in the platform. Number 1 is the infra cloud providers. Now, the infrastructure cloud providers talks about the private or the on-prem providers such as VMware, for instance. You can also have providers such as Zen, etc. on the private cloud. You can also have database configured on this platform for management, so you can use MySQL, etc. You can also configure container platforms such as Kubernetes, OpenShift, etc. And lastly, the public cloud. So at this point is where you can now use, say, for instance, Amazon Web Services, Azure, or even OCI, the team that has just left this stage right now. And that's the point where you will configure, and then you will now be able to utilize or consume the services for the different providers under the same platform. So quickly, I'll let Eric take it from there.
Yeah, so what has been shown is what an administrator would actually see. So as a user, you as a developer, where are these resources? How can you actually provision these resources across these different cloud providers? So we have housed grouping of these resources through projects. So as you can see, we have a project, let's say we started a project for this event. It will be called Decode. So inside the project, you can provision different artifacts, starting from virtual machines, databases, applications, and even configurations. You can enroll resources which were not provisioned by this system to this system and be able to govern them through this. So a simple demonstration of how to actually provision this, you will just go and say you are adding a new resource. We can call it Decode 2023. Then select one of the providers which are there. So this is a virtual machine, so you will select the private cloud provider for us. Then select the grouping of resources based on the provider. So from the provider object, you are given access to only a subset of resources based on company policies. So you select that and set more details based on either the provider you have chosen. They might have different configuration you need to actually do. And after that, you can now go and set up the operating system. So for the operating system, we have baked or pre-baked golden templates. These are templates which have been hardened and also pass security scans through our cybersecurity team. And so here we can select, let's say, the Red Hat version 9 gold templates. Then go and give settings for this virtual machine. So most of them are pre-configured, so as a developer, you might not need to alter this page. The only thing you might need to give is the host name, then submit this. For other platform developers or other platform engineers, what you can do to, using this system, it has APIs which are exposed. These APIs enable you to integrate with this system and run or request for deployments through this system, through an API interface. So if I can show that. So here, this is one that is actually running. So you can give credential, define the platform, and using one simple format for the template, you can easily provision any infrastructure. We talked about having ticketing and actual processes on the system. So the system itself has its own process management system. So this process management system enables us to run workflows and also to integrate business needs onto these automation processes. So businesses define how specific actions are to be done. So through these workflows, you can integrate the automation section to business approvals which you actually need. And you can easily integrate with other tools, such as Camunda, to actually get more of what the organization is still doing into the system. And that for you is One Connect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Eric. Yeah, so that's what we've been working on. And of course, we'll integrate more providers as we move forward. Thank you.
Santeni, just to reiterate, remember when Roy was on stage and he alluded to use the analogy of the shoe. Now we're talking about multi-cloud. So there's no one provider who can singularly say that maybe they can cover all your needs. And One Connect has showcased how perhaps you could use that sort of implementation or technology to deliver value for your company. Now, wrapping up for us, our Tech Expo session is automated sales installation app from the digital services team. Karibuni. The team laptop, whoever has it, to make their way to the stage, please. The holder of the team laptop. It's called? Just look into that.
He's coming.
Amepatikana, karibu. You need both.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'd imagine you'd be a bit more excited. I mean, this is the last presentation for this Decode, at least the last live demo. So again, my name is Frederick, one more time with one last presentation. Frederick Mbugwa, a software engineer at Safaricom. I am joined on stage by two of my colleagues and friends. I'll let them introduce themselves.
So I am Amle Kenyo. I'm a vast value-added services engineer at Safaricom.
Okay. Hello. My name is Kennedy Wainaina. My passion, my drive is to deliver software system. Not only deliver, but deliver quality services. So, pleasure to have you this afternoon. So back to Freddie.
Thank you, thank you. So today I want us to talk about a solution I am particularly passionate about, and this is home solutions. Home solutions is basically home fiber. Now I know a couple of us either already use home fiber, or if we don't, we will be using home fiber soon, especially after you see how it works and how the process works behind the scenes. So why we are presenting this, what we hope to achieve is let you in on the inner workings of home fiber. From the moment you ask for home fiber connectivity to your house, or maybe business fiber connectivity to your business, or maybe any of our wireless solutions, 4G for home, or 4G for business, or even 5G, which is the newest guy in the market right now, right? So we let you know how it works as a complete solution, since it is one robust system, which we will take you through very quickly. I know we all remember a time when we used to go to a cyber cafe, to browse. Remember the days? The days you'd go to a cyber cafe. I'm not talking about recent cyber cafes. Nowadays they're a bit modern. I'm talking about back in the days. When you go to a cyber cafe and you are trying to load Facebook, back then Facebook was a PHP page, so it loads HTML first, and then you have to wait for the JavaScript to come, and then the styling to come. Remember those days? That back then, when you would need to go to a cyber cafe for you to get connected. But times have evolved. Times have changed. We are now in a different time where if you want to get connected to internet, or you want to have internet at the comfort of your house, what would you do? Typically, for me, and I know for most users, you would go to Google and type in a Google search, Safaricom home fiber, or internet for my business. Or maybe you have a cyber cafe today and you want it to get connected, you would probably type in something like, how can I get my cyber cafe connected? And what happens when you type that? Most likely you're going to get Safaricom at the top there as one of the resorts, maybe it is not the top resort. And when you click on that, the first thing that comes to your screen is, of course, the Google resorts. When you click, it brings you to our website, and that leads to the system that you're seeing right now on the screen. So how do we make this request get fulfilled? How do we deliver it to your house? First thing, we'll ask for your information, location information. Tell us a bit about where you live. So of course, start with where is your area, where is your town? Is it Nairobi? Is it somewhere specific in Nairobi? So for now, we are going to do a demo with a sample customer, and a customer that we're going to use Kennedy and Kennedy's details. Say we want to get him connected. So the first thing is, tell us where you live. Second thing, give us a bit more information about yourself, starting with what is your name, how can we contact you, and when would you prefer for us to get to contact you. So that's how it starts. And then these requests usually go back to a team that sits and is always active, waiting for requests like this, and calls you at the time that you prefer to get called. So this is the application. It's public. It's what you will get right now if you go to the Safaricom website and go to it. So what really happens behind the scenes? What happens after that? So as a team, as Safaricom home team, internally, we have developed a solution that we call the converged sales portal. That's why, no wonder the title for this presentation. The platform takes away all the abstraction behind the very complex technologies that lie behind getting connected to internet, that the person that is calling you on that phone is able to fulfill that request within the shortest time possible and in the simplest process possible. And that is the process that we have here. So of course, we get your location information, we get your KYC information, and we get your, KYC is know your customer, and we get your product information. Now, talking technology, this is sensitive information. I know we all agree. It means we know where you live, we know your information, we know everything about you, basically. So, of course, as a technology solution, it's also a solution that is meant to encrypt this information, both on transit and at rest. Then we collect that, and we go on to the next platform. Now, of course, we use partners, and some of them are represented here. I mean, I've interacted with a couple today. I'm looking at Huawei, Com21, and the likes. So we use our partners. Then our partners get this request. How do they get the request? They get to the next system. So we had our customer who was Kennedy, who gave us the information. So Kennedy, that request goes to a specific partner. The partner assigns an individual technician. This is the guy that is going to come to your house. For those that have gotten connected, will come with every equipment that is necessary to get you connected. And at the end of that process, you will need them to leave you with your fiber connection working. You will need them to leave you with a password, a username or an SSID, and a password that you can use to log into your Wi-Fi and then get connected. So we have also built a different application for them, an Android application. Of course, since it is the dominant operating system in this case. The technician application is going to play a short video right now. And this is the app that the technician will be using on their device. Of course, they get their request. Just like you would have any other experience, say Uber experience or Uber. The driver gets the request on their device, and then they come to you to your location. We have a similar implementation where they get your information, your location, they come to you and get you connected. Of course, we have to leave you on, so it means we have to do the activation. The activation happens by scanning. I'm sure for those that know and have the router, you've seen a barcode at the end. So you scan that and you submit that request, and that goes and it is successful. How do we make this achieve? How have we achieved this? How does this work? So obviously it is a robust system, and this is how it works up to the point where you get connected and the technician leaves you. So one thing that we've implemented for this, and for the people especially interested in web technologies, is a federated GraphQL implementation, or GraphQL federation, where we have all these systems that we've shown right now connected to one database, and they all consume this through GraphQL. So we have a federated GraphQL implementation that can serve all of them. Why that? Because then we can ensure that the data passing across the systems is passed in real time. Again, you might think, of course, when you get connected, in the future, you might run into issues, maybe a fiber cut, an incident of any kind. So we are also able to predict. I'm sure some of us may have received an SMS at some point telling you, we noticed your home fiber is down, we will send someone to come get you fixed. Or sometimes you've received an SMS that is giving you an offer. Then behind the scenes, for all this data, of course, we process it, and we even have a couple AI models that we have running on this. For anyone that is interested in AIs, things like XGBoost, things like CatBoost, which are basically regression and analysis algorithms that will be looking at this data and trying to think, what might happen next? Might we want to send you that offer, for example? Or again, looking at systems and alarms, do you have an issue? Might we want to send someone to come and get you sorted? But this is just how we get you onboarded. It goes on. And let's invite my friend Kennedy here, an expert at how does it continue working for when it is in life, for the rest of the time that you'll be using our fiber.
Hello. How many of you have home fiber? Safaricom home fiber? Back at home? How many of you have tried to reset password or change Wi-Fi name? How many of you? How was the experience? I know it's not a good experience, especially for us short people. As if the technician came to your house and mounted the router high up the wall, it's not something that, I don't know how to put it. So anyway, so the team decided, I'll shorten my presentation because of time. So, yeah, it's okay. As you can see from my screen, yeah, so maybe you can pause a moment. So you can see as a team, we sat down and came up with an automated way of managing your router connection. So what happened is we created a device management tool. It's an internal tool. This tool interacts with the firmware and the low-level programming languages of our router hardware. So from this, we are able to abstract all those activities from our customers and expose APIs that are able to be consumed by our digital channel. One of the digital channel we are showing here is the mobile app, my Safaricom app. I know most of you are familiar with the app. So from here, you can be able to manage your change password, you can be able to change your Wi-Fi name. For slow speeds, you can be able to refresh your link now and from the comfort of your seat. You don't have to go the hectic way of doing it. Yeah, so that's one of the automations that we did. So we're going to move on to the other interesting feature. So some time back, our country faced some cybersecurity threats. I know most of you are familiar with this. I know most of you are techies. So, and how can we protect our customers from this? So one of the products that we came up with, this is not a new product actually, it's a product that has been existing for quite some time, but we found it good to go through it in this Decode 2. So this is it's called SecureNet. So a moment. So for SecureNet, we have parents can now be able to protect their kids from harmful content. Yeah, internet, you know, all of you know internet has bad side, good side. So parents can be able to control what their kids are able to view, what the kids are able to consume. So that's what we are presenting here. So under my Safaricom app, if you are a silver, gold, and diamond customer, that means that is the 20 Mbps, 40 Mbps, 100 Mbps, you can get SecureNet for free. For bronze customer, that is 10. You'll get it, but you'll have to pay 200 bob. Yeah, so what does SecureNet do? So SecureNet has safe search. You can enable safe search. For that, you can block inappropriate or harmful keywords in any search engine. So, and then there is filter content. You can filter content. Yeah, Emily, you can you can play the video. So for filter content, it's okay, boss. So for filter content, you can see that you can be able to select various categories. So we have pornography and other things like gambling. So you don't want your kids to go to those areas. And also you can add safe and unsafe websites. But the unsafe websites are the critical one. We don't want your kid to go there. You don't want you just want to protect all your household. So another thing, you can set quiet timer. Quiet time, what does it do? This is like a D&D for Safaricom home customers. I know most developers are always on D&D. So this is like you want to limit your internet usage at a given time. You can set it, maybe you can set it for some hours, or maybe you can set it like you can see from the screen. You can set it maybe Monday, Tuesday, anytime, and you can also specify at what time. Yeah, so all these automations are to make our Safaricom home customers' life simple, comfortable, and secure as they enjoy our services. Yeah, so back to you, Freddie. So sorry, before I forget, I didn't cover the technologies we used. So for all these automations, as I mentioned, there is direct interaction to the hardware. So the programmers here, you all know the languages embedded software is used. So, but in my presentation, I'll call it quote unquote low-level languages, and then from there, there is we create a microservice on top of the low-level languages, so that we can standardize how our clients consume the APIs. Microservice in this case, for SecureNet, we combined Java and C#. For DIY is that self-service for password, change Wi-Fi name, reset link, still use Java. So, and for app, it's a native, that is Java / Kotlin, that is for Android, and Swift for iOS. I think that's it. I'll hand it back to Freddie.
Before we finish, hi everyone. Have anyone received an SMS notification today? Let's say maybe for check balance, check account status. Okay, I don't know how it has been, but like any other brand, at home we also rely on SMS and emails for notifications. But these methods have some limitations, and there's where RCS comes in to to enable customers to send more content over SMS. So this enables brand to send rich content directly on your SMS application, so you don't have to install any new application. In one of our use case, we have the same home fiber journeys that you just saw. So let's go through the get internet journey, and you can see we are able to present a lot more information in form of cards, and this directly on the SMS application. This means that you can send more content compared to SMS, and a bit more immediate compared to email. So in this case, we're able to present our products. You can see 4G, home fiber, and 5G wireless there. And since these cards have some interactivity to them, you can just select on the buttons and then continue with the journey. In this case, you can see you can also share your location. It will open the map and then select your current location instead of going through the, let's say, a web form where you have to fill all this information. Apologies about that. So one more feature for RCS is a card. You can see you're able to represent the information a bit more compared to if you are just to send an SMS text message. And also the same journeys that we just demoed for SecureNet, you're able to go through these journeys over RCS. And the best thing is, any brand is able to take advantage of RCS. So you can see on my messaging app, I have several more brands that I can chat with. And since we have taken a lot of time, please come to our booth here at the front so that you can ask more about RCS and about any home fiber products. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys. That's been your time. As Amli has just shown, we are hoping that you can soon be able to chat with us, of course on SMS. But in the meantime, you can chat with us on Zuri. And next time, you can ask Zuri to help you change your Wi-Fi password or name. And you might want to do that before you ask Zuri if she's single, you know? So nobody else can sniff on your conversation. Thank you guys, that's been our time.
Asanteni sana, that's a digital services team with a very strong use case on automation. You can see real practicability. And before I close out that session, they spoke very quickly about something called RCS. So the first person to come on stage and tell me what RCS is gets airtime. RCS. Almost rhymes with SMS, but not quite. RCS. I'm not coming to you, you have to come to me. Tell us your name. Are you a student? Are you an independent hacker doing your own thing? Are you employed?
Hello, I'm Daniel Lobare. I'm a bit of everything. So RCS is like the iMessage of Android.
RCS, someone? I've got 500 bob of airtime. Oh, hey, look. I tell you, money. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Hi, guys. I am Egesa, a student from Daystar University, passionate about machine learning, building machine learning applications. Well, they haven't explicitly said what RCS is, so I'm going off instinct. RCS is a messaging tool that helps other brands to deliver.
RCS, it's 3 letters. 3 letters. They mean something. The same way SMS means send me something. Right?
RCS, my name is John Dindo. I'm a VAS engineer.
So
a VAS engineer.
RCS is Rich Communication Service.
Here you go. VAS engineer has to know Rich Communication Service. It would be fantastic if you actually checked out the demo. You know, here's the thing. If you're into building any sort of custom experience, you probably want to build on bots. So you're either doing Telegram in a market like Kenya, you'll say, oh, Telegram doesn't have critical mass. Our good friends at Meta decided to change the pricing for WhatsApp, breaking very many business models. But with Rich Communication Services, then you're able to build similar user experiences. Like you've seen that user experience for cards. You could almost think you're either in Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp, or Telegram to create really, really excellent experiences, all still operating off your regular text messaging app. You don't have to install anything new. It just comes like that out of the box. So help me appreciate all the teams that have demoed today. And that closes off that session. And now we'll go to our last panel before we get into an award ceremony. And for this one, I'd like to invite on stage Ezra Chibole, who's going to invite his panel, and we're going to explore democratizing the cloud, enabling accessibility and flexibility for all business skills. Ezra, stage is yours.
Hello. Afternoon, everyone. Are we energetic? I was supposed to start with a stunt at the back, but they switched off on my mic a bit late. Thank you. You are almost done with the day. And I just have a question for the guys in the crowd. So we've been speaking about this technology the entire day. The guys have been speaking about some awesome things they've done, but where does all this workload run from? Where does the workload run from? From where? You know, there's this joke about engineers when they're developing code. They say, it was working on my machine. Is that true? So we want to look at ways in which you can be able to use the cloud in a very good way. And I have my panelists here. So we want to see how you can be able to democratize the cloud with regards to accessibility. And I want to see if guys are keen. Accessibility and flexibility. So join me in welcoming our panelists to the stage, please. Fares, Jeremiah, Mark. A round of applause as they come to the stage. Karibu, gentlemen. No. Anywhere, feel free. Yeah, sure. You'll share this one. So I'd like this to be very interactive. I have goodies to give away. So please be attentive. We have roaming mics going around. And as I interact with my panel, I'm going to ask you questions. So thank you, gentlemen. So probably I'll just start with a round of introduction. Let me start from my farthest left. They can tell us who they are and what they do.
Thanks, Ezra. Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Chunge. I work at Etika Capital Limited, which is a fund manager licensed by the Capital Markets Authority. I'm in the technology, leading the technology team there.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bamidele Daniel. I'm a senior manager with Dell Technologies, and I look after a small team of consultants who work across the region.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fares Karuki. I run Pure Infrastructure, which is a managed services provider.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Oyer. I head the IT infrastructure team at Safaricom.
Awesome. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And probably, Mark, I'll just start with you. To kick us off, we just want to look at the cloud adoption in Africa and how guys are really embracing it, and I just want to get your sentiments. What do you think about it? And as you're talking about the same, we've had a lot of declouding, especially from the West. So now you're talking about embracing the cloud, we democratize it, but on the other side, there's the aspect of declouding. So compare the trends and what declouding is all about and what it means to you.
Thanks, Exo. So probably not a very good question for me, because Safaricom runs a very large footprint of our own cloud services across 7 data centers. And so we run a bulk of our solutions on premise. But when we talk about the industry, there are a lot of businesses that are running on cloud, and most customers, we have seen them moving back from what we call originally public cloud to local cloud, which is in-country. And a bulk of these have mainly been because of poor architectural decisions, because going into cloud is actually a significant process that requires proper architecture that also allows you to do cost evaluation. So some of these customers have then been hit by very huge costs, and then they've had to come back on-prem and re-strategize before they go back to cloud. Now, I don't know about the rest of Africa, but in Kenya specifically, there's a very vibrant cloud, capability. I think there are almost slightly more than 10, maybe Fares will know, but there are probably slightly more than 10 cloud providers locally. And we've also seen a number of the hyperscalers coming on board. And so when you talk about declouding, in my view, it's not declouding back to on-premise. It's maybe moving back from cloud services outside the country into cloud capabilities that are closer home.
Thank you, Mark. Faris, what did you have to say about that?
Yeah, well, the uptake in Africa has been quite good. I'd say that Kenya, like you pointed out, has been punching above its weight. We've got more advanced data center infrastructure, more advanced connectivity infrastructure, which are sort of like the baseline requirements you need to have reliable cloud services. When it comes to declouding, I think the core issue, and he was spot on an issue. It's not so much that people are going from Amazon back to private clouds. Most of the time what they're doing is moving from one of the hyperscalers to either colo or traditional, one of the local cloud providers. And the main reason for that is the difference in consumption model. And what I found is, currency is one. The dollar was 120 at the beginning of the year. It's 160, hovering around 160 today. So if you're paying $10,000 to one of your hyperscale providers in January, you were paying 1.2 million then, now you're paying 1.6 million. You collect your revenue in shillings, so that's one factor. And another huge factor is reliability, which is predictability rather. There's a lot of bill shock with hyperscale providers because every single thing is metered. CPU cycles, disk writes, everything is metered in one form or another. But with like a local provider, many times you get like a fixed price per month and a fixed amount of bandwidth. So you'll sort of be given your workloads and you can use them for a month, and you've got very predictable bills at the end of the month. And so that's sort of like the other factor that is leading people to move off the hyperscale providers.
Awesome. Thank you, Faris. Bami, your sentiments?
Yeah, interesting. So if I look at it across Africa, because I have the opportunity to walk across the region as a whole, I think it's been sporadic. So if you take a view that customers really didn't understand what cloud was, and the motivation for going to cloud was to save money. That's what they thought. So they had this idea that when they moved to the public cloud, they would save money. The reality for most of the customers that I have worked with is not been exactly true. Mainly because, I think Faraz mentioned it already, and so did Mark. the fact that we're working with a foreign entity who transacts in a currency that is constantly advancing against the local currencies in the countries has made it a bit prohibitive. The other thing is customers tend not to understand the architecture of the applications before they actually jump onto the bandwagon of cloud. So I think what Mark said earlier about re-architecting my application so it is more cloud ready, that is another thing that our customers tend not to do. So yeah, one of the reasons why customers perhaps haven't really understood adoption of public cloud or cloud as a whole is those reasons. In terms of the West, and I think you mentioned that, one of the things we're also seeing in the West is there has been a big move for customers to repatriate their workloads. So it's not declouding per se, it's repatriating workloads. And I noticed your opening question around all these applications, all these discussions that we've been having, where do the applications sit? Yeah. Well, you say cloud, but actually they're sitting in a data center. That's the reality. So it manifests as a cloud, which is an operating model. So in the West, a lot of customers, because of the cost implications of actually trying to go wholesale to cloud, they've realized it's become extremely expensive, and they're trying to move things back, not back on-prem per se, but into some kind of colo. So they have this agency to the public cloud provider, to the hyperscaler, but not necessarily back onto the on-prem. So your local cloud service provider like Safaricom comes into play here, where they would like to host these things.
Super. And Jeremiah, just as you're responding to that question, I know you've done you've run quite a lot of workloads on cloud. So even as you're answering that, you can give us your experience over through the years, being at Genghis Capital, now it's Etika. Tell us how the journey has been, and also just comparing hybrid cloud, whether you're talking about public cloud or on-prem cloud, and how has that worked for you as Etika?
Yeah. So if you look at, in terms of use case, for you to be able to build your applications, to be able to be sustainable, easy to change, easy to move between platforms, access the benefits of different providers, you have to build in a cloud native environment. Most of the time we find that legacy applications, and that's one of the reasons for a lot of declouding. It's very hard to sustain them in a cloud environment, make changes, make improvements, scale them, put them on edge computing because of the way they've been built. Okay. So over the maybe 4 or 5 years, in our cloud experience, both at my former employer and current, we saw the opportunity in how we can align the IT strategy from looking at the business needs, because most of the time there's all of these buzzwords going on. You can't do everything. You can't bring machine learning just because there's machine learning, AI because there's AI. What, as a business, are you trying to do? Then what technology is there to be able to marry the two so that your business model is supported by your technology and your technology drives the business model. So through that, now you sit down and analyze what do you need to deploy to cloud, what do you want to achieve? Of course, that's the customer in mind.
Yes.
How dynamic is that customer today? Are they, customers nowadays are not very patient. They won't entertain slow access. They won't entertain funny-looking user interface or experience. So how easily do you deploy such? A legacy system is very hard to do fancy UI deployments. Front-end engineers here will agree. But if you have a cloud-native application that's built off the cloud, it's very easy to customize such things. So you end up developing with the customer in mind, with the business objectives in mind, and maximizing the capabilities of the cloud.
Awesome. And Jeremiah has a very awesome story around cloud. Back in the day, he used to be in a company where they were running financial services. And they actually migrated all their workloads in one weekend. On Friday, guys were working on-prem. Monday, they're working from the cloud.
Absolutely.
But we'll come to that as you're closing. Mark, on the same, so someone has decided they've planned their cloud strategy. Everything is okay. But now we are looking at security and compliance. What do you think? What should someone really look into as they address those two issues?
Yeah, the truth is that there's no assurance of security because you're on cloud. The customer is still always responsible for security of their solutions and for security of their data. Of course, the cloud providers have, provision for a lot of capability around security that allows you to easily configure secure platforms, but that only works if you actually do. I know a lot of customers have always assumed that once you're on cloud, your data is secure or whatever. But moving your data to cloud does not take away the fact that you need to secure it. And then there's also a lot of compliance that has come with cloud. Locally here we have the Data Privacy Act, that created a lot of interference with customers who are trying to migrate some workloads into cloud, and they had to do a pause, and kind of reconsider what type of data you can move into cloud. And so it doesn't cut across all industries. There are some industries that are more highly regulated than others, like banking or insurance or even telcos. And so you'll find that the DPO office is a lot more concerned with those areas. But there are a lot of startups or fintechs that are actually running fully on cloud, short of me saying in breach of that act, but it's because they have the leeway of doing that without a lot of scrutiny that most customers do have.
Thank you, Mark. So security compliance, very key as you're doing your cloud strategy. So I'll move on to Faris. And if you don't know Faris and you're within this room, we call Faris the father of cloud. He can take you many years back from when he started working with cloud. So Faris, this question would be around, so many people have migrated their workloads to the hyperscalers, but there are still so many data centers being built in country. So why have workloads on the hyperscalers and also have data centers?
Well, the thing is, in general, there's sort of like a repeated aphorism. There's sort of like three principles on where your data is located. Three principles that guide where your data is located. Laws of physics, laws of economics, laws of the land. So laws of physics, light moves through a cable, latency matters. So if you're doing something like M-Pesa, as an example, was moved back to Kenya, because for those of us who used M-Pesa till numbers way back, there was a moment of horror when you were not sure if the transaction had gone through because of the increased latency. Yeah. So at some point, that transaction had to come back, because you'd always have this moment when you're paying at a till in a supermarket where you've paid, and then you just have to wait for the transaction to show up on your phone. So that's one of the things. Secondly, laws of economics. Like DigitalOcean has a VM at a certain price. Locally, it's at another. You choose the one that makes the most sense. Laws of the land, banks have to have certain data in Kenya. So those are the things that will guide. Now, the thing is, we are still too small a market for the hyperscalers to come in here in a meaningful way. So even the projects that have been announced, like the local zone, is not a fully fledged zone. And so initially, you sort of need to have the data center infrastructure as a catalyst. The global providers will look at the quality of the data centers and make a choice on whether they'll invest in their own or just co-locate. So in South Africa, they've largely co-located. In Kenya, they'll co-locate because the demand is not there for them to build them out. But once the data centers are there, now other people can come in and say, hey, I want to roll out my own cloud platform. So it's sort of like an ecosystem that allows for everyone to sort of have a bit. And the local players play a role: compliance, service, local billing, credit, which are very different from the hyperscale providers and the other people who still want to run their own infrastructure. So you'll go to the colo providers. So it's really just choices that match what every individual company's requirements are.
Super. Thank you. Thank you very much, Faris. So Bami, I'll come to you. And especially since you deal with lots of markets within Africa, when you talk about cost, based on what Fariza said, all these elements put together, is cost really important when you're doing the cloud journey and democratizing the cloud?
Absolutely. I happen to work for a vendor, right? So we sell technology.
Yeah.
And it's always a conversation around costs. You know, how much more do I have to spend on buying more capacity? So cost is always a big thing, right, for any of our customers. I think, you know, the very first question to ask is, why go to cloud in the first place? Why are students here who are developing? Why is cloud attractive to them? Why did you guys move all your workloads to a hyperscaler? The reality is it's simplified access, right? It's available functionality that you might have to natively build is inherently available in the hyperscaler. So you're attracted to that and you move for that reason. But the underpinning thing is, and I think a few of us have actually mentioned, it's understanding those applications and those workloads. What are the applications? What is the nature of my application? What is the nature of data? What is the nature of growth of my data? Because all these things actually affect your costs. If you have an application that is going to grow significantly over a period of time, or a short space of time, i.e. the velocity of growth, then it's going to cost you more over a shorter period of time. So you need to weigh that into your understanding of, hey, I'm going to move this to a public cloud provider. So that goes in all to my cost analysis that needs to take place. We talk about operations in terms of DevOps. We talk about operations, and I think the guys, the One Connect with the multi-cloud management is interesting. The one thing that a lot of customers miss out on is actually the financial operations, which is the FinOps element of it is something that, you know, most people don't consider. Now, as a student, it's easy when you have a student account with Azure or with AWS and you go and they give you $100 a month. I think that's what they give you. And you can quickly put something up there. For a business, it's significantly different. There's a cost of growth. Safaricom is building something, a capability here in country as a few of these local cloud service providers. But if you've grown significantly in the hyperscaler in a region outside of Africa, it will cost you an absolute fortune to move those things back on-prem. So getting a clear understanding of the applications and the reality of my cost, not just in the immediate term or over time, has to be considered. And as you're developing your applications, you need to take this into account. What landing zones am I going to choose? Where am I going to put my applications? Are they going to be in country, outside country? Am I going to build a local platform? What is the cost and the cost benefit and the ROI calculation that needs to happen?
Okay. Thanks, Bami. And I think we've really learned a lot from what the gentlemen have shared. And I just want to throw a couple of questions to everyone within the hall. So, do you have the roaming mics? I have some airtime to give away. I hope you guys have been attentive and the session has been informing. Have you heard what the gentlemen have said about cloud? So I want to ask one question. So when you're considering your cloud migration, there are 3 things you need to consider. I want the first 3 answers to give me those 3 things. We have the first hand here. Is there a mic somewhere? From there, was there another hand? 2? And then take another person from this side and 3. Sorry? Ladies haven't put up their hands. Was there a lady somewhere here? Okay, I'll come to you. So what are 3 things you'd consider when you migrate to the cloud?
Hi, my name is Eli.
Yes, Eli.
You need to consider the law of physics, law of the land, and the law of economics.
Thank you. See me at the Safaricom stand after this. Can I give you another question? Something else that he said? Other things you need to consider? Mark said something very important, and I hope someone picked up that one.
He said you also need to very much understand the working of your application so that you know what you're putting to the cloud and what you're not putting to the cloud, and you have to understand it in the current time and also in the long run.
So you need to have a cloud strategy.
Yes.
Thank you. There was another hand this side. Yeah, the gentleman with a hat. You can help with the microphone. There's a gentleman in the hat on this other side. What do you need to consider as you're migrating?
For cloud, you have to consider cost. For some time, the on-prem and the cloud cost are sometimes a bit different. So you have to look at how the strategy to move and what you can get from the cloud and from the on-prem, so that it can benefit your businesses so that can be the best idea to maybe you can consider the cloud migration to be good.
Super. Thank you very much. So please see me at the Safaricom booth after our presentation. I have some goodies to give to you. So as your closing, gentlemen, probably just your closing remarks around the same. And I'll start with Mark. So should we move to the cloud? Should we not? Do you choose on-prem? Do you choose hybrid? Do you choose hyperscalers?
Okay, so I think I'll be cheeky about the answer that there's no one solution. Okay. There's a lot of dependency on the organization, on the type of data, and the circumstances under which there are certain workloads that are, from the word go, should be built for cloud and should go straight into the cloud. There are others that you want to retain close to you and you want to run it very close to the organization. And so every decision point, around cloud has so many dependencies that you have to factor in. And some of them we've already discussed, cost being one of them, the data that is involved is another, how close do you want it to be near the customer, what's the size of data that you're trying to move into the cloud. So there are so many dependencies. I think there's no single solution, in my view, that is generic across all workloads.
Okay, and probably just the last one. There are so many emerging technologies that are coming through. Do you see any of them having a significant impact in the near future?
Yeah, I think one of the biggest disruptors in our time, of course, is artificial intelligence and machine learning, which has been the theme of this summit. When you think about it, a lot of the capabilities that come with AI run a lot better on cloud platforms. It's a lot more expensive maybe to set up GPUs on premise or whatever. And so unless you have certain financial muscle, then you're unable to do that. And so cloud providers then come in and bridge that gap. And so AI, I think, is a big game changer. You've seen what the AWS team are doing here with the deep racer cars. That translates into real life experience around self-driven cars. And you don't want that kind of a solution to fail when a self-driving car is on the road.
True.
So I think that's where the game-changing technology comes in.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks, Mark. And probably I'll just jump to you and ask you, any emerging technologies that you feel, yes, will significantly impact cloud in the near future?
Yeah, I think Mark touched on it already. I think AI is going to be quite significant. It is already, right? Most organizations will not be able to afford or justify the spend, but they also can't justify ignoring the need to be jump on the bandwagon. It's more about the outcomes and use cases. So what I believe we will be seeing is a lot of the local service providers like Safaricom becoming more relevant. Also, when we consider, Ferez talks about latency, physics. Anything done real time, anything that needs real time decisions like automotive cars is very, very sensitive to high latency. So then we have to start to think about things in terms of local providers and also the edge. We can't ignore that. So those two things will come into play. Safaricom is in a unique position of providing 5G connectivity. That together with Gen AI automation, those things will definitely drive things. The other thing is, with all this, it's the growth of data that this will also afford as well. You're going to grow, I would say, exponentially, we're seeing exponential growth of data beyond what we can even imagine right now. And we need to start to think about things like, and I know the guys don't like to hear this, but policy regulation, they will come very quickly. So even as you're designing for these new innovative things that are coming forward, you need to be thinking, what if the policy or regulation around where my data resides changes to such an extent that the government suddenly says everything has to be done in country? So you need to always think about that in mind when you're actually designing your applications, to consider where are my landing zones. So I think on that point, I would say being cloud smart, multi-cloud by design, those are the kind of things that, as you start to think about those in terms of your design principles as well.
Okay, thanks very much, Bobby. Jere, you'd want to add?
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of edge computing. There'll be a rise in that. We'll see a lot of services brought closer to your consumers. If you're offering a product or a service and your clients are primarily in South Africa and you're a Kenyan company, you'll need to have that provisioned to a data center or an edge center which is closer to them, rather than having the latency issue which Bam was talking about. We'll also see a lot of data analysis. There's huge data building up with all this automation, cloud provision, and the likes. A lot of rise in governance, especially around data protection, data residency will arise with the sensitivity that we are seeing coming up with data protection across the continent. When you come to things like augmented reality, virtual reality, I'm seeing people driving behind there on the Oracle Experience Center for the Formula One cars. So such experiential kind of gaming, you'll start seeing more of that use case. I think yesterday when Fozia was here on stage with a panel, she was talking about how the son likes gaming, and because of the requirement of the bandwidth, she had to keep increasing to a higher limit to be able to accommodate the sun. You see? So there's more experiential use of information and data, and that will grow cloud application utilization, internet provision, latency, and the advantage, one advantage you have in Kenya is there's a lot of undersea cable terminations to the country, and that gives us a bit of an advantage in latency issues. And now with the hyperscalers coming on board, with Safaricom having the data center, we can be able to cache some of these services locally. There's the gaming that they are doing with the AWS team. If you're able to cache such games locally, to be able to avail to the population that, kids now, they're really pro gaming, and gamify those things to help them in life. Gamify investments, gamify education, gamify mathematics, gamify how to make it in life. These things that they'll not learn in school, but they'll be able to learn in a game and internalize it better than if it's a teacher teaching it.
Thanks, Jeremiah. As you were talking about gamification, I was looking at Michael Michie. He's very passionate about gaming. So, Faris, as we close, your closing remarks?
Basically, the world is exploding right before us, like in terms of technology. I know it's also literally exploding in other ways. But for me, what I see as the highest potential is just from my little space that I play in. We are finally getting to the final frontier of software-defined networking. And for a very long time, hardware vendors are the ones who wrote the software because they're using custom silicon. But we finally gotten to the point where networking devices are being produced with merchant silicon, so normal processors, which is allowing people the companies like Sonic, Arcus, that are now writing software that can work in any switch, any router, and can work in a container in the cloud. And so the possibilities from like a networking perspective are becoming quite promising. And the amount of things you can do with that, from 5G to connectivity, there are just quite a number of possibilities that it's opening up. So that's my own sort of take on what the future holds. The network is finally catching up with the rest of the cloud.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fares. Thank you, gentlemen, and to everyone in the room. You can see that there are so many opportunities within this space. Even as you're coming up with your programs, with your applications, you can see, the opportunities are endless. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you for an awesome session. Back to you, Mbogo.
Asanteni. Round of applause for Ezra and his panel. Just a few things I picked from that. Mark said that don't assume that simply because you're moving to the cloud, it is more secure. It will actually take more, if not similar rigor, to just make sure that you're properly secured there. And let us not forget the compliance considerations, because you can see different regions across the globe, different players. What are the compliance considerations when you're looking at cloud solutions? Fares gave the point that we're still too small a market, in as much as we're growing probably double digits. We do not need to, in as much as we are growing by double digits, we actually still are pretty small in the larger context of things. And the last tidbit there was the laws that govern data management. We spoke about the economics of it. Cloud is someone else's computer. Someone make up a cloud, need to cloud your George. It's no longer your bare metal machine, someone else's machine. The physics of it, I think I like that term. It's the first time I'm hearing it. Data gravity. We're talking about latency. And of course, the laws of the land. Locally, we have the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner asking us that certain elements, if it's healthcare data, should be stored resident. We have GDPR and that sort of thing. So thank you very much for a most insightful panel. Now we're getting to the closing ceremony, or the closing part of this last 2 days, with a session we are calling Bonify by Safaricom, where we get to award different teams that have been doing stuff throughout the last 48 hours. And I'll start by speaking about a team called Tech Sheroes. So we know that women, who form a large part of the global workforce, are very insightful and can offer great suggestions in how to build out innovative products and services. But unfortunately, women remain very, very underrepresented in the tech space. It's nice to see quite a bit of balance over the past few days, but this is an anomaly. Globally, women remain highly underrepresented in the technology space, and even when talking about sustainability. So now the Women in Tech Safaricom chapter is changing this narrative, and they're running something called the Tech Sheroes. And over the past 48 hours, they've been running a parallel event at the Safaricom headquarters for women-only teams with a theme of looking at climate solutions. Now, what do climate solutions offer? Either looking at reducing post-harvest losses, creating market linkages, and things like that. So let's get to learn more about Tech Sheroes from this video.
The whole idea of us having the hackathon only focusing on women is to encourage the women within technology to collaborate and share their innovative idea. Currently worldwide, we are about 27% of women are only in technology, but we want to bring that number up to 50%. And with that is by giving our ladies platforms to be able to share, collaborate, and also innovate in different perspectives.
Tabienchi is one of the teams participating in the Tech Sheroes Climate Hackathon. This brings together women in technology to participate in sustainability initiatives to save our planet.
We came up with a solution for educating people on climate change, and it is a chat app that is based on the Climate BERT model. And we are so excited because this is my first hackathon to ever do in Safaricom, and the outpouring support that we've had in women in technology, and I've got the amazing chance to meet such amazing women, and we're hoping to take this idea to the next level and present it at the Vodafone Hackathon.
Climate change idea came about considering what is happening currently worldwide in terms of the change in weather, and we wanted to leverage the technology trends to see how we can be able to ensure with this change of weather, it's affecting our foods, it's affecting even some of the roads, and how can we be able to mitigate around these issues and with using technology.
Team Tabia Nchi, it focuses on gamifying sustainability finance, which is a complex topic, and part of the challenges in getting more partners on board when you want to make impact in sustainability is driving engagement, awareness, and just that passion that the different people need to come together to make a change. The business outcome from our solution, our game is played in 3 levels. Level 1 is that awareness of the Sustainable Development Goals. Level 2 is where you team up to take on a real sustainable change initiative. When you get to level 3, it gets a bit more complex. This is where we now introduce the sustainable financing concepts.
The Women in Technology organization in Safaricom is spearheading the involvement of women in hackathons, in campus outreach, and it's a very great way to involve more women in STEM because we have a very strong network of women who have a lot of experience, and it's a great way to network and grow your skills, learn more, and become an overall women in technology.
The benefit of this hackathon, one, is innovation. So we are giving a platform for the women within technology in Safaricom, and also women enthusiasts, because we also had other teams from call center joining us. We're giving them a platform to innovate, and their ideas, if they're well articulated, the top will be able to work with our innovation team within DIT to be able to implement the ideas to actual products.
We're just from the Den pitches with really awesome judges who have been drawn from Safaricom technology community. We have 7 women teams battling it out, and sustainability is very complex but really has a lot of interconnecting parts. We've seen from the 7 teams others focusing on clothing, textile, reusability concept. The message is sustainability is wide enough and there's room for everyone. The expectation in the Den has really been amazing. Part of the judging rubric was how easy is your solution to follow through, what's the business outcome, what's the return on investment, and what support even do you need to take your solution further. I think this is great when hackathon ideas are brought to life, and having a judging community that really wants to walk with you the journey to bring these ideas to life is really true testament of us walking the talk and transforming lives as part of Safaricom.
I'm really happy that Safaricom is a pioneer in women in technology and giving us the space to develop, to grow, and this is a great step in the right direction.
Without further ado, Donna Reggae, stage is yours to do the presentations. Karibu. Help me welcome on stage, looking resplendent.
Thank you, Mbugua.
Karibu.
So as I'm on stage, my team that helped me undertake this, please join me on stage, even as the judges settle in. Beryl, Sabrina, please come on stage. So for the Tech Sheroes Hackathon, this was a hackathon that was run by Women in Tech, and particularly the Campus Outreach Pillar. And the Campus Outreach Pillar is run by Sabrina, Beryl, and Charity, who are just getting on stage. And for this particular one, Women in Tech is actually grounded on some of our SDG goals. And for this specific hackathon, during this season of Decode, we particularly chose to focus on sustainability, and we chose climate change as the theme for the hackathon. And as we all know, climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our time currently, and women possess unique ability, and they form a major part of our global workforce, and with their unique insights, we know that they are able to then present opportunities that can help us create solutions that can help us combat and mitigate climate change. So when we came up with Tech Sheroes, we decided that what better way to give back by asking ladies across the business, and the business means the entire Safaricom, being a tech company in waiting, to be able to submit ideas that they then could share on how they can basically mitigate or combat climate change. And these solutions were basically to address a myriad of issues, for example, agricultural productivity, post-harvest loss, strengthen market linkages, and even utilize technology for food security. As women in tech, we believe that by fostering collaboration, creativity, and innovation among women, we are then being able to unlock the potential that helps them as leaders to fight or help in the fight against climate change and contribute to a more sustainable future. Kindly allow me to indulge the ladies who are behind all the awesome work to share a few snippets.
Hi everyone, my name is Sabrina. I'm a Principal Security Officer at Safaricom, but aside from that, I work with Burial and Charity and Adona in the Women in Technology team. So Burial, Charity and I lead the campus team, and as Donna has said, in the run-up to the days to Decode, we decided we wanted to organize a hackathon specifically for women, and we wanted women in Safaricom to be able to collaborate, to innovate, have fun while at it, and build awesome solutions. We basically had 2 weeks to come up with the whole plan, make sure that the ladies have submitted their ideas, shortlist, align with the judges. It was a lot of work, but we were able to do it, and we were able to make sure that the ladies submitted their ideas and they presented them, and we're going to see some of those awesome ideas that were presented by the ladies. Thank you.
Hi. Good afternoon. Good evening. I hope you're all doing fine. My name is Charity Nyanchera. I'm a full stack developer at Safaricom. And apart from that, I'm also a campus outreach lead and a donor here. So I think Sabrina has already summarized what it was. An amazing 2 weeks. Apart from that, I also served as a coach for one of our great teams. I'm hoping that you'll get to see them. So seeing this team, how they come from an idea to actually building this thing was an interesting thing. So we got to cover topics such as sustainable fashion, waste minimization, and yeah, all prototypes are available for you to see. You just have to request them. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Berilanch Kemoy. I am a software developer in test in Safaricom, and aside for that, I co-lead the campus outreach team with Sabrina and Charity as they have mentioned. I won't add a lot, but our main goal is to ensure that we are able to promote the girl child from the classroom to the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. So as the teams hacked over the last 48 hours, for them to be able to know were they progressing and doing a good job, we had a very able team of judges. As you can see, please come to the front. You're standing so far away. And our able team of judges, as you can see, has he for she. So we are embracing equity and diversity greatly. And just to represent the team of judges, I'll ask Ken Owino to give us a brief snippet of what that looked like.
Thank you, Donna. So just to say, it was a close contest. All the teams are winners. They put in good work in a very short time. And what we looked at as judges was 7 areas. We looked at, did the teams adhere to the theme? The theme was about climate change. So how well does the solution address climate change? Number 2, we looked at the impact. How measurable is the impact of the climate change activity that the team put in? Then we look at the feasibility. How easy would it be to implement that solution? We then looked at sustainability. Once we implement the solution, can it be used into the future? Can it be turned into a business model? We look at the technology and the design that would be used to achieve the solution. And finally, we look at the presentation, all the way from the PowerPoint presentations that were done, the Figma that was put in, and even the way the teams coordinated in the presentations. So based on that, then I think the teams were ranked, and there will be 3 winners that will be announced. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. So please don't leave the stage. So with that, I think I would go and straight to announce our winners of the day. But before that, I guess we'll start with the second runners-up. So there's a company, Fireside Communications, that also supported this specific hackathon. If Rebecca Wanjiku is in the house, please come to the stage as that happens. So the second runners-up is a team that created a platform that connects consumers with locally available in-season ingredients to address key challenges. By doing so, they believe they empower consumers to reduce household waste, which in the larger context significantly mitigates carbon emissions, contributing to a more sustainable and environmentally responsible way of living. Please put a round of applause for Team Echo's chef. Team Echo's chef, Team Echo's chef. Please join us on stage if Rebecca is around. So please come for a group photo. Please come for a group photo. Thank you, ladies. Congratulations once again. So, you will be receiving a certificate of participation that goes to all of you, and also you'll be receiving some prize money award for being second runners-up of about 25,000 Kenya shillings per person. Congratulations and a good job well done. Thank you. Second call out, if Rebecca, you're in the house, please join us on stage. So the first runners-up is a team that believe that their project is supposed to sensitize the community on proper waste disposal while providing a functional channel for them to safely dispose their waste through waste segregation. So put a round of applause for Team Green Cycle. Team Green Cycle. Anyone around? Team Green Cycle? Please let's come for the group photo. So other than the certificate of participation, you each get to carry away Kenya shillings 75,000 per person. Thank you. And lastly, to that what we've all been waiting for, this team particularly had a digital solution that is for garbage collection management. The app allows users to report issues by uploading real-time photos and pin locations for the current issue. It is a mini app to be integrated in the My County app. It also enables convenient payment for garbage collection services, streamlining waste management, and enhancing user experience. Please, let's all appreciate Team Ray! Team Ray. the stage, allow me to just say a big mention to them and recognition, because one, for us, it was a special team. They are actually not our ordinary engineers. They come from our call center, but they submitted an idea, they did the work, and they're here today, a representation that you can be a tech enthusiast and you can still make it. Please applaud them greatly. So congratulations, and other than the certificate of participation, you get to carry home Kenya shillings 125,000, each of you. Yay. And we give you thanks for that. I'll ask for one photo. Rebecca, please come as a partner, and the ladies.
A big thank you to the judges as well. It takes a whole village to actually nurture and raise his talents.
Thank you, Mbugu, and thank you to the team.
Asanteni, I was there just trying to think, is it per person? And then you kept confirming it's per person. Like, that must be nice, right? 125 good ones. So starting off on a high note, we now go to the second categories of awards, and I'll call Morton Banksgaard, the CTIO at Safaricom PLC, to give the Deep Racer Awards. Karibu. Accompanied by Cello.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yours continue?
Yes, please proceed.
So, good afternoon again. My name is Morten. I'm head of technology in Safaricom, and with me we have one person who had one of the toughest jobs over the last 24 hours, and that's Cello. He's been the judge of the Deep Racer here. But as you know, we started this around 10 days ago. We had 6 teams that then had a bit more than a week trying to use machine learning to get the fastest time on the track outside. It was done in a virtual world, and over the last roughly 48 hours, that virtual world was then transferred to the physical world out there, and the teams raced yesterday to find out who was going to go into the final today as the number 1 and 2 to go to the final. But I would like to invite the top 3 teams on the stage before we announce the winner. So if Team White, Team Green and Team Black could please join us on stage. And give them a big round of applause as they come up. And maybe you'll let the team just quickly introduce yourself and talk a little bit about how the last 10 days has been for you.
Yeah, just introduce it.
My name is Catherine from Team White. I am in Safaricom BI team. We came number 3 and we are happy.
So just so that the team understands, what was your time yesterday on the board?
Yeah, our time was 8.0.
Okay.
Yeah.
8.0 seconds.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Team Green.
Yeah, thank you. Green for Go. Yeah, so it's been an amazing experience working with AI and machine learning. And we really invite the whole community and partners to see how far we can be able to go with this. So this is the team.
And Kevin, or let me ask you, what was your biggest learning moment in this whole, your biggest learning moment or nugget in this whole experience?
Yeah, I think the biggest learning moment was one, teamwork. There is the machine learning bit that we had Kevin as our leader. We have the mechanics of the car with Titus and the whole team. So key in learning and retraining of the model. I think we did several runs and retrainings that probably gave us the win. Yes.
Amazing. The incredible, the amazing Team Black.
Hey.
Yeah, introduce yourselves.
My name is Hilary. I'm part of Team Black. Between fuel prices for us and the competition, I think we did our best. What we've learned so far, it's not just about building models and building perfect models. There are also other aspects that you have to work collaboratively to fix and get insight about from each and every individual in the team. Yeah.
So let's give a round of applause to all three teams. So in third place, and we can say best of the rest, because the finalist was Team Black and Team Green. Number 3 in this competition was Team White, so congratulations and well done. I'll be giving the prizes now.
Certificates are coming, and the medals.
They do get certificates, trophies, and medals. Remember, one of the teams insisted that luck is still a big component when doing these things. Maybe for Cello is to ask, Cello, is the structure of the vehicle consistent across the global competition? Is it the same vehicle type that you're training and putting on the track, or are those different components?
No, the vehicle is the same. You basically buy it on Amazon.com. You just search for Deep Racer, and then it's delivered to you, and it is a standard across the world. Also on the simulator, when you select the standard vehicle, so that it performs the same way as it does in simulation as in real life.
Fantastic. So it just confirms that you could be competing with thousands of teams across the globe. You've got a standardized vehicle. It's then your model and luck that may decide what your time is. Morten, back to you.
Thank you. So these are the two finalists that have been competing all day. 10 minutes ago, there was still optimization and very, very heated arguments going on outside. The winning team, after now spending roughly 10 days on this, the margin was 21 milliseconds between the two teams. Wow. But sometimes life is unfair, and this is one of these moments we all have to live with. So second in this competition, and incredibly well done for pushing it to the edge. And I know Cello, he got several protests for you over the result, but he had to step in and make a decision. So also well done to you. But second is Team Black. So give them a hand, please.
Oh. Well done, Team Black.
Another one for you. What is the global average in terms of this times? The place team did 8 seconds. What's the global high score? Cello, you missed that. I was asking, what's the global top line? Like team number 3 did 8 seconds. Who's the leaders across the world? What time are we looking at?
So the track we are using is called the A to Z. It's a starter track. All right. So it's not used in international competition.
Okay.
So we think we could push this track to like 5 seconds with an over-optimized model. But internationally, on the more complex track, you're looking at 13 seconds. But it's all under 20 seconds.
Fantastic. Thank you for that info.
Yeah, so just one thing to do now is to invite the winners on the stage. So please come
Give
in
it up
here
for the
and,
winners, Team Green.
well done, Team Green. Besides the beautiful trophy and the fantastic medals, there's an extra prize to the winners. So if you want to see this young man bare-chested in a few months, you can join them with a trip to Watamu. Well done, everyone.
Move a bit closer to the front for the photo op, please. Morton, I think we missed the location. What's the prize? We missed the prize. We didn't quite hear it.
So the prize for the team here is a trip to Watamu.
Trip to Watamu for the entire team. You should try race it in sand next. See how much time you get there. So fantastic round of applause for the winning team. And thank you to Morton Baxgard, CTIO Safaricom for that. And I guess the teams will continue optimizing their models. And last in this category, I'd like to call on George Njogona, Director IT at Safaricom PLC, to do the Beyond Fiction Award. George?
Mbogwa, are we done?
Almost there. Almost there.
Oh my.
Almost there.
So before we kick off, just like Yvonne has been working with teams on the competition, are you mic'd? You're getting a mic to Yvonne.
We've got one here.
So when we were planning this Decode, we gave out a massive challenge that was going to really stretch teams around big data and AI and ML. And Yvonne has been coaching and working with the teams. So she'll just talk about the team that won, and then we'll be calling them up on stage for the award. But Yvonne will take us just through the journey and what it meant, and I guess over the last 3 or so months.
Thank you, George. So about 3 months ago, we put out a call in the organization for a team to participate in a digital twin hackathon. We had several teams that registered to participate in the hackathon, and this was part above and beyond their normal day-to-day job. So this is just learning, self-learning, training your model, building the model in the evenings and over the weekend, as you are also delivering on your day-to-day work. So there are a number of teams that tried out. Others gave up along the way as they were training their models. Others, at the end, you could still feel the voice is still a bit robotic. But there's still one team that held on through the various challenges. I think one of the most outstanding challenges was training. That is what took most of the time. A lot of the resources were required, a lot of GPU. So we worked a lot with our infra team just to provide a lot of these resources to the team. And it was an amazing team because it combined different skill sets. We had software developers, our ML ops team, so everyone bringing in their unique skill to be able to deliver the amazing demo you saw on day one yesterday, or George and his digital twin on screen. And so this team will be awarded today for their effort. I know it's been a long journey for them, just being able to learn on how to lip sync, how to create that visual representation of George in his office, and also his voice coming very close to George, that you can actually, George was even confused whether it was him that we recorded while he was not aware. So I'll welcome the team just to get the award today. And we are really proud and amazed for what you've done. One of the sentiments from this year's Decode was on this demo, and we look forward to seeing more amazing work from the team and even delivering some of these use cases to our customers. So over to you, George, as we invite the team up on stage. So we have John, Beryl, and the team. Please come over as we get the award from George.
Your real selves, please, not your digital twins.
Thank you so much. I don't know if I got to do this, but let's give them a clap. Where's your mechanic? The car is not complete without your mechanic. Something I'd like to mention, when we launched Decode, we had another lady on stage. Yvonne, just step up in front of them a little. Yvonne. And that was Elizabeth Nguli, who was here with us. She was our head of digital engineering. Liz has since, I wouldn't say left the company, but she took on a role in London after the last Decode, and she's doing technology as a service for Vodafone Group, and she's been tracking and watching. And quite fortunate that somebody who was working under Liz has taken up the mantle of leading our digital engineering team, and that's Yvonne. So a lot of the devs that you've seen here work in Yvonne's team. And don't let the attire fool you. This is one of the best software engineers, not just in Kenya, but on the continent. So Yvonne, welcome to Decode, and well done on your first Decode, you and the team. So we discussed quite a bit, and I think the team does not know what they're winning, Jay, here. How should we do this?
Give them 3 guesses.
I think there's very few people who know. I think Morton is one of them. So what do you think the win is?
Maybe better than Watamu.
Oh! What do you guys think? Is it better than Watamu? Should it be better than Watamu? You guys liked what they did. And Yvonne, who was software engineering 1 in Safaricom, said it. So we will be awarding this team a fully paid trip to London. I'd like to request Morton back on stage for this award. Morton. Congratulations. Well done, well done, well done. Well done. Please get your passports if you don't have. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. So I think, Morton, you come to, yeah. No, move that side. I don't know. Yvonne can hold the mic. All right, come. Yeah, okay. Oh, we move ahead. Here, Morton. Fantastic. Congratulations. Maybe you guys want to say something?
I think I'll just quote Richard Branson, and he says that if someone gives you an opportunity and you don't know how to do it, just take it and learn on the job. I think Yvonne gave us that opportunity through Jude Juma, and I'll be honest, I was giving the team in small bits. I'm like, okay, let's first train our voice, let's now lip sync, let's now integrate it all, and yeah, we delivered it. But I think my team all has something to say, so I'll just give everyone something.
Yeah. Could you tell us when you joined Safaricom and what you do, and just each of you tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I joined Safaricom 2 years ago as a software developer, engineer in testing. Currently now I'm a technical product owner. and I'm loving the journey. It's really shaping my life, clearly, evidently.
Hello. Nikamagera hapa. I'm Guru Breton. I'm an automation engineer. And for me, I joined Safaricom 5 months ago. I'm actually still under contract. I'm not a permanent employee. but for me, what I would say to anyone, if you look at me, you look at my hair, I'm still a young dude. And I would just tell you guys, anyone who is below me, about my age or something, just keep working. When the compounding effect finally hits you, you'll not believe where you are. 5 months ago, I would not have thought I would be here, but now I'm here. So guys, anyone who needs an encouraging word, look at me and you will win.
Good evening once again. My name's Beryl. I joined Safaricom. I'm a product of Women in Technology. So I joined Safaricom through WIT. This is my 6th year. And bado nashtuka. So what I can just say, working with this team, the only thing that I've been able to learn is the only limitations we have, it's on our mind. So if we remove that limitation from our head, anything is possible.
Thank you so much. Asante sana. As we leave the stage, I would like to invite Juliana to come and give the closing remarks and just appreciate our partners and others. But I don't know where we're going to take the next team now that we've taken these winners to London, but we'll see where we take the next one. But I think one of the biggest things about Decode and about our software engineering community is that we also want to make dreams possible for people. So all you devs out there, whether you're going to Watamu, whether you're going to London, whether you're going back to school, just know that dreams are possible. Sasawa, over to you, madam.
Thank you, George. Hello, Decode. Hello, everyone. We're almost done, so we need your patience for just a little bit longer, but don't leave yet. There's more to come. We want to end this in style. So I'd like to invite the following representatives for the partners. A representative from Huawei, if you could come up. A representative from Dell Mitsumi, Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, AWS, Reddington, Oracle, Tech Savannah, Com21, and NTV. Yes, here is fine. Thank you. Oh, do you want to dance? That would be really fantastic. Welcome. Yeah, so as they're coming up, I'd like for you to give them a big round of applause. It takes a lot. As our CEO is always talking about the importance of partnerships, these are the partners that helped us to bring you Decode 2.0 this year and to be able to do it in a big way. And hold on, Mark, you need to take a picture. Where's the... So, this is quite special. We will start with, we're going to do it a little bit differently. We're going to appreciate the partners with each of George's team members giving them a gift on behalf of Safaricom. So, Mark, do we have a mic? Really quickly? Great. Fantastic, just a few minutes. Huh? So Mark is part of the digital engineering senior leadership team, and you'll be giving a gift too. Go ahead.
Dell Technologies are one of our greatest partners when it comes to data center technology.
Great. And take a picture. You move forward. You Dell? Okay. Yes, please. The Dell team. Great. Give them a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Del. You may see. Yeah, you can see. And the next person to give the next gift, please let us know who you are and who you're giving the gift to.
Thank you. I'm Felix Ropp, giving the gift to COM21, a great infrastructure partner. Thank you.
Come on up. And Alan, you introduce yourself and let us know who you're giving the gifts to.
My name is Alan Kipsang. I want to appreciate the good work done by MIDIS Group, led by HPE.
Fantastic. I'm going up for a picture. HP team, going up for a picture. Just go that way. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening. Name is Felix Mene. We are awarding this to Oracle, and Eva is here. Oracle is one of our longest and strongest partner over time, and we appreciate them partnering with us. And always, you're always a good partner with us. So we thank you for coming and supporting us in this particular event. Thank you. This is for you.
Get this for you. Thank you. Yes, you do. And the partner.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nyagitari Bosire, and I'm going to award a gift of appreciation on behalf of Safaricom to one of our key and big partners, Huawei. And I'd like to ask Alan to come and receive this appreciation on behalf of Huawei. Thank you so much, Alan.
Is there a representative from Tech Savannah? That's okay. We'll get the gift to them. And a representative from AWS, please. I think we saw someone from AWS. Anyone, a partner from AWS? There we go.
Good evening. Good evening, all. My name is Kenneth Owino, and I'll give this gift to AWS. AWS has been our partner who have taken us to the cloud, literally, and we want to thank them for that.
Representative from AWS here. Yeah. Oh, that's okay. And do we have a representative from NTV, please? Anyone from NTV? We'll get the gift to them. Thank you very much. With the rest of the team here, we will appreciate the suppliers, StagePass. Someone from StagePass, they're probably at work right now. But if you can spare one representative from StagePass. That's okay, we will get it to them. Oh, someone's coming? Please give them a big round of applause. It's an amazing stage.
Good evening. I hear it's evening. I am Kamau Maina, the big data team. When I walked in here, I was quite surprised by the setup. This screen is a bit interesting. Even, did they have 3D goggles? Because the graphic seems to be a bit 3D, but thank you very much for your support and for everything you've done for us. Receive this as a token of our thank you.
And the next company we'd like to appreciate is Igabantu. Could have a representative from Igabantu. Another one also, if someone from Carnivore, Larger Than Life and Tech, come on up so we can appreciate you. They're probably working. So what we'll do is we will give them the gifts. Oh, someone is coming. Please come on up.
Good evening. So my names are Duncan Kabira. I want to appreciate Gabantu for the great work and support that they've given us.
All right. Would like to ask a representative from Carnivore for those who are able to get some food and catering. That's okay, we will get them the gift later. And also a representative from Larger Than Life and Tech Systems. Tech, Larger Than Life. Is there a rep in the room? That's all right. What we'll do is we will give them a big round of applause for, there we go. Here's someone.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Eneth Kubai, heading Enterprise Architecture. I'd like to thank Larger Than Life on behalf of Safaricom. Thank you so much.
Tech Production. Representative from Tech Production. There we go.
On behalf of Safaricom, I'd like to thank you so much for delivering an amazing event for us. Thank you so much.
So just one more time, if there's a representative from Carnivore. No worries, we will get the gift to them. So, because the team here is really important, not only the organizing team, but there's also Safaricom internal partners. These are the technology team, the financial services team. How many of you who are here from FS? If you could just wave. FS, there are a couple of guys here. Thank you very much for being here. The Enterprise Business Unit, Consumer Business Unit. Actually, why don't you come on up for a picture? If you're in FS, in Enterprise Business Unit, Consumer Business Unit, and Finance Team, come on up for a quick picture. Come on up. Move closer.
So what I'd like to say is thank you very much for all the teams that have showed up, all the teams that have done demos from the different business units. Asanteni sana. Let's continue doing this together. Let's continue propagating our digital talent to all the others that we meet. So thank you so much for coming.
Big hands. So last but not least, I'd like to welcome the working team. This is the Decode pop-up squad, branding and PR, and the digital IT SLT. So you probably need to come back. Digital IT SLT, we'd like to ask you to come on up. And the Decode pop-up squad, branding and PR, and the organizing committee. Please come on up. Some of you are already here, so we'll just wait for a few more of you to come on up. No, not done yet. Get closer. So guys, please join me in appreciating this big team. This would not have happened were it not for late night meetings, organizing, calls, several WhatsApp groups, emails, all the wonderful execution that you've seen could not have happened without the work of this brilliant team. Please join me in giving them a massive hand of applause. Thank you so much. This is really fantastically done. Thank you. And just one more thing while we have everybody here. So the Safaricom team, we have lots of students and fintechs and partners who joined us today over the last 2 days. And we would like to focus our appreciation on them. So the gift bags will be for the guests and everybody else who joined us. And we really truly appreciate not only the team that is here, but the whole Safaricom team for being here and for engaging. Now let's focus our appreciation on the students and to each and every one of you who has joined us here in person and online. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We truly appreciate it. We'll give them a big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, and with that, I'll turn it over to Mbogwa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juliana. As the team, Safaricom, ladies and gentlemen, will agree that it's been an amazing 2 days, right? A fantastic 2 days of learning, a fantastic 2 days of networking. And on behalf of myself, my co-host Mariam Bishar, Zuri, who couldn't be with us today, and the amazing technical team that sometimes runs like headless chicken, you know, right at the back. They're dressed in black, so you can't see them. They're like moving in the shadows. Would like to say it's been a great honor to serve you over the past 2 days for what has been the second edition of the Safaricom Engineering Summit Decode 2.0. Closing out this amazing event for us, help me welcome on stage Dance Afrique from MDA, Asanteni.
Yeah, man.
Igangwa Gangwa.
It's District 78.
big shout. What do you think? Fantastic, fantastic. This was great.
One, two, 1, 2. Am I on now?